Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome everyone for another day of CCT playoff action. It should be pretty exciting. Brandon's even got a CCT shirt out for a special occasion today because we're back again for two, honestly I'd say, very, very interesting best of threes to start off the day. NIP versus Ecstatic, Aurora versus Passion UA. We can have a look at the how the bracket is looking right now to see where these are going to be in this particular graphic. As you can see, I think for me right now, in that bottom left portion, I think Passion UA and Aurora, they'd fancy themselves against Permitter. We haven't actually probably seen who will NIP and Ecstatic will face yet. DMS or DMs or 9 Pandas, I would say they would fancy themselves against either one of those two as well, especially 9 Pandas' recent form. But I'm going to set up my lovely co-casters, and I'm going to set up Matt.
Oh, no.
Because...
Oh, it's okay.
because NIP are playing, and they're playing with your boy. Talk to us about it. Talk to us about what you've known about him from his past, what his personality is like. Yeah. Are NIP back?
NIP are so back, Trav, I actually can't even explain it. Mistim has been such an incredible player who's grinded so hard for this opportunity. I remember coming across him first in 2017, just a young buck, up-and-coming prospect in South Africa. Had it very difficult in the early stages of his career. Of course, went across to North America with ATK. That project fell through. The rest of the team came back, but Mistim kept the belief. Then moved to the UK, obviously joined the Young Ninjas project, the academy team for NIP. He turned heads there. He actually did really well with 2 rosters there with the Young Ninjas team. You know, of course, he started off very well. Then Maxter got picked up. He got promoted to the main team. Mistim had to rebuild once again with the academy team. And again, they found some fantastic form. And now they've added Mistim and the combination with Spray, the coach IGL combo, to the main team. Now, the one big thing I think with this NIP roster that Mistim is going to actually be a bit of a difference compared to the previous IGLs they've had. They've had Alex and then Alexi B if we go back to midway through 2021. Those have been 2 IGLs who have got very established ways that they see the game and the way they want to play the game. Whereas I think Mistim's going to come into this team and he's also going to try and mold his calling style around the likes of Rez, Wrinkle, and try and play to their strengths and try and enable them, as opposed to bringing a very set way that he wants to play the game and try and get the team to buy into it. So I think that actually could be a very big difference for this NIP roster. Just Mistim's ability to integrate these players and play around their strengths.
Can I ask a silly question, everyone?
Go ahead, mate.
Is this the first game that we're seeing them?
They played a qualifier.
The NIP team since they've made the changes?
They played qualifier.
They played an open qualifier. I don't think that was on HLTV. They didn't get to the HLTV stage. They last played on HLTV 4 weeks ago. So I think, Brandon,
Okay.
technically, for an HLTV official, you are correct.
So they've had like a month.
Ish, yes.
Nice. Okay. Well, I think that's really good then. They've had a month to sort of get to grips with what's going on. Mistum's had a month as well to sort of try and get his in-game leading philosophy over, and the coach has been there as well. I think that's good, especially when you sort of make a double change like that, to have time to practice a lot before you go into officials, rather than be thrown into officials immediately and then get scrutinized by the community, especially with a team that NIP, where you expect a lot of things for NIP. And let's be honest, I think they'll even say this, it has not gone the way that they would hope for in recent times. So I think it's good that they've had this opportunity to have a little bit of a break. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to actually seeing how they play, because, you know, Maxter was, I think, on a lot of people's radar after Yala Campus. Unfortunately, then he kind of didn't really deliver in some of the bigger games that they played after that. I think Isaac has always been known as, even though his numbers aren't amazing, as a really good support player and excellent with utility and a good communicator. So I mean, I'm hoping that's going to help them long term. Now they've got a new IGL under their belt, and Rez, I think, is just Mr. Consistent, isn't he? So with Wrinkle, who can pop off, I have no doubt this NIP. I think it's looking at the roster now, just seeing it in front of my very eyes. I would say this is the roster that looks the most promising out of nearly all the rosters I've seen from them in the last year and a bit, because I didn't trust in Alex to work outside of Spain, and as we can see, it didn't. Anyway, we can have a look at their opponents ecstatic right now. We can't ignore them, obviously, because they've had some decent results in recent times as well. They've managed to get one over Big. Sure, maybe getting one over Big online isn't the most incredible achievement in the world, but it's still an established team they managed to beat, and a couple of decent results too. And of course, getting through to the playoffs here is excellent for them. Matt, I want to just talk to you about, I mean, TMB, of course, kind of the same sort of situation as NIP. New addition, new in-game leader. I like him quite a lot, TMB.
Is it confirmed that he is going to be calling for this team? Because I'm pretty sure Christo was calling before, right? Okay, cool. Am I wrong in saying Christo was IGLing before Torsen left?
No,
Just a quick little bar.
I think he might have been, but
okay. Either way, TMB's always just been an IGL, right? So it makes sense that he
Yeah.
would step into this team as an IGL. He's kind of been floating around for a while. I think that Torsen was one of the huge contributors to the success, the massive success we've seen from Ecstatic. I say massive success. Obviously, I'm talking relatively. You know, this team came together and they were in a really good run of form for like the past month and a half kind of thing. Had some great results. But I think that losing Torsen is going to set this team back a number of paces. And with TMB coming in the mix and now just trying to get a handle hold on the team as well, get them to buy into his systems and way of doing things, will take time. But you're right, Trav, it is interesting that we've got new IGLs on either side of the server. So it does kind of level the playing field out a little bit.
Disagree.
Go on then.
I think Ecstatic will be absolutely fine. I think Cristal was brilliant. Sure, he did add a lot when it came to numbers, but I think also you sort of had some roles overlapping a little bit on this team. I also think you had not enough room for players to develop. I think Nixon will benefit quite a lot for TMB coming in. I think Nut will just start nutting on people again, and Lele, we know the output that he can provide. So I think actually this team actually feels a lot more balanced now since Cristal left.
Right, well, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because I still think that Ecstatic will be taking down a peg or two while they try and figure it out with TMB.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main things that, it's kind of exciting, because we're at sort of different stages for both these two teams. One is an established name, one sort of is as well, but at the same time has got a completely different roster, of course, after making the Copenhagen Major. They've completely rebuilt after losing most of it to Gaming Gladiators, and yeah, I think it's fair play to Ecstatic, and fair play to obviously everyone behind the scenes at that org, like Zippel, obviously. I think they're still sticking with it, and they're getting some decent results even now, which is impressive after everything that has gone before. Here's a little head-to-head, Rez versus Analele. And I think Rez, obviously so many times Rez has been spoken about. At this point, Rez is one of the most longest standing team members when it comes to one term, I think, in the scene. You've got like Reims, you've got Crims, you've got BTN from Nexus, which are like all 2016. And then I think you've got one or two more that I can't remember right now. Then you've got Rez from 2017, who is still on NIP and is their legacy player now, which is crazy because he joined the team when Get Right Forest and all the other legends were legacy players. So he's still there, and he's still really a very decent player.
Bring him back. Get Right Forest in.
I miss Forest.
That's gonna trigger a lot of people. That was a joke. Matt Vito coming through. I've already spoiled it for myself. I didn't want to play the guessing game. I just wanted to know. And I think this veto is actually really interesting because we can just throw it on the screen. I think we can splash it because what's fun here is that NIP leave Nuke open and then Ecstatic go, oh, thank you very much. You've played it 4 times and you've not won it. We'll have that. NIP go for Ancient. This is a pretty good veto, I think. I think it's a lot of fun. And to be honest, for NIP, it makes sense that they pick Ancient. It's their strongest map. Vertigo's been good for them recently, but it's also been good for Ecstatic. This is a very balanced veto, in my opinion.
Yeah, I actually like this. I think one of the main maps that I've actually seen every NIP sort of iteration play is Ancient, right? I mean, if you even look at their stats on HLTV, like 77% in the last 3 months, that's with old rosters. They got one over Heroic and FaZe at Pro League on the map. Like, they are very solid on it, and I feel like it's very important to have Ancient in your wheelhouse. It's one of the most important sort of middle ground maps in the scene right now. So, yeah, obviously win rates are a little bit skewed, as we kind of spoke about, considering, lots of other results have come through. You mentioned the share, perhaps the share of permaban. NIP have played a bit of Dust 2, but Ecstatic don't. It is their least played NIP, Dust 2. So obviously that opens it up maybe to leaving it later in the veto, but we didn't do that this time. So we've committed to it early, and as you kind of described, the fact that Nuke is in the pool, I mean, sure, I've got to preface this by the fact that NIP have lost to not terrible opposition. The Gun 5 loss in the Atlanta qualifiers perhaps wasn't that great. But you can understand losing to Monty and Heroic. But I think the main thing on Nuke is that for NIP, all those games, they didn't even get close. It was 13-7, 13-7, 13-7, 13-6 in all of those games. So, genuinely, at this level, we see that Ecstatic can get upset map wins. I think it's today set up quite well to at least get map 1 over NIP here, Matt.
Yeah, what I will say is that these are all maps that Mistim is very comfortable calling on. They were certainly in Young Ninjas' wheelhouse, in particular Ancients and Vertigo, and I think that he will also be able to help them turn the tide on Nuke. I actually think that this map pool favors NIP coming into this series. I think that, without Mirage or Dust 2 featuring is pretty good for NIP, not having to kind of revert back to a little bit more of a puggy, free-flowing style, where your opponents can just run at you and maybe rely on their mechanics a bit more. Here, experience, protocols, all make a big difference, and I think that this map pool favors NIP. They're going to win this 2-0, boys.
I didn't expect anything less from you. With Mistim on the
team. No bias at all, of course.
First
not even a little bit biased.
You're actually like, I'm gonna expose you here. You are actually good friends with him, right?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, listen, but you know what? What you're saying is not even necessarily wrong, because I really think Mistim has done great work with Young Ninjas, and I'm going to say it from my POV as well, so it doesn't just sound like it's coming from a South African boy, right? Cheers, like, genuinely. What I've seen from Young Ninjas toward the end of their tenure together, I think Spray worked really well with the team. I think Kaspersky's obviously going to be moving on as well. Like, he's been baiting contract sign emojis on Twitter, right? Like, he's obviously was a very important part of that team. Apparently the rumor is Ents, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously these sort of players are moving on, and obviously that was helped in part thanks to Mistim, sort of bringing them up alongside Spray. So I really like that NIP have gone this route, rather than picking up another IGL that might just be destined to fail, if you get what I mean. Like, so many really good IGLs that have worked elsewhere that just, haven't worked on an IP and have worked then since after. It's really weird, right? And I guess that's where the "your time on NIP does not count" meme comes from. I think there's multiple players that we could use that with. But you know what? This current roster, as I kind of said to you when we looked at it, it just looks, even from looking at it on paper, the most promising yet.
2-0 Ecstatic.
Lol.
They're just doing it to be a contrarian now. Get out of here.
Oh,
right,
God. Actual predictions, guys. Matt, you say 2-0, and Brandon says 2-0 static.
NIP, stand by it, yeah.
Are you standing
Yeah,
by that,
why
Brandon,
not?
or are you trolling?
Yeah, it'll be
No,
fine.
he's trolling because he chose NIP in the Discord to do our predictions, but I still appreciate it anyway. It's
Okay.
It's fun when
Fair
we've got opposite perspectives coming into it.
Yeah,
Means
look, I
that
do it for the
there's, banter on the
entertainment,
line.
guys.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough. They did
What
just...
about you, Trav? No. You're not
NIP
going to get off that
2-1.
easy, mate.
NIP 2-1.
Okay, there we go.
NIP 2-1.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. We won't have a 2-0 ever, so it will be a 2-1.
Okay, so I said 2-1 first, though, so I win. And now I'm the host, so I'm going to throw it to a
Cool.
break because there are technical issues. See you in a few minutes.
It's taken a little bit longer than what we would have liked, but we have finally kicked off this first game of the day. NIP unfortunately have to field a stand-in. As far as we know, for now, it's only for map 1. Yocab from Young Ninja standing in for Maxter, but we don't have much time to talk about that because we're already straight into the pistol round.
And they're going in A immediately. A 1-for-1 trade, but it means there has to be a retake, and there's limited utility. You've got one flash on Mistum, and that is it. So he's got to make sure that this is precise. Nixon's already playing anti, looking at the floor. A-Static are ready.
Yeah, they're super well prepared for what's coming their way. Fairly one-dimensional from NIP on the retake. Numbers through heaven and towards A, and they actually will be able to turn it into an even numbers game, but the problem is there's a huge flank from TMB, and the CTs are never going to anticipate this, although Mistum's taken Unlele down. Problem is he doesn't have a kit, so there's no chance for him any longer. Gonna have to accept his fate. Nice shot to at least get the kill, but it will be the Danes who open up their account first.
Interesting. TMB has just fist bumped. I hope it's his teammates, not just random people he's pretending.
I think it's his mom and dad just chilling on either side.
Go on, TMB! But that's fun. I say this every time I watch TMB. Mate, what is going on with your view model? How can you enjoy CS with that? I
can't even say it's the Quake view model because Quake was before his time. He's only 22 years old, so I don't know, man. Someone needs to have a conversation with him.
Maybe it's his dad's account. His dad used to play Quake. Isaac.
There we go.
Oh, finds Nixon on the fadeaway, but A-Static are down vents immediately. There are 2 players here for NIP, but again, we're only working with pistols.
Yeah, but a good little read coming through from NIP to have players in towards this lower bomb site. Missed him 2 shots, gets the frag, and he gets the kill on Nut as well. My goat starts it off very well here on Nuke. 5 frags found so far, and it looks like the force buy could be enough to get NIP across the line.
Damn, okay.
Haven't really had a chance here, Brandon, to talk about Yocab and Maxter. It sucks, really, that we don't get to see the NIP roster at full strength coming into this game.
True, it is. But Yocab and Mistum have worked together before, so
yes,
that's at least a little bit of synergy. That was a nice little silent drop from Cristal to get down there. Feels like Mistum will get the kill. No, he won't. Sorry, Mistum. I've literally cursed you. A couple of these players are low. A couple being Yocab, and that's it. And there is armor. 30 seconds left. Yocab might die here, but instead he turns around, hits the headshot. Cristal can't get the bomb out the vent. And Mistum is 5-1. You gotta be a happy bunny.
Absolutely. Loving what I'm seeing coming through from him. He is a very selfless player, so you'll often see him sacrificing himself to just try and enable his teammates, and I hope that that doesn't, you know, it shouldn't be his entire mentality all the time, because he is very skilled as an individual as well, and he needs to back himself. Needs to have some confidence in his own ability too. Either way, great way for NIP to answer back here after losing to the pistols. Win the force buy, and it's going to be a force in response here, but it doesn't look as good as the previous force buy from the CT side.
They're sort of playing GoldenEye now. TMB. Oh, well, I guess we're not playing anything in round 3 for TMB. As Wrinkle just deletes him. Mistum swings. This is always going to be the expected outcome you would feel, unless the scout of Cristal can pop off and do anything significant. Oh, that's a tag, but not the follow-up. There are a couple of players low here, Mistum being one of them and now removed, but it's a numbers game. Quantity.
You also want more than damage if you're ecstatic, right?
Yeah,
because
you want
spent
bomb
all
down.
your money. Yeah.
Where is the bomb? Okay, close to them, but nowhere near a site. They gotta go. I know they're scared, but they're just, it feels like they're just hanging around a little bit too long. And by that point, look at Rez, for example. He's already gone on a little adventure. You've got players that can quickly rotate down. They're trying to fake out that they've gone into secret. But it doesn't matter because Rez has got all of lobby. This is only a matter of time before the round gets chalked up in NIP's favour.
Yeah, should be no way back into this one for Ecstatic. It would require something remarkable out of these Desert Eagles, and Jocab with the Mac 10 can just chew them up and spit them out First frag is free on the low health player. Nixon with the scout. Actually hits the instant headshot. Rez with no respect will jump into the angle. And he finds the frag. Good work coming through from NIP. Able to weather the storm against the force fire. Now, Brandon, I'd like to get your take on what I said in the pregame in terms of how NIP have had very established IGLs over the past few years in Alexi B and then Alex. And now they've got someone like Mistim who's, I mean, I wouldn't say at all in the infancy of his career as an IGL, but he certainly is in the earlier stages, and he's still figuring out his identity and his style and just ironing things out, right? So do you think it'll work out better for NIP that they have an IGL who can probably mold himself a little bit better because he is still quite malleable to the strengths of the players that are in the team, as opposed to bringing his own very set way of calling in the game?
I actually do. Oh dear. I actually do think so. Because it's not just the IGL change, it also comes with a coach change, and they've worked together before, right? It's not like... Will they get the bomb down? No. It's not like you've had the featured established IGLs come over, and then the change of the guard with the coaching changes. I think we had Exist on here for a little bit as well. So...
Yeah, and then DJL, I think.
Yeah, and DJL. So you've got, the thing is, you're trying to put ideas that have worked previously into players that it might not work best for them, and then you're trying to impose a different system. I'm not saying it was any of the IGL's fault, I'm not saying it was the coach's fault, but what I am saying is where you've got this new combo that are hungry and that are new and will be probably a little bit more receptive to ideas, I think that's a very interesting concept for NIP.
Right, well, Ecstatic look to just put the pedal to the metal here as they force their way in towards the safe bomb site, and it's brilliant opening kills. Isaac and Jocab both go down without finding anything in response. So that's round over already, just off the bat, 5 versus 3. If you're Muslim, you want to get out of dodge here, carry the guns over. Wrinkle will give him a free path to safety. Still just spamming the smoke right now, seeing if he can maybe find a kill here that could give them a way back into the round, but... just think they're better off carrying the guns over from here. And I actually like that round a lot from Ecstatic. I think that's a statement in their first gun round here on the T side, just in terms of forcing the issue into the A bomb site. I guess they've identified Jocab's playing A as well, so they want to test that sort of synergy between himself and Isaac.
To be honest, I think when you're also playing against NIP that have not played any officials for a month, that have not got any good results as well when they've played Nuke previously, at least according to HLTV, and where you are integrating a new coach and a new IGL just into the ranks, I think it's a very good move for Ecstatic just to limit test the A-pop, limit test the ramp rushes, all of the fundamentals to see what works and what doesn't. Because, do you know what, I'll say something incredibly bold. I think for this entire first half, Ecstatic can just A-pop every single round, and I think they'd get like 70% of the rounds.
Yeah, it's definitely something that NIP are going to have to try and figure out, because you can just continue to use that strat as the T side if the CTs haven't been able to stop you. And it can be really difficult to stop that sort of a play as well, so...
That's what I'd do, and I'm not a pro. I'd just go, alright, let's go A. Excellent work, guys. Let's go A.
Run it back. You know what, guys? I've got an idea for this round. I think we should go A.
It didn't work this one time out of 6, but you know what? I think we should do it again.
I mean, yeah, it's all about whether NIP can stop them. NIP are going to have to force Ecstatic to dig a little bit deeper than that, right? And Ecstatic, well, you couldn't blame them if they just kept up with that as their main theme of approach here on this T side. They're trying to hammer home on that A-bomb side. Anyway, weapons in play here once again for NIP. And the adjustment is that there's an extra player here. Okay, goodbye, Isaac.
That was instant. Good combo with the spam, the HG.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah.
Oh!
Shot.
Oh my god. Alright, well, bye Wrinkle. This has been incredibly direct out of Ecstatic. And TMB's making so much noise, this drags the attention outside, and then you can just hit ramp. This is a brilliant round. Again, you're just manipulating all these rotations if you're TMB and the T side. Look, Yokap and Rez are so tunnel visioned on this play, and they're already out ramp, and they've got no idea NIP. Oh my god.
What a shot. Andele just shift walks into the angle, decapitates Rez. And this is a statement. I mean, the previous round win was decent from Ecstatic, but this one here is going to go a long way in actually hurting NIP. Jocab and Mistim have to stay alive here, you know. And they can both, if they can both carry the guns over, the rest of the team can buy, and they'll have a full arsenal of weapons in the next round. But I think Ecstatic will feel pretty damn good about the way they've been able to open up here on Nuke, their map pick.
Let's start adding a little bit of context in as well. And that is, if you're just joining us and you're watching NIP, and you were here, you're ready for the full roster. It's not the full roster because Jocab is subbing in for Maxter for at least the first map. This is also an NIP 0% success rate on Nuke in the last 3 months. And this is the first time the team has played in a HLTV capacity since they've had a new coach and a new IGL. So if we're being realistic here, guys, Nuke is probably not the map that they're going to win. And it would look even more impressive if they did take Nuke. There you go. I did my little
Set the
public
table.
service announcement for you. So I know you're a big NIP shill.
Of course, naturally. Comes with the territory. Sapphirs stand together.
I can't even see Wrinkle's head there in that replay, and I've looked twice.
Yeah, it was a great shot from TMB. I mean, he's always had a decent level as an IGL, an individual level. Not been like a crazy star fragger, but always able to sort of hold his own. Good in the clutch as well. Very reliable. I feel like it's been a while since we've actually seen him settle down in a team. Kind of floated around, trialed for a couple different rosters.
Was he on that Copenhagen Flames team with Bertram Sky?
Yeah, I think he was. That was when they had like 3 different IGLs in the same team, no?
Yeah, and they were still winning everything. It makes sense. All the brains all meshed into one flowing network. And you got Wrinkle dying again outside. Isaac's looking to push, and he's now been spotted by Nixon. Rez will come forward with an AWP in towards ramp, and there's a lot of space that's now been offered up to Ecstatic outside, but Jocab and Isaac find kills apiece.
Really good to see that they're making moves right now on the CT side, and they haven't just kind of gone into a shell after that opening kill comes through. Earns them a man advantage, but Ecstatic have already got some very forward positions here early on in the round. I don't think they're going to expect TMB to come through from heaven, even in the slightest. I mean, Jocab kind of peering in this direction, but the angle's not going to be favorable for him. TMB spotted out here by the dead vent player, so at least the CTs now have the info.
Yeah, but this is all a fake. This is
Yeah, I was
always a
gonna say.
fake. You keep 3 players up here. Rez, nice flick. But now you know about 4, potentially. So now you can just go B if you're Ecstatic. Sure, it's a 2v4, but if you can isolate these fights quite quickly, there's definitely a way into turning this round into your favor.
Oh, and it starts off nicely here in the post plants as Christo is able to take down the rampaging Mistim. No trade immediately available. Christo's got another. I'm getting scared, Brandon. Jocab is going to try and come in to help the situation, but he will go down to Anlele as well, and the 4v2 falls flat on its face. Disaster.
That was quite poor in the retake attempt there. I think Trav will have a lot to say about that one, because that was a 2 versus 4 where you've got 2 players that go single, and you've got Rez trying to break the smoke. Fine. You're trying to cause attention there for Cristal to peek ramp and not single door. But why are your single door players not just swinging together? Why are we having one guy go into an AWP and then like, oh, it's an AWP, and then they don't peek together? Why is Rez not taking the aggressive move of maybe walking through the smoke in that moment to at least guarantee a trade? Like, there's so many different things here that are happening where it's incredibly individual. Because you're in a 4v2 there, let's be real, you shouldn't be losing rounds like this.
They also still had plenty of time to play with in the retake once they actually started to force
Exactly.
the issue into the bomb site as well. They could have waited for the smoke's ramp to fade so that even if Rez didn't peek, the threat was there for Christo. And Wrinkle with that AWP is dead. This is looking pretty bleak right now for NIP. These rounds that they've been losing, they've actually been getting demolished. I mean, I know that the 4v2 in the previous, but even from there it fell apart very quickly. Concerning signs early on here.
They can save double AWP, which I suppose is fun. Because obviously this was the saved AWP from Rez, and then they found Cristal. So they've gained an extra one. And to be honest, with the money the way it is for Ecstatic, I think you can throw and Analele into it, but otherwise you keep the AKs. You know the buy's a little bit muddier for NIP, so you don't want to give them any of their AKs. I don't even think you're going to be able to save and deny these AWPs. So, sure, it's another good round for Ecstatic. That's your teammate, Isaac.
Oh, no way, bro. Maybe if he wasn't so busy just tracking his teammate's head, he could have moved a little bit further away from the bomb site. I don't know, just an idea. Did he have Kevlar, or was it just the Julies?
I don't think so.
Alright, then we don't mind as much.
I'll tell you what, from a concern POV, this is now NIP using 2 timeouts in 8 rounds. This is NIP having their in-game leader top of the board with their stand-in.
Not what you would have expected coming into this at all, but it's early days yet. Still certainly time to recover.
And quote me if I'm wrong, but I think Wrinkles only had like 1 AWP kill.
Has he had one yet? Rez has gotten one.
Yeah, it was back garage to top main.
Okay, alright. Oh yes, of course, that was an exit frag essentially. So it wasn't even an impactful frag, right? That was when they already committed to the save.
No, I think they'd won. I don't know. Anyway, it wasn't impactful.
Alright. Either way. Big gun round here for NIP to put a stop to the momentum that Ecstatic has found. 4 rounds in a row for the T side, and it looks like they're setting up for another big burst in towards the safe bomb site. Util going to be raining on in. NIP with a job to do. They've struggled to deal with this hit already in the past. They've got 3 players here this time round though. Extra man could make the difference. TMB wants to go through the molly as it starts to fade. The flash is perfect. Again, the defense will be completely overwhelmed. JoeCab desperately trying to hold his own, and he buys enough time for the rotations to come through.
This is now brutal because the bomb is just in the middle of sight. And actually, NIP will give Ecstatic the luxury of being able to collect it. Wrinkle's made his way through main. You got double AWPs here on this retake, and Wrinkle just takes a massive gamble. He pushes the main smoke, pure contact, loses his life. That's the freest kill in the world for Nixon. And for Rez, oh, it's a leg shot, so Nixon will just sprint away. You feel like you got to go for this. That was nearly the connection. Through the wall into hut, but time is now elapsing. You haven't got a defuse kit. You can't go for this anymore. So Rez will get on out of there. Ecstatic, a good timing to go for this A-pop again, because not only in the last couple of rounds you've been conditioning outside in these ramp hits, there's also a round in which NIP have just reinvested again. They had no util to defend after the initial volley of top hut, squeaky mollies. Like, you just couldn't do anything. And these flashbangs were sublime out of Ecstatic.
Yeah, so good. And I also like the timing on the hit there. TMB goes through the molly when there's about a second left on it, and that maybe just catches NIP slightly off guard, maybe a tad earlier than they would have expected. But as you say, the support of util was beautiful coming through there from Ecstatic. The T side that they're piecing together is very convincing. I wouldn't say that it's just individuals popping off that's getting the job done. These are well-constructed rounds coming through from Ecstatic.
It's Danish CS.
Yeah, true. Absolutely it is. Alright, well, Christo job to do here. Takes Wrinkle down. AWP will be recovered here by Rez. And he's going to step into the angle, but he receives the same treatment. Christo, best AWPer in the world. Confirmed.
I'll tell you what, his form has been phenomenal since TMB joined this team. And it was even good before that. JoeCab has scaled into lobby, but it doesn't matter. It's Isaac here that's in the power spot. And he could drop the bomb. Nut will fall. Nixon's also revealed that he's here. Isaac finds a meaningful double. That's the player advantage for NIP. At least it was for a moment.
Good work out of Nlele to dispatch of Isaac. Was never going to expect another player to come through from there. Was Isaac. JoeCab now tries to get in on the act as well. Himself and Mistum, the 2 young ninjas, ex-teammates combining here. JoeCab, oh, you can't. He's done that before, just shift walking forward. You've got to have a little step out on that angle. Nate will finish off the job on Christo though, and Mistum's already preempted the rotation from Nlele into the safe bomb site. Absolutely on the money. Molly will confirm his suspicions, and he's just going to go straight through right now. Loud and proud, Mistum through the flames, looking to force this gunfight, full of confidence right now. Nlele looking to avoid him, and eventually he will step out and finish off the job. Nice effort there from Mistum, but unfortunately goes in vain.
I'm right there with you, because I think that's the right play. You run through the molly, you put yourself in an uncharacteristic position in that 1v1. Like, the last thing you expect is the guy to run through the molly and try and take that fight. But I think Lele played it really well. But as soon as these kills get locked in, the AWP is able to survive 2 different players on the AWP from 2 different elevations. Round done. Isaac tries his best to drop the bomb, delay as much as possible. But it's Lele just doing all of the damage, even winning out the clutch in the end. This is 70 rounds. Something we've not even spoken about yet. 70 rounds for Ecstatic. This is looking fantastic.
Yeah, and 6 have come in a row. Plenty momentum behind them right now.
What I will say as well, though, is that a new team often will struggle on the CT side, because it's a lot easier in your scrims to be able to choreograph things to do on the attack. I feel like CT is a lot more reactive, a lot more what's going on in the game. Yokab is now creeping forward. Rez wants to give it a go in towards ramp, and Yokab gives him the room to do so. He could even deal with Nixon, but Nixon's holding for him now. Cristal wasn't.
Rez does find a frag. It looks like he's not too keen to fall back because they're down by a man. He wants to try and fight forward, and he's got Wrinkle in his back pocket right now to work in tandem. Nixon knows that he's going to be coming through from there. Wrinkle just forces the fight and is actually able to find the frag. Down to another 1v1, and Lele won a 1 versus 1 in the round just before this. Can he do it again? Looks like Wrinkle is going to phase through the smoke here, and Lele didn't catch a glimpse of that, and I think that gives Wrinkle an edge now in the clutch.
It's just going to go all the way around. I really like this from Wrinkle.
Yeah, me too. Big brain.
He's gone, okay, you can have the bomb. Now for Lele, do you go down Ven, or do you go A? Because I feel like if you go A...
Going down veins, surely.
Surely you have to go down the Ven. It's all about timing, and he doesn't. Wrinkle's won this.
Oh, there we go. Angle will come through, and Lele realized his heart sunk into his stomach there as he saw Wrinkle emerge out of mini. NIP finally get themselves back to winning ways, courtesy of Rez and Wrinkle combining with that ramp push.
Really good work from both of them. And what's great here is that Rez, he waits for Wrinkle, and he lets him take the contact, and then he's stuck in the corner at ramp to be able to then swing close and be an unexpected element for NIP. That was well worked in tandem between the two of them, but it shouldn't have to require a bailout from the individual members. TMB's just made it down the vent. How do we have such good camera How do we have such good camera angles for Ecstatic, and then we've got Nixon, where we just see like 2 pixels of his forehead?
That's a good question. Clearly sits quite close to his screen, I guess. Oh yeah, I like that. The hair cam, man.
Well, it works.
Like,
he gave Wrinkle a haircut.
Yeah.
I think TMB is going to get the kill on Mistum here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Mistum to adjust, that's for sure, but he catches a glimpse. That gives him a little bit of a head start on the gunfight, and Mistum racks up 3. Isaac will step in to mop up the last kill, and that's a brilliant individual effort coming through from Mistum.
Yeah, go on, pick him up. Go, go, go.
Go on, boy. Mistum on the biggest stage here. NIP colors, can you believe it? A huge triple kill. Oh my god. It's going to help the team win their 5th round. Mistum, he's a god.
What a UK's finest.
Oh.
It's even started with
this. Keep myself safe.
It's all started with that beautiful headshot as well from Nixon. Just we were giving him a little bit of a jab about his webcam. And then Mistum steps up. I honestly thought TMB was going to get the jump on him, but there was a player coming down the vent at the same time, which forces TMB into the fight preemptively, and he's not ready to sort of set himself up on the angle onto Mistum. Great work from the in-game leader. You said they needed 5, they've got 5, and now they're sprinting in A.
And Ecstatic are sprinting into NIP as well. They're really looking to take the fights. Have they realized that they've flipped to the defensive half of the map right now? I'm not entirely convinced that they have. Okay. Rez left alone. Just going to get rounded on by Christo. And that's the perfect start to the second half here for Ecstatic.
And again, I think this will be the game plan of Ecstatic. We saw them limit test and condition to then hit A again on that T side. I think the entire objective here for Ecstatic, if you're going up against a team that's gone through a lot of change, is just to upset them on their default and disrupt it as much as possible. Because if you can't get your game plan flow in, you're going to struggle. And Ecstatic love to push. They are a very aggressive team.
Yeah, and you know that NIP haven't been able to go through the motions and sort of, you know, develop the protocols necessary to deal with those aggressive players coming through from the CT side. These are like sort of the first times they're going to have been dealing with these situations in officials. So
exactly.
To try and figure out the solution on the fly is going to be very challenging.
And also, it's one of those where if you don't give them any room to breathe, they've got no idea how your default works and no idea what their default will actually achieve when it comes to map control. Your cab shot at TMB, and he does spot 2 players, but he gets no damage as a result. And this is just a free farm. Yummy, yummy. It was always going to be this way.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Look, it was nuke.
I mean, it was
nuke.
True, but it was also 3-1 for NIP at one stage, and it looked like they'd gotten off to a nice start, but the gun rounds have just been so good for Ecstatic, as we're going to get into another one now. And this is obviously a must-win gun round for the T side as well. Keen to see what Mistim's going to be calling here in this round. You know that you come into this as the T side and you have to win it. And I always love to see what an IGL concocts in a round of this nature when there's so much on the line. What does he fall back on? What does he have the most belief and faith in such an important round?
It's just going to be your outside smokes. You let Rez lurk. And then you can maybe spin it into a main take. This is very passive right now, Mistim. I think he's setting up a flash to accommodate this main push, or at least in towards Garage. The spam good on Isaac, but Rez is in main. And then they're going to go off the back of it.
Oh, Christo, job to do here, all by his lonesome, playing behind the silo, able to get 2, and Lele steps out on the timing. NIP, the all-important gun round, has fallen flat on its face. Mistim and Wrinkle to try and save the day, but surely this one's too far gone, and this is against the bonus round, Brandon. This is against MP9s and 2 M4s. If you're not winning rounds like this as the T side, then how on earth are you going to beat a full gun round?
They weren't ready to go. The A players weren't ready to go with the main hit, because you've got Mistim doing the flashbangs. Rez is already in main before the mollies even hit the deck on that A site. And then you've not got anyone about to go through hut at the same time as Rez is in towards second vent. So the idea is sound from NIP. The fact that they're able to get into main in the first place, brilliant. But you need to have that second element, and they just weren't on the same page. Nixon deals with Wrinkle. The bomb can go down. This is great. However, you can't find any kills off the back of it. There's one casualty there for Ecstatic. They've got double digits, and you're struggling now if you're NIP.
Yeah, massively. I mean, it's the 11th hour. Code Red. Going to be really tough for them to try and reconcile this situation. I need to send Mistim some advice, and that is to never check his message requests on Twitter now that he's joined the NIP main team, because obviously this the org has been in a rough run of form for a long time now, and I think there's some professional NIP haters out there, and Mistim inherits that as the new IGL of the team, so gonna have to cut that extra noise out, I reckon. How are you feeling about that NIP prediction, Brandon?
I mean, I said Ecstatic on the broadcast.
Yeah, but that's not where it matters, does it? That's not the one that everyone will remember. It's not the one that's going to go on social media, on the graphics, be plastered all over Twitter.
Will remember it, so it's fine. If anything, all we say is just words, and they're all meaningless anyway.
Fair enough.
That was just hold mouse 1 and hope, and TMB just collects kills. That was honestly nothing special. That was just mouse 1. Oh, I've got 3. Round done. How are you feeling about Ancient now? I'll say that.
Concerned. I really hope we're going to get Maxter back in the server, not because I think Yocab's been a glaring issue, but just so that NIP can have their full strength roster to play with here coming into at least one of the maps. But based on what I've seen so far here on Nuka, I am very concerned about Ancient. It doesn't really matter what the map is at this point.
I think it's been worrying that Wrinkle's CT side AWP wasn't like that effective. The one meaningful round that he won for NIP, he was on a rifle, and it was a clever sort of round for him to win in that 1v2. But it wasn't like an AWP like insane moment that we sort of associate with Wrinkle. I think Rez has looked okay. And Isaac, all I remember from Isaac is a double kill in towards lower B. Like, this has been one to forget for NIP. And it just sounds like I'm a massive NIP hater, and I'm really not. So I really want this team to do well, and I think it's such a shame that this organisation has not had success in such a long time. And you always think about NIP, you think about the glory days, and suddenly it's just not working. I like the idea of this project, but you got to understand as well that this is their first officials. This will take time to spin up into something greater.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Context is very important right now in terms of how you look at this NIP roster and how you perceive them.
Also, you got Analele, who is on 19 kills. Like, he's just been farming.
Yeah, he has been bossing it so far on the server. Very impressive out of him.
If you want to be really horrible, you could also say that this is basically a 4v5 because Nutnut's got 2 kills.
Yeah, but he's throwing utility. I don't know, man. I gotta find something here to try and not paint the picture.
There we go.
Bleaker here for NIP, but there we go. He has gone a long way in improving those numbers with the triple, and this was the gun round from NIP as well. They try to keep things simple and direct and head into ramp, but they get emphatically shut down, and Ecstatic are up to map point.
I just wanted to speak his name because they were going towards ramp, and I was like, yeah, he might get some kills there. And he did. I think also boot camp buff is going to help Ecstatic a lot. I would imagine this is probably one of the first boot camps this team's got as well, or this team's had since TMB's come in. Most definitely, but also probably in a little bit.
Well, let's see if they can finish it off in dominant fashion here. Certainly would be a great way for Ecstatic to start off their run here in the playoffs. Taking a scalp like NIP would be a massive boost for them. Just the name value alone goes a long way. Yet to win a round on the C side are NIP. Will Ecstatic go flawless to finish off the job? Looks like they're going to try and head back into ramp. I guess the logic here is that they went ramp last time, it failed. Ecstatic not going to expect NIP to try it again. You've got Christo on the angle. A slow peek from Jocab. Again, shift walking into the angle costs him his life.
Oh, that flashbang's brutal. Cristal doesn't peek though. He's deeply nestled in towards back B. You've got TMB coming to support. So A is a little bit vulnerable because it's just Nixon here. And you have got Rez lurking in towards main, and that smoke could telegraph his arrival. Double swing looks really good, but it's Nixon instead that gets basically 2 kills. Player advantage still with Ecstatic, but that is temporarily short-lived. Up the vent goes TMB, but Rez on the adjustment snaps necks, and he does everything to extend play for NIP.
Oh, okay, that looks a whole lot better. What a recovery coming through from them. Good mid-round and good decision-making, and great frags coming through from Rez in particular, who has to stand tall here, right? He has to be the one to take that responsibility on his shoulders and just try and relieve the burden on some of his teammates around him. Okay, well, that is the first step here for NIP on the T side. Can they use that momentum to continue the fight back here? Kind of improve the mood in the camp. Maybe give Maxter some more time to resolve his issues as well before map 2. Lele out in the open, off angle, will continue to push forward off the back of that frag, and that's because he's got support.
Oh, that's awesome. He's very sharp mechanically, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a very talented player as an individual, and that's why I was saying earlier, I don't want him to just become a sacrificial lamb in the team here, but also back himself.
Oh, this is weird, isn't it? Cristal in the smoke, Isaac in the smoke. The barrel protrudes enough to give Isaac the leverage. A 2v3, but with Cristal making that play, he is sort of setting up Nut to be unconfirmed and unknown in this position. NIP take a pause, they pump the brakes, they wait for a mistake to be made, but Ecstatic are doing exactly the same. Wrinkle comes over to get in position for ramp, and this could undo Nut right at the back of rafters. Oh no. At least you know he's there, and Wrinkle makes no mistake on the second shot.
Okay, well, NIP, it's taken them a while, but they're breathing some life into this T side right now. 5 rounds in a row from here required. It's not impossible, not unfathomable for them to actually force it into overtime from here.
Money's not going to be great either. We're not done yet, and I think this is good for NIP. You're making it look a little bit more competitive. You're feeling like you're in the map a little bit more, and they're not giving up hope. Okay, I lied. There is enough money for another purchase here for Ecstatic, so the job doesn't really get any easier. But you get over this hurdle. You remember Ecstatic will be buying here on 2-stage loss bonus. There's every world you can reset.
Alright, well, let's see if they can. You win this 12-8, play against an Eco 12-9. Even at that point, you're just feeling better about the game as a whole, right? The map being a bit more competitive because they were getting steamrolled up until the previous 2 rounds. Static, they're going to want to finish this off here and now. And Lele continues to be the man who looks for these opening kills on the CT side. A bit of a playmaker, if you will. He's got Cristo to support him at range and takes down his opposite number.
Cristal's been really good at just hitting these instant shots. Like, Wrinkle hasn't had a chance. Alalele also just follows up, and meanwhile, look, TMB, Nut, they've got all of lobby. So map control, well and truly established, 2-player advantage as well for Ecstatic, and this is even without mentioning that Cristal hits that shot on Mistem. Everything's fallen apart. I think the life forces are draining for NIP here on Nuke. Cristal is just killing everyone, and between him and Analele, it is the full house of NIP talent. They try their best to extend play. They do make it look and feel a little bit more competitive towards the end, but ultimately, Ecstatic were always in control.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 rounds there, some very slight signs of positivity for NIP, but you got to sing the praises of Ecstatic from start to finish on Nuke. They just looked like a really well-rounded unit. You wouldn't say that they were a team who added a new IGL under 2 weeks ago. You can see they've been working very hard at their game, and clearly they've transitioned quite smoothly from, you know, Torsen moving across to another team and bringing TMB in. I was a little bit speculative, but I liked what I saw from them. Can they keep it up? We're going to get into Ancient soon, but before that, we got Mr. Trav to break it all down.
That was just incredibly solid from Ecstatic. I think that every single decision they made in the game was pretty much the right one until maybe a few rounds at the end there. I think NIP were... I mean, I'm just going to tell you guys the facts right now about the NIP situation. Firstly, all the praise deserves to go to Ecstatic. This is a map they know. A Danish stack on Nuke, like, it goes without saying. Even the lower levels of Counter-Strike, they know. The teams from Denmark on Nuke know what they're doing, and Ecstatic have always been good on it. But for NIP, every single, like, sure, there have been some slight changes with the roster, different iterations, different, you know, bits and pieces going on. But I'm going to just talk to you about dating back to April. how bad NIP's nuke has been. This is the job that Mistum has now got on his hands, right? They beat Furia at Yellow Compass in June, 13-7. They beat what is now the core of the Favbet team in the Yongshipping qualifiers in April. Other than that, every single game on Nuke, NIP have lost with whatever roster they've put forward. Heroic twice, Monty, Gun5, Mongols twice, BetBoom, Sam P, and Monty. And in all the losses, every single loss, which is 9 of them, they did not get more than 10 rounds. That really does maybe tell the tale that NIP's nuke is not great. And also, it's very surprising that their nuke isn't good, because if you remember, of course, in the Alex era, when he was on the team, Alex on Movistar Riders, sure, maybe he called it around himself quite a lot on that team, and that's probably maybe one of the reasons Movistar did so good on nuke. But he owned the outside position on nuke. He was the most pivotal player in that role. So I would say it's quite a big surprise that they didn't get any nuke results at all, really, with the previous roster. So Mistum's got, as I said, a lot of work on his hands. Of course, it's a difficult situation to have a debut where you're really excited to go for it, spray the coach. You got Mistum in for the first time. Like, yes, that's our first proper HLTV official with a new roster. And Maxter has some technical issues, which means that they have to use another academy player in Yokab. And I like Yokab. I didn't think he did that badly at all, deserves to be said. But I think the one thing that should be mentioned is that I had one main criticism of Yokab on the academy roster for NIP Young Ninjas, is he was prone to a little bit of over-peaking, and I think the inexperience was evident, whereas for some youngsters it's maybe not as evident, if you get what I mean. So for me, Ecstatic were always going to be the team to win that game every single day of the week, not just because of NIP's poor history on the map, but because of the stand-in situation too. Map 2 could be completely different. This is where NIP have actually got respectable maps and reps on it. Of course, it is ancient, and I think even though Ecstatic do play that map, and they actually do play it quite a lot, it's their like 3rd or 4th most played in recent times, 16 times last 3 months. NIP have so much more recent results on it. It remains to be seen if Maxter will be back in the server or not yet. Once I get confirmation of that, I'll obviously put a message in chat for you guys. But for now, they could be playing with Yokab again. If that's the case, I would still even favour NIP ever so slightly. I think we really could go to a decider on Vertigo, and if we do, I think that'd be a pretty interesting matchup. But they've got a lot of work to do. Ecstatic seemingly ahead in every single department, and TMB are calling a great game. Even though Nut had a slow performance, it didn't seem to matter. So great stuff from NIP, or from Ecstatic, sorry. We need to see great stuff from NIP in Map 2, because this is a poor start with the new team, and maybe not the start they would have wanted when they're sort of a man down in a way. And so frustrating, of course, considering you waited so long to play with the new roster. We'll see if they can bounce back in a few minutes' time.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Not amazing signs for NIP on map 1, based obviously, of course, on the fact that they had to play with a stand-in Yokab, and I regret to inform you guys, for any NIP enjoyers out there, even though I do think they're going to have a pretty good chance on map 2, because historically, not with Mistem, but historically they have been very good on it. They have to continue to play with them as Maxter hasn't fixed his technical problems. So, very awkward debut for this new roster, Matt.
Yeah, unfortunate, right? Because they would have been hyped, you know, woke up today knowing they had a big game lined up, you know, can start to show everybody what they've been working on, what they've been grinding on, and they only found out like a few minutes before the game was supposed to start that Maxter wouldn't be here, right? So it certainly does shake things up. Kind of saw some signs on Nuke, you know, I'd say winning those 2 rounds on the T side were convincing, but there was just they were too far gone to ever really stand a chance of making the comeback happen, and now they have their work cut out for them because they don't want to just get steamrolled by Ecstatic 2-0 here, right? They want to at least put up a fight.
Yeah, and recent games for Ecstatic, of course, on Ancient, you know, I mentioned they've got a pretty 50-50 win rate. Yeah, NIP are a little bit better on it lately, but Ecstatic have obviously got more reps under their belt with the changes they've had recently. I mean, they beat Monty Gen. Beating Monty Gen is actually a decent result. They got one over Permitter. I think with the new roster they managed to get one over. Okay, never mind. They lost to Navi Junior. Never mind. It wasn't a win. It was a loss. It was actually a bad loss to Navi Junior. But we know Navi Junior are kind of slapping right now, so I can understand that one. Brandon, can you tell me what Ecstatic did really well in map 1 that you're looking to see them repeat on Ancient?
Feels like a test. Yeah, no, what was good about Ecstatic was that everyone was being incredibly dynamic. They were stopping NIP from really getting established and doing anything that they wanted. Also, the conditioning on T side was just superb. I think the timing of when they hit A was at the right economic breakpoints, to the point where NIP didn't have utility. And it was off the back of a couple of rounds where you've conditioned that you want to go for this outside control in towards a ramp hit. Therefore, you've got players that are dragged out on the extremity, and it leaves A, the squishy little middle bit where it's so vulnerable. And I think they did a really good job just on that T side. They set themselves up for success. And then CT, it felt pretty convincing. Ancient's coming up now. And yeah, I'm a little bit concerned, but this is, again, just to kind of harp on your point a bit, Trav, the NIP's results is with a different core, sure, but you've got wins against FaZe on this map at Pro League, you've got wins against Heroic, like, they're no slouches on this map either, like, this should be a good contest between the two of them.
Yeah, and like even having Mistem as a completely different caller in play, obviously a completely different coach in Spray as well, deserves to be said. It doesn't mean they've completely forgotten what's gone before, right? Like they should have a little bit more of a better understanding of Ancient compared to Nuke if we just go by results alone. Because you know that's just that Nuke record that I spoke about in the little post-map portion is so dire. As I kind of mentioned, like Mistem's got a lot of work on his hand to try and find a way to fix their Nuke. But you know, Ancient, as you say, important middle ground map in the scene, probably the most important one for many teams to make it as competitive as possible. But like NIP have done that. I think the most important thing as well for NIP is that Rez did look like he was ramping up a bit toward the end of map 1, right, individually. There was that one round where he snapped up toward the rafters, headshot beautifully. So all of that from Rez wouldn't go amiss, and we'll see if they can bounce back thanks to any help from him and the rest of NIP. We're going to be going into Ancient, and I'll see you after.
Bye-bye. See you later, Trav.
Bye!
What is it with
Based
NIP's
on what we
logo?
saw, yeah.
It's just white. Where's the classic, like, greeny, lemony colour wave?
That's a good question. Hopefully, we'll see some more color in the server compared to what we saw on Nuke. Either way, NIP starts off on this T side, keeping things stock standard simple. Smoke short, flashes over the top, means they can get through from K for free, and there's a plan to take space. This is what you need to do on the T side. You need to give yourself close plant positions to play with, and make it difficult for the CTs to retake. Mistim goes through that smoke to help his teammates out, and this was a really well-constructed pistol round. Everything going exactly according to plan.
Yeah, so NIP, they give Ecstatic a big kiss. And by kiss, I mean keep it simple, stupid. They just rushed B, they took the space deep in towards long and short, and they made it really uncomfy for them to get involved. And this is what NIP need to do. They need to keep the basics very basic, lol, like quite literally, right? Fundamentals just need to be shown and flexed here. I think that's the best way to sort of win these games, especially in your early iterations as a roster. You keep things pretty basic, you rely on your individuals to bail you out if things get a little bit tough, but here you've got double smokes, you've got the double flashes, they've got all of mid control, they're now going towards B, they've heard, they've seen nothing, it's an A stack, and they're going to dodge it perfectly.
Yeah, they throw the smokes into middle just to try and, you know, maybe pull any attention away from a bomb site if there is a stack. Thankfully for them, they'll head into the site that's completely vacant. Now, even though NIP have got a few different players here compared to what we've seen in the past with their success on Ancients, I still expect them to be able to play to a pretty similar level to what we've seen out of them on the map in recent times. I mean, you've still got Rez, who's going to be the cave player. That's a staple. That's the most important position on the CT side. So you know that's reliable. You've got Isaac, your A anchor. Also super important. And I think the success they've had on this map has been heavily predicated off of those two players doing really well in their respective positions. So I think NIP will have a far better time of it here on Ancient than they did on Nuke. Couple frags though, 3 kills, considering NIP went into a vacant bomb site. Actually a very good return here for Ecstatic in their eco.
Take that all day long, don't you?
Absolutely.
I would like to see, in terms of the individuals for Ecstatic, I'd like to see Cristal keep up his form. I think on this map, you actually look more towards Nut and Nixon to do the damage, and you know Analele is going to be consistent. If he goes missing, though, that's where it gets a little bit dicey. I still need to see him on the scoreboard every now and then, you know? We've seen 2 B hits from NIP, and now we're going into A. Nut drops the utility, and he says, guys, it's A, I'm scared, come and help me.
He needs support, really good flashes being chained together. Nut eats 3 flashes. There is a good response here between Krista and Nlele. Able to find a frag apiece, even numbers game here. Ecstatic looking to open up their account. And they have applied enough pressure here to kind of make things a bit awkward for the T side. Nixon waits for the smoke to fade, and he'll kill the planter. How long can he actually stay alive here is the question. He could get out of dodge, but no. Actually gets the kill onto Jocab, who had his attention pulled to Temple. Great work out of Christo to be proactive, and Mistim just doesn't have any health. So he'll fall to the MP9, and Ecstatic have opened up their account.
There he is, and what he does is he slow plays it. I really like that, because he's checking to make sure the smoke is faded before he goes, that the player in Temple can come over and help out Nixon if needed. But he done his job by taking the attention away. And you can see that you've got the player at back default that was split between 2 minds. Do I fight CT? Do I fight Temple? You've got to fight the Temple player first, because that gives Mr. more room on his late flank back in towards A main. And Nixon's just able to get a double. Very simple. I like the ideas, as you mentioned, that the flashes chained together to get NIP into the site were perfect, but Analele getting kills and taking lumps out of them on the way in with Cristal, it's enough to sort of weather the storm there for Ecstatic.
And And now look at the investment coming into this next round for NIP. And Lele, Trigger Discipline, will be able to find the first. He goes for the Mac 10 carrier. Yocap with the AK will pivot and trade. Nut knows that he's low, so he does decide to just force the issue. Man advantage will persist here. Like I was saying, those kills that came through in the full eco from Ecstatic have come back to haunt NIP. Rez on a Desert Eagle and missed him on an AK. I don't know how I feel about that, to be completely honest. We'll just trust themselves together.
Ooh. It's good mid-round for Ecstatic to go for this mid-play, but if your B defense doesn't hold, then you're struggling. A 1-for-1 puts it into a 2v2, but now NOP have got space to take their after plant anywhere. And they're worried about Cave, they're worried about this flank coming in, and they're right to think that because it is coming in, but it's both players in from ramp.
The double flank going to be coming through. Do they work together, or does one player go first, maybe get a kill, go down, and then pull the attention away from his teammate, Wrinkle? Brilliant angle, finds the first for free, spots the second out, but Nixon with the nice wall bang will take Wrinkle down. No kitch here for Nixon in the retake, and he will get caught off by Rez. I like the proactivity from Rez there in the post plants as well. Not just bunkering down, but forcing the fight onto his opponents, and he comes out on top.
That B defense wasn't it. I think TMB was way too active there. If he had just tucked in towards default, also this, like, I don't know how Anlele doesn't get that kill. There's these little things that creep in there that allow NIP the way back in. The fact that you get Mistem and Rez being able to find 2 kills for the price of 1 isn't good enough on that B site, especially when Ecstatic were in that advantage. But good work from NIP to even make that a situation feel achievable in the 3-on-4. A swing from the USPs, but a collection of kills on the Mac 10. 3 you will take all day long. This is NIP feeling a lot more comfy now.
Yeah, some breathing room here. Off to a good start in the Ascendancy. Some momentum behind them to just put behind them what happened on the map before this. Another gun round here for Ecstatic to make sure that NIP don't pull too far ahead. And NIP have played a pretty active T-side. It's not like they've been playing very slow and trying to figure out how they're going to approach the round. There's clearly definitive plans here for them. It's looking good. Looking to combine with his teammates coming through from middle. That's a brilliant headshot found from him. At least TMB gets one back through the smoke, but the advantage will persist.
That was such an important kill. Because they were not clearing that corner. That would have been multi-kill territory for a player for Ecstatic. But missed him hitting that headshot. Bails out his teammates from likely death. I feel like you got to save this. You look at the money. TMB, Cristal, Nixon, they've got nothing in the bank. TMB has dropped the bomb. This changes things. This really changes things. Because Cristal in mid has now found another. Nixon's now joining to create a limited separation between him and TMB. How has this fallen apart? They were saving.
Yeah, it looked like the round was cooked. It looked like it was done and dusted. And now Wrinkle and Yocab have to go on a recovery mission. They have got time to work with. Miss shot there from Christo will afford them some room. Oh man, this is not ideal. The smoke at the bottom of mid as well. TMB has another smoke to his name.
They're not holding
Have to try to flash their way through, but Nixon just pre-fires. Great direction from him. And that's a huge dropping of the ball coming through from NIP.
I tell you what, not that they know about it, and it's not NIP's fault, but if Wrinkle not Wrinkle, the other one, contacts through the smoke, then I actually think that goes a lot better because they weren't holding it. They were not holding that smoke at all. That's scary. But that is NIP going to get the bomb, TMB hitting a great timing, and then suddenly the players that were in mid are like, oh, you're in donut, hi. And Cristal just hits an immediate flick. And from there, you cannot win the round. That one is rough for NIP, but they should have had the bomb with them.
Yeah, that's a mistake that could cost them heavily. It was supposed to be 5-1, but instead it will be 4-2. Both teams have to pretty much empty their pockets coming into the next round here as well. Okay. Well, an economic reset looms here for the loser. They'll just have to brush that off, though, because it's not like that was a mistake in terms of the game plan, right? It was just one sort of misstep, a player kind of getting left behind. Not ideal having the bomb in that position, but it's not like that was a problem with the plan in the round.
Yeah, that was a like a micro thing of leaving the bomb rather than a macro game plan. Scaling in towards shelf doesn't quite work. Analele really wants to fight this, and he will deal with Yokab. And then suddenly Nixon swings. This is much better out of Ecstatic. They're just moving in tandem with each other. Rez, though, has got the opportunity to do some damage. Does that create enough breathing room for the rest of NIP to work?
Certainly does give them an option here in the round, but it's still going to be very difficult for them to try and link up with each other. You can see Wrinkle's got some trauma as he just slowly moves across with the bomb this time. Make sure he doesn't want to get caught off and drop that bomb once again. If he starts to run, and Lele will be close enough to hear the steps. He doesn't have to. Time is not a huge problem. And Isaac's gone hunting, but Cristo just posted on the angle, misses a key shot. Wouldn't expect that.
Sweet pre-fire. But that allows the way in. But you've got a double flank in A main. I don't think this is going to be expected from NIP. Where's Wrinkle holding? He's looking donut. So, yeah, not in to A main. He'll now catch wind of it. The timing, it eludes him, and the HP is not good enough for Wrinkle. He has to make miracles happen. And as he swings, oh yeah, this is absolutely unwinnable. Nice try, and a good result for them to even put the bomb down in the first place. But it's Ecstatic, making this a one-round game.
Yeah, punishing NIP for their transgressions in that previous round and really compounding the misery as well as they win the follow-up round. So, NIP going to have to just settle for a save now. Must say, Ecstatic as an org, how well have they done, right? Because obviously they had the team that made it to the major previously, had a great run there. They got picked up by Gaming Gladiators because Ecstatic couldn't continue to provide the resources or probably fund the salaries necessary for a team of that stature. And they've just got another fantastic team here who are putting together a really good shift.
Didn't expect too much on the eco, but what's good is that Analele is popping off. He's getting the ecos. He raises the floor a little bit of his level. It also gives him confidence based on how well Nuke went as well for him and Ecstatic. Wrinkle, what are we doing here?
I think he wins the round from here, mate.
What's he cooking?
I don't know, but I'm hungry.
No, this view model is just cooked, Trav.
Did Trav say he's a fan of this view model? Is that what I just heard?
No, he said he's not cooking.
No,
the
I'm
view
pretty
model or
sure
something.
he said, I am going to copy this view model. That's what I heard.
It won't improve your gameplay, Trav. Unlucky. 4-4.
Brandon's just hurt because he lost a game in triple OT late last night, guys. It's okay. We're going to let him act out.
Look, I'm just saying, if my random's got 20 average and you drop 4 in regulation, like I'm gonna be pissed off. Like, it's just the reality, guys. I'm sorry, I'm just hurt.
Okay, we'll let you act out, Brandon. We give you that space here. You're safe.
Not live.
NIP, yeah, full start. Must be Yokab who disconnected. Wouldn't that be quite something? Oh, never mind, he's there. I was gonna say the stand-in starts to have issues. I don't think NIP have a huge amount of tech pauses left, so thankfully it doesn't look like the issue lies on their side of the server. But,
well, it is.
they started off Nuke or... Oh, okay, that's not great. They started off Nuke quite well, though. I mean, sure, it was not like they were winning gun rounds. They went up 3-1 there and then lost the map 13-7. Hopefully, it's not going to be a similar storyline here on Ancient.
I hope not. Need a round reset. There we go. Now Mistom's got all his money back. Everyone was buying. into this. No AWP for Wrinkle, more notably. Need to see what he can do on the rifle. NIP were getting a lot of success in towards B and sort of having that space. So I'd like to see them fight for this cave control. Fight for B ramp a little bit more proactively. Now they've got the utility, I think they can definitely do it.
Round here for NIP to just make sure that Ecstatic don't get too much momentum behind them. What's the plan going to be? It's going to be TMB once again looking to fight in towards Jaguar. He is very lucky to be alive right now. I think Mr. misses a pretty key opportunity to find an opening kill.
This is so
They have
deliberate
got some
game
control.
planning. Look at his statics. So they went to go aggressive in towards B, and at the same time, they left mid open, and now they're pushing A. Isaac's on a timer here. Isaac's got really good CS IQ, so he's just going to hold this entire time, and now he's been put on red alert. Players pushing from A main. That means that Donut can be compromised, and NIP look to exploit. But Analele is in spawn.
Has his wits about him though, very present-minded about the fact that somebody could have progressed through Donut. Just such good crosshair placement as he edges his way forward and wins out a vital gunfight, because now his teammates can remain committed to this B bomb site. And as you say, Anlele in a phenomenal position to close the door in on NIP right now. He's just trying to be a headache, a menace. Gets a kill, stays alive for a little bit longer. Eventually NIP are able to deal with him, and looks like Rez is taking some space in towards Donuts. I don't think Nutnut's heard this.
No, he hasn't, but he's still, again, on an extremity. And you feel like Nutnut would have grouped round it in towards B. I don't think you're going to be present-minded in towards A main. Flashbangs rain over the top at CT, and then Nutnut strikes again. This has been fantastic out of Ecstatic. There are so many players just weaving themselves into extremity plays, and they're all tying it in, so it looks like they've left. It looks like they've vacated. And now you get the confirmation. Isaac, who was dinked, by the way, right at the start of the round by this A lurk, has now been undone right at the very end by Cristal. I really loved that round of CS out of Ecstatic. I think they played everything perfectly, because you've got to think about this. You've got the double push out of A main. You've then got Nutnut that comes back into A main. It's Analele that then goes on the flank. And because Yokab is dealt with in Donut from a player that comes back from A main, the info is, oh, well, he's come back. You're never ready.
Never expecting another player to commit to that entire flank through spawn, but then Nutnut makes another play after that, right? He goes back through A main, goes searching again. He's clearly got a lot of room and freedom to make plays, a lot of license to make those sorts of moves, and it works out perfectly. I mean, he was kind of like surplus to requirements on Nuke, I would say, had that one big round towards ramp, but he's been a huge factor for their success so far on Ancient. And now the pressure mounts exponentially for NIP. Not just because they've lost the lead, but because they're down 0-1 in the series. This is their map pick. It's an eco for them, and the trouble could continue.
This is a fake A, go B type of beat. But Nixon and TMB are, I was going to say, holding down successfully. Mistem's found a frag on Analele, but now he's the only one here. A 1v2 is still doable. If only he knew the HP bars of these players. He's got the Tech 9 out to try and deal with TMB, and he will hit the headshot. Mistem's making a name for himself.
You won this. I mean, surely not so far away right now. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself, because not as low as I'd initially thought, and Mistem has an AWP. He's been committed into the bomb sites as well. Not at all an ideal position that he finds himself in. He's kind of got a gamble, just posted on the angle, hoping and praying that Nutnut doesn't come through from ramp. That would be the worst possible outcome right now. Either way, Nutnut with no idea where Mistem's positioned himself either. That bomb is ticking faster and faster. The pressure mounts along with the bomb, and Mistem will find the frag for free. Patience pays off, and that is a great clutch coming through from the captain.
That was a 4K. A 4K out of Mistem. That was NIP going A and B at the same time and creating enough chaos for Mistem to go through middle by himself. Not stereotypically the AWPer you associate with for NIP, but he delivers on all fronts. That's a mega round to win. Because that keeps the Static on their toes. That keeps you in the conversation as well for this first half, because it could have petered out. You were worried about that a few rounds ago, Hayes. Well, look, they're back. It's okay.
Right, well, they have to follow that up with some more rounds here. I don't think that 5 is going to be great considering the position they were in at one point, and it looks like they will be able to get more. Here and now, again, fighting in the front lines early on in the round. Mistum continues to devastate his opponents. He's 15-8 right now, top of the server by some distance. A lot of people wouldn't be familiar with Mistum's game, right? And his game has crashed, so I guess it would be somewhat fitting. Can't be familiar with that which is not in the server. But, like I said, they wouldn't really know what Mistum was all about. Now, I think he'd be just quietly impressing a few people with his individual level we've seen today.
Look at the HP, by the way, of all these players. Isaac's the only one with 100 HP, and
Yeah, but they're saving.
he's out A. Yeah, but imagine if Analele just kills all of them. He hasn't got a kit. It literally doesn't matter. And he gets
will just get run over.
deleted. Yeah.
Okay, NIP regained the lead. Good to see the result coming through from them. They started strong on Nuke, but once the going got tough, they kind of just fell to the wayside. Same thing hasn't happened here on Ancient.
I'll be honest, I'm not stressed about their T side, though. I'm actually more worried about CT.
Okay, I really like the point that you made earlier about how it's a lot more difficult to kind of go through the processes and iron your CT side out, because in scrims, you don't get to play the game plan that you want. You kind of have to respond and react to what's being done by your opponent. So you only get to practice responses that are required in that moment, right?
Yeah. And it's also one of those where you can practice, obviously, like you think back to Anubis, where you can throw like the fast stairs smoke. You've got those in your locker, sure, but teams know how to counter that. And teams know sort of what the solution could be and what the setup could look like. And I think every game is different in CS, obviously. That's why we love it so much. But it's one of those where lots of different things can happen in these moments. And for a new team, especially when you've gone through IGL coach changes, that takes a while. That's just official reps as well. And also, look, Mistum, as an in-game leader, he's got officials for Young Ninjas, but then going up to the main roster, a promotion he's definitely deserved, by the way, that's a whole nother step up. So to go through that trajectory in such a short space of time in your career, that can be a bit tolling as well. Like, that will take a little bit of time. Wrinkle burns in the molly, but he still gets the kill.
Just to give you an insight into Mistum's mentality, though, before the round really gets going, as we will see frags going back and forth, he believes he's destined for greatness. So for him, this is all according to the plan. Nice shot there. Kind of breathed some life back into the round. NIP in full control to say bomb site plant going to come through. Wrinkle posted on the angle. There's no flash to force him off. Makes for a free kill. Christo will answer back with one of his own, but now they know exactly where he's coming from. Surely this is too much to ask out of the young Christo. And Isaac off the flash will step out to finish off the job. Great half from NIP.
The fact that they get free on the bounce right at the end there sets them up. That gives them a very good foundation to work off, because the static we're building into this, that's a very intricate CT rounds in there as well that were difficult to try and contend with. But ultimately, the solution was simple. It was group, go to a bomb site as a unit, and make sure you trade out effectively. And that is what NIP did for 7 of these rounds on the T side. And now you ask the question, what is this defense going to look like? Who's going to be the player stepping up for NIP? Because I think it's all well and good that we've got Mistum performing at this level, but I'm not being funny. He's not the player I want to be at the top of the board for NIP. I want Rez, I want Wrinkle.
Yeah, absolutely, it's true. But you take it. You're not going to scoff at that opportunity, that's for sure. A pistol round and a conversion would go a long way for NIP, because I'm right there with you. I think that this T side from Ecstatic could pack a hell of a punch. Let's see. Going to be a couple sets of Julies coming into this round. Mistum drops both Yocab and Wrinkle. The upgraded players here. They've got Kevlar and they've got the Julies. Isaac had a tough time with it in the first half. 3 kills to his name. Gonna have a big job to do on that A bomb site here on the CT side. A anchor, known for his anchor prowess. That's why he was brought into this team. Recognized as the best anchor player in Sweden currently.
I thought you were talking about Mistum again. I was like, God, this guy's
No, sir.
shut up about Mistum.
I know. Doing tricks on that thing at this point, mate.
Oh my god.
Listen, the amount of times I put up with you, Freddy, Trav doesn't do it much, just claiming the UK players and always hyping them up any opportunity.
That is 100,000,000% Freddy, by the way.
Right, well, pistol round well underway. Julie's inflicting some damage, but Ecstatic have been able to get enough space to find the bomb plant. Joecap going to come in on the act as well. Catches a glimpse of Nixon, sets himself up well for the fight, and it's an advantage now for NIP in the retake.
Oh, they're playing the Valorant pistol. Boo! Oh, you're so cringe, Ecstatic, but it's going to work anyway. Oh, they're waiting.
Delay it as long
there
as
goes
he
the
can.
molly.
That's job done. Pistol round's over. There's not going to be enough time for them to wait the molly out and stick that 10-second defuse. Nut playing very far back as well. And there we go. Ecstatic have won the pistol. You can't bash it with how well it works.
You can't, because I
Yeah.
actually really love it. It is a very Valorant thing to do, though, isn't it? We've now got charms in the game. Like, what are we doing here? Like, grr. But no, it's a great pistol. If NIP had a smoke, though, it's one smoke that ruins that entire plan.
Yeah, we
They
saw
don't
that
have
yesterday,
one.
right? Saw the exact same
did
thing
we?
yesterday, except there was a smoke grenade for the CT side on the retake. They dropped the
Oh
smoke
yes,
on the
of
bomb.
course, and then they had to
Yeah.
deviate away from the plan. I do remember that. Sorry, I did 4BO3 yesterday. I was cooked.
Goodness me! And you still played a game at midnight? That is no wonder your brain was fried, mate.
Yeah, it's not TikTok brain rot. It's just CS love.
We take that. That is certainly the better of the two. In fact, it's not even close. NIP have decided to go for the 4-spy here. If they lose the 7-all and Eco, Ecstatic get their noses in front at that point, and the pressure mounts exponentially. So, and unfortunately, they've kind of decided to go for a stack over towards that A site. Mistim's here by himself right now over at B, and he's going to be feeling a lot of pressure round over.
For legal reasons as well, I wasn't booing Ecstatic.
Of course.
It was just
Just got to clarify that.
It was just a meme. Just a haha
You
funny.
can't both be pro NIP coming into this, man. We got to even each other out.
I'm a big NIP like shill on the Impact broadcast because they've got the only UK player.
Okay.
Yeah, me or the GOAT. And they just qualified for the LAN finals, went undefeated in their group so far, so shout out them.
It'd be awesome
First
if you got
time.
to work that event, Brandon.
It would be. First time NIP have made a LAN finals. So shout out.
Alright, well, as expected, considering Ecstatic went in towards B and found that lone player, they do level up the scoreline, and now, well, essentially they play against another 4-spy, so it's not like this round doesn't have its potential troubles for Ecstatic. It's not going to be free.
Yeah, my whole tangent on that was basically I say that NIP are a UK org. So.
They're just proving the point that I made 2 rounds ago, really.
Yeah, I thought I'd circle back.
I appreciate the honesty at least.
What are you
right?
cooking? Oh, a
Oh
ding.
man, actually, yeah, it gets really close there. Again, they're going for the 4-1 stack over towards A. Don't really mind it.
Oh, Analele licking his
Doubling down.
lips.
Gonna hear all these footsteps.
They're just going to go A. Yeah, they're just dropping the util to sort of bait them in, set the trap, and then see you later. Off to A
They're
you
not
go.
interested. Mm-hmm.
And TMB, now it's his turn to get a taste of eco frags.
Or a taste of lead. But it will be Ecstatic getting themselves a lead here for the first time on the map. Need to see what they're going to bring to the table in the first gun round. I'm a huge fan of the fast A play in the first gun round on Ancient.
Nice
Nice
shot.
shot there from Rez. Has to be a lot more where that came from, though. He's been quiet by his standards. You ever have aspirations to be a pro player, Brandon?
No. No. I'm far too washed.
Fair enough. Well, I saw some grey hairs there when I saw you last time round.
Thank you, yeah. Very nice. I think you're like the same age as me, or if not, like 1 year younger. So at this point,
Born in
it's
96?
just... What you were?
Yeah,
Hey, you're older than me, so get out of here.
Rough, okay. Out myself, why don't I? Yeah, Trav's the oldest of us all, though, so he makes me feel youthful. Little Grandpa Trav.
I mean, Trav's like the same height as Yoda, so that makes sense.
He's got the same sort of wisdom as well, to be fair. Yeah, don't jump on my boy like that,
He's got
Brandon.
the
I'll
intelligence
stand up
of
for
Yoda
him.
as well. He's all knowing.
Alright, well, Wrinkle in a great position here, combines with Mistim as they shut down this aggression in towards the B bomb site. Rez gets in on the act as well. Round falls flat on his face. I expected something pacey and direct coming through from Ecstatic in this first gun run. It's exactly what they've opted for. Hasn't gone according to plan, but there's still a very good way for them back into the round. I mean, that smoke there from Nlele does actually allow for Isaac to cross back into A, so not like it's going to be a free bomb site here. And Nlele's just looking for the timing here, playing the smoke fade. Mistim crosses by him, and Nlele could be the snake in the grass. Although Christo, what is he doing there, mate?
So,
any idea?
Yeah, so what I think's happened here is where Mistim's walked in that smoke, and they've also heard the... So what the first player's gone loud, the second player's gone quiet, and then Wrinkle's gone louder as well. So what that's done is it's actually created a an unknown element of Mistim being there, which is quite clever. I don't know if it was intentional or not. I think it was definitely intentional from Mistim, but for Wrinkle to run over. So you've heard one, and then the third one on a big delay. So you think Cristal has got the space to then go into CT and join with Analele. Like, I actually understand what they're trying to do there, but it looks a bit wonky because Mistim's also walked. Oh, what a shot.
A really important round in the grand scheme of things, especially for NIP because they're chasing the series right now, and it was a good job to win that previous gun round, but if they lose round straight afterwards, it feels like it's back to square one at that point. So let's see if they can keep their composure in such an important round. I like the proactivity coming through from them as well. Jocab, I was going to say, he wants to go for the wall bang. You can see him itching, and he will find the frag. He's got to make sure he doesn't get tunnel vision, though. Making moves as well, takes down the IGL on the other side of the server, and Ecstatic just getting cleaned up. Every time they try and make a move, they lose a life.
Very impressive on that CT side from NIP. Just in that round in particular, because you got the instant trade out of Yokab. He's then the one that picks up the AWP. They scale on towards Shelf. Flashbang over from NIP. The swing out of Cave, and then the re-follow-up from Shelf. And they're just making sure that they are moving their pieces in a way that makes sense, and they are making sure that they are always guaranteed at least a trade. And then as soon as that kill comes in, you've then got another push from Mistim, and they're joining together. They're then creating a network all across the base of middle. Tech9's out for Ecstatic, a rush up B, and shut down easily by Mistim and the rest of the squad. He's on 23 kills on this ancient map.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Ecstatic's T-side get going yet. We haven't seen them be able to find an opening pick and then work the round. It's been very direct in most of these rounds so far, and they're now running out of time here. NIP looking good here on their map pick to take us to a decider, which would be Vertigo, which was Young Ninjas' best map, by the way. So Mr. would certainly have a lot of confidence going into that as the third map from a calling POV.
I think, yeah, Ecstatic have had a couple of these weird rounds where they've been towards middle and red room and they've got these time-ins, but aside from that, yeah, it's been very much stop-start, boost up. Now for Wrinkle, Spam just flies past Cristal's head. Remember, he's not got an AWP in this moment. TMB will deal with the players boosted. They weren't ready for how close and how quick he had scaled. They understand Rez is in K from the Spam, and Ecstatic have got the sight.
Yeah, really good work coming through from TMB. As you say, his forward position catches them completely off guard. And he swings at the perfect timing as well after he hears the shot being fired. And the boost would have even been seen, right? So TMB would have had the info. There were 2 players there. And, well, damn near flawless here from Ecstatic in this all-important gun round just to keep themselves in the hunt for that 2-0. Damage would be nice here from Rez. And I don't actually think Ecstatic should go hunting here, you know? Oh, Rez. That's unfortunate. Alright. Game's still very much alive here on Ancient between these 2 teams. Money looks great for the CT side. No problem to reinvest here, and probably even in the next round as well.
This was just an IGL recognizing he's got a time in. This time also NIP have staggered out their pauses a little bit more. I think back to Nuke, and they burned through 2 of them really early on, sort of on that T side, and then they didn't give themselves too much more of an opportunity to sort of take 30 seconds and to be able to reset. That's important, especially for a newer roster, just to take those extra couple of seconds and just wait. Be a little bit more patient.
I feel like NIP haven't had to do anything special here on the CT side as well. It's just pretty stock standard positions being taken up and winning their vital gunfights.
True. It hasn't been sort of a question mark thrown to them about, oh, Ecstatic keep doing this one thing and it's working, how do you adjust? Their default has been very solid.
Okay, well, this is a really important gun round for Ecstatic if they are going to be able to continue to contest the map here. Nixon, great jump peek to spot Rez out. That gives him full confidence in the swing, and Lele dispatches of Isaac, and it's a 4 versus 2 off the bat.
And you got to save. You have to save this. I know it's 10-9, but your money isn't great. I really don't think you can go for this. I think Wrinkle's got to back out, and he will do that. He will group with Mistem. But I will pose the same question I did at the start of this start of this second half. I said, look, it is all well and good, Mistem's popping off, and yes, you will absolutely take it, but you need more out of Rez. You need more out of Wrinkle. Wrinkle's had 4 kills this entire half. Yokab, Isaac have been a little bit more absent. You can rely on your IGL for sure, but when the game runs deep, when we're in these pressure moments, you look to the experience of the individuals. You look to that core of NIP, and you say you need to start stepping up, otherwise you're going to lose the game. It's going to start escaping you. The money's not going to be in the best state of affairs. These things are slowly racking up, and these small problems are now cascading into bigger ones here for NIP.
Oh, yeah, Wrinkle. Oh, he shoots between his legs there. Oh, my. Oh, and Lele going to continue to push forward here. Doesn't commit the entire way. Wouldn't have minded a full swing coming through from him, but he will give them a little bit of respect. 10-all, scoreline leveled up. And NIP, well, going to have to spend all their money here to subsidize the weaponry. This is where it starts to get shaky, because if they lose this round, then the map is gotten away from them very quickly.
I can already tell you this is going to be another default round out of Ecstatic. They're going to wait until the money wears down a little bit. If they're able to win this, they'll play out the eco and then they'll smash A. They'll smash A on the low U2. I can already see it happening.
He's got the crystal ball out, guys. Look at this from Nixon being forced upon by Rez. He comes out on top. Great shot there from Wrinkle. That was a quick one. Just tears Anlele's head right off and immediately pivots in towards the B bomb side, which is where the T's are headed. Wrinkle misses a vital shot. At least Isaac can get a kill back, but
look at the flank.
Wrinkle, he could have won this round for his team, and as you say, there is a double push coming through from lane. Nut steps have been heard. Missed him posted on the angle.
No
he doesn't. He doesn't get the frag. That's a disaster.
And they've seen the second player. He's seen Yokab.
They have.
And also, TMB's taking the space out long. He's just going to clear this, and he can then say to Nixon, well, Wrinkle has to be with his other teammate.
Wrinkle's made moves, but TMB's cleared out the space. The plant is out in the open. Left alone on Wrinkle to clutch. He's been able to get 1 frag in the round. Like I said, he's been all over the map so far. 25 points of health to his name. Nut is still very concerned about trying to come through the double doors, which means he isn't actually able to help TMB out here. Does Wrinkle start to get worried that they may have shifted away from this bomb site? Is that thought perhaps entering his mind?
Potentially. The thing is, he can't make noise. The next move and the next audio cue from anyone on the server has to be the bomb plant. And that'll give Wrinkle the presence of mind. Nut now walks through shelf, now walks through B main. You now know, if you're ecstatic, he has to be in cave, because he would have peeked by now. So this is why you've got this move here. Nut goes to plant. Wrinkle needs to hit the shot and he can't. They were aware the entire time of where Wrinkle could be because TMB pushed that long smoke. And it is that minutia that will get ecstatic the lead. And it will break the economy here for NIP.
Yeah, just great awareness, deduction there for ecstatic to figure out exactly where Wrinkle would have been coming through from on the retake. TMB with a huge round, 16 and 13. It's a very well-rounded performance across the board from ecstatic. Kill distribution looking healthy. And it's going to be that save from NIP. Mistum has a little bit of extra money, so he'll get himself a hero rifle here. But ecstatic have a prime opportunity to get themselves up to map and series point.
Yeah, you're going towards mid, you take the range advantage, because you know that there's going to be a stack somewhere. It's going to be in over aggressively, maybe even in towards B, because that's where you've been ending for ecstatic in the majority of these rounds on T side. Through donut you go. Yokab will hit the deagle shot, not the one he was lining up. He was going for Crystal, and he hits Nut instead. Keep your eyes on A main. Isaac is still here.
And Jokab's going to do his utmost right now to try and take the attention away from Isaac. TMB posted on Temple, finds that frag, but still not at all aware of the threat from A main. Isaac can't do anything though. Muslim's hero rifle will get in on the act. 3 versus 3, low health on TMB, no kit. Makes this very difficult. Was Nixon spotted? Muslim gets that frag as well. Making great of that hero rifle. That is a demolishing shot coming through from Wrinkle. And on the drive-by, he just destroys TMB. There's that improved moving accuracy with the Desert Eagle that came through in the most recent update.
Is that real, by the way? Like, I feel like I should know that, but like in the patch notes, it doesn't say anything about that. So I thought it was troll on Twitter.
Okay, maybe I got caught off by the troll, perhaps. It did look like it, though, in that kill.
Yeah, I mean, this did. Here we go. Yeah, ridiculous.
I mean, Valve have been known to make changes that haven't been actually stated in the patch notes as well, right? So
True.
I'm not entirely sure.
You know what? Doesn't matter. 11 rounds each. And that was a round ecstatic was supposed to win to put themselves on series point. Here's that A play.
This is the A play you were talking about, but it's not at map and series points.
But it's at the same round that I thought it would be.
I know. Nah, you were bang on with that call.
Because you know the util's low. Because look, that was still a 1v1 that it came down to. I think like 2 players might have stayed alive for NIP, sure, but you know the U2 ain't going to be here, but it's contact out of NIP, the jiggle in towards Temple. Look at Big Box, Yokab burning alive, and he gets 1, but he gets traded. And Nut's taken the space.
Oh, player spotted in Temple as well, right? TMB should have seen Wrinkle there, brother. You can't afford to step into the angle. Wrinkle is coming alive in a big way. Had a very slow start to the map, but he's had a huge amount of impact in these past few rounds. Mistum's going to have to get across and join up with his teammates here. At least ecstatic have been able to get some control, but the problem is, essentially it's going to be all 3 players in towards Donut here.
No smoke.
No smoke grenade, but there is an incendiary. There is an incendiary on Wrinkle. Time ticking away. Kits in play across the board for the CT side. Incendiary's going to go into A main. They're going to look to try and stick the defuse here. Lots of util being thrown in by this T side. The defuse will come through in time, and Lele doesn't get the frag necessary, and NIP are up to map point.
Why didn't they peek? They threw double flashes to sort of cover and guarantee that they were able to knock the diffuser off. But if you've got 3 players in Donut, surely it is 1 flash, 2 flash, go. It feels like one of the players that did throw that flash actually got the kill at the end. What a steal. And what a moment for Mistum just to say the only way we win this round is if we defuse. So I trust my teammates. And in fact, it boils down to the fact that no one peeks out of ecstatic, but it's still the right call to make. OT or bust now for ecstatic. They have got all the AKs, they have got the money, but they're running out of chances.
We've seen some great depth here from NIP on their CT side. We saw the systems and the setups working really well to win them their first few rounds, but they have been tested since then, and they've been able to get across the line in those tests. Wrinkle has been phenomenal, and once again, he will lock it down. Doesn't have a smoke to extinguish the flames, so he's going to have to fight forward. He's going to get some support from Isaac. I love the fact that Isaac takes up the space here straight after Wrinkle goes down, and the man advantage will persist for NIP.
The Yokab. Oh, it does get caught. Attention's now diverted. Isaac's going to be the player that makes the move on low HP. When's this internal clock going to kick in for Ecstatic? When are they going to be prepared for the mid-lurk? Well, Nixon's making a move of his own. You've got this interesting stalemate now between players on high HP that are remaining rooted and the people on low HP going to make moves. And Cristal could get caught off here. Leg spotted from Isaac. He can't confirm the kill. HP, it's enough. And now Nixon's walking through B. Where do you go here with 30 seconds? It all comes down to timing. And Isaac looks back, but he can't hit the headshot on Nixon. And in the meanwhile, Cristal's trying to plant on A. He gets off it. Rez now known. They need to swing. They need to fight. There's only 15 seconds. Another fake out. Rez swings, but Cristal hits the headshot. That is the one way. I didn't expect that round to end, but it does. And we run it right back for OT.
Yeah, I think Isaac's going to be kicking himself, right? Because he has that opportunity to kill Christo and Donuts initially. I think he gets a dink through the edge of the wall, doesn't inflict nearly as much damage as he expected. He's then present-minded about the threat that could be coming through from the B bomb site flank, but he can't get that kill. And then you can't fault Rez either because he knows that there's a player red room. He hears the plant, so he realizes there's a window of opportunity for him to force the fight on that bomb planter. But the steps were heard by the planter, so he gets back around the site. They drop the smoke, and really good composure from Ecstatic not to punish, rather not to freak out in that situation, not to panic, because there was only like 18 seconds left on the clock. You can see here 14 seconds once they actually get the kill on Rez, but they kept their composure and they forced it into overtime.
Oh, okay. Cristal has just walked through in towards Red Room and has found the shot. This is ridiculous. An AWP right at the top? Are you joking me? I can't believe that. Now missed him. He's just waiting in towards Red Room. There's been no activation. We've seen a lot of dynamicism from this CT side. Instead, I think we're going to get a double up in towards Donut. Again, it's this setup that is trying to do the damage between Wrinkle and Isaac. Little do Ecstatic know, but they have a ridiculous amount of map control on B if they want to try and seize it.
I think they just want to try and give some time for the round to marinate while they post up on these positions. But obviously, as the clock continues to dwindle down, they're going to have to make a commitment. They'll be in towards that B bomb site, as you mentioned, certainly would be the best opportunity for them. Here we go, Util raining on in. Rez is going to call for some rotations to come back in his direction. That's going to be forcing Mistim to pull his attention across, which could create some space for Cristo, but he's just going to remain committed on this angle because he can shut down the rotations. Rez wants to be proactive and force the fight. Cristo hears the steps, great shot landed out of him. And it's looking fantastic. Ecstatic going to open up their account here in overtime.
That's another impressive round from TMB because he sees that flash come over from a long player and he goes, okay, I know exactly what's happening here. So he burrows his head down, he gets towards the back of the wall, and he deals with Rez before he can inflict any damage on his teammates. That is another round on the B bomb site that gets won out single-handedly by the IGL of Ecstatic.
Alright, well, Ecstatic have got their noses in front here once again. A slight lead to try and ramp the pressure up on NIP. Of course, they have got a map behind them. Vertigo waiting in the wings. Will it take center stage is the question. I'm worried about NIP, Brandon. Don't know about you, but I'm a little bit nervy for them here in overtime.
In this instance, in this series, yes, I'm not actually worried about their future, but that is a cracker out of Cristal. That is now 2 rounds in OT. We've had 2 opening kills out of the sniper for Ecstatic. Wrinkle looks to put himself on the line, and Nixon walks straight into it. And Rez turns on the dime for TMB. Maybe it's not all said and done yet. And you've even got Isaac pushing out A main. This fighting towards Red Room is everything, and Analele wins it.
Look at Isaac. Look at Isaac in towards the bottom of middle right now. He can circumvent these rotations. Great angle being held by him as well. Barely offering up anything, and he will catch Nut on the drop down. He's continued to hang around, though. He didn't need to do that, Brandon. I think he should have just fallen back and kept his life intact, but he continues to hunt for fights. He goes down, and Wrinkle's now left alone in the clutch 1 versus 2. Christo should be dead here. Yeah, timing perfect. Shot connected. And now Wrinkle has to make a read. There's plenty time here for Nlele to work with. And Wrinkle has preempted this exact play, but Nlele doesn't have to continue to commit. Not just yet, at least. Oh, Wrinkle's in such a good position right now. Love how he's positioned himself here. Back to the wall. Does he just gamble this? Oh, he does. And it works out perfectly. What a clutch coming through from Wrinkle. And what a way for NIP to get around on the board here in overtime.
That game sense. That game sense. You've got to remember as well that when you're going up in that AWP head-to-head where he finds Cristal, he's thinking, okay, well, where could his teammate possibly be? And they secured the frag on Isaac, out A main. They would have left. They would have gone to A instantaneously if that was going to be the call. So he makes the gamble and the read that Analele is going to come back through his own spawn. And he keeps backing up. You notice how every couple of seconds he keeps backing up. He removes the angle away from middle. So it is only one-dimensional. Fight back in mid. Hang on a second, because Analele is not satisfied with how that round went in the previous. And he comes back alive with 2 opening kills. That is a lot more direct. It's route 1 for Ecstatic towards the first letter of the alphabet. And a 4v3 takes shape. One in which NIP, you feel like they need to win.
Oh, I'm right there with you. I feel like NIP need to double up here on their CT side, but it's going to require a monolithic effort here on the retake if they can get the job done. Mistum going to be the first to look to go through, but a fresh smoke keeps them at bay. Rez only now going to join up with his teammates over towards that A site. Mistum waiting for the flash. Wrinkle has it lined up. That smoke going to be fading in the next few seconds. That will prompt Mistum's hit. And Nut sees the trajectory of that smoke, makes for a very easy kill. He's going to hear the steps here from Rez. Nut pursuing him. This round is dead in the water, and Ecstatic will get 2 on their T side.
Travis just said should have been 3, and I'm right there with him. Should have been. If it wasn't for that Wrinkle 1v2. We've got to talk about this as well. I don't want to do him like this, but it's just facts at this point, is that Mistum's called off, and where Wrinkle stepped in, that's brilliant. But again, it is one player for NIP in these moments that is doing everything. And the rest of the rifling core isn't stepping up, isn't being there. And look at the difference in the kill distribution. Sure, Nixon's having a little bit of an off one. You can throw that back at me if you want, but the other 4 players are all contributing. We've had a big round out of TMB in OT, a big round out of Analele, and Cristal's been hitting all of his shots when necessary. It feels like Ecstatic have got a much more even footing about them in this map, and now they swap over to the CT side, one in which the CT side only united them 5 rounds, to be fair to them. And the same with NIP, so the fact that they maybe only got 1 on that CT side in OT, it could potentially be enough.
That's what I was thinking as well. If we think back to regulation, 7-5 halves on the T side for both teams means they had a better time of it on that half in particular. Let's see if NIP can reinvigorate that form here in overtime as they're chasing the game once again. They absolutely can't afford to lose this first round, because then they're feeling so much pressure. And it's going to be Mistum who's making moves, and he will dispatch of Christo. There's more where that came from. We saw Mistum find a lot of success with this exact play in the first half of regulation, and he's done it here again. How is Nut still alive? I was going to say eventually run out of ammo and he'll go down. The bomb's in spawn though, so it's not like this round is completely locked in.
Not again, please. Red should have this kill.
Another one?
Oh no. That second flash is enough.
Yeah.
But you now got info on that. One player was deep in B, one player's in mid.
And Nixon's so low. Going to be really difficult for Ecstatic to make this retake work. They've got a couple smokes between them, and they're going to join up in tandem here. Try work together, but they're still clearing out CT. They're going to be completely concerned about Temple. Just have no idea when NIP are positioned themselves here in the post plant. Smoke the bomb, smoke donut, stick the defuse. Probably your best option here.
Here we go. Nixon's dead. And now TMB isolated.
Will be as well.
Well done.
Doesn't make sense that Nixon would be the one to try stick the defuse with such low health.
No, but the other argument is if they don't have a smoke break and TMB's got the high HP, if Nixon just catches a stray bullet anyway as he's trying to defend TMB, then it's a 1v2. I don't know. I don't know.
I thought they both had kits. Okay.
I don't think TMB had a kit. I think that's what Trav just said. Which is
Alright, either way,
kind of
look at the
ridiculous
proactivity
for
from
OT.
Ecstatic right now, forcing these fights. Crystal will get a kill. That couples up with Unlele's opening frag, and Nixon's making move as well. Mistum surely hears these steps, but he's low on health, so he can't do anything about it. And Ecstatic have not pulled any punches here in the following round.
Okay, well that is one way to get series point, isn't it? You just take all of the fights and you go back, think back an hour and a half ago where we were talking about NIP and we were saying what is a game plan that Ecstatic could enforce. Disrupts the default. The easiest thing you can do on Ancient is disrupt the default with your fast mid play, your fast shelf play. You gotta complement those flashes as well, because they do the heavy lifting. The bullets are just second nature. And Ecstatic are up to series point. It's NIP now with the burden on them.
Yeah, exactly. They're the ones who are going to have to force it into another set of overtime. It was Ecstatic who were able to do that in regulation. Of course, Ecstatic had the padding of a third map behind them. NIP don't have that luxury. Lose this round here, map and series over. A lot of positive to take away from this game on Ancient for NIP, I would say, especially considering that they played with a stand-in. But that's not what they're going to be focused on right now. They don't want positives, they want map wins.
Yeah, they want results.
Exactly.
Wrinkle.
Oh
no.
No, 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 no. Can't miss that.
That's a
Crisco
collab.
doesn't.
That's a
Yeah, it
collab.
is indeed. Frag found a Mistum, res is low. And the problem's now monumental for NIP as they look to try and wrestle this one back in their favor.
This feels unwinnable now from this position, especially when you've got cave control, you've got the mollies that are doing so much damage. Rez is holding it on by the skin of his teeth, and Cristal just readjusts, and he's hitting everything. The spam is there from TMB, the problems compound for NIP, and Nixon locks it in. It is a cruel way for the series to end, but it will be Ecstatic taking Ancient right out of the grasp of Ninjas in Pajamas. And they win the series 2-0.
Such fine margins on Ancient there, man. Such fine margins at the end of the day. Ecstatic going to come out on top. They dominated Nuke. It was a very impressive display coming through on Ecstatic's map pick. A hard-fought victory on Ancient. They were pushed, they were tested. And for a team who have just recently brought in a new IGL, you got to say Ecstatic are looking good.
Yeah, and you know what? I think at the end of the day, NIP, they'll be thinking to themselves, they'll be desperately trying to forget everything to do with that best of three, because it's an opening game with a brand new roster. You have to play with a stand-in. Sure, it's a stand-in that Mistum knows incredibly well, but that's just such a painful situation for them. And Ecstatic did so well at exposing them, really. And Ecstatic are a bit of an upset team at this level at the moment as well, to be honest, in general. All the teams that do well at big lands, you know, occasionally do well, at least at big lands anyway, and at least participate in big lands like NIP and Big. Ecstatic have found a way to destroy both of them, and you know, let's put some respect on these Ecstatic players' names. There were some big mistakes in that game. I think Nixon made a number of considerable oversteps, in my opinion, especially at the end of the game. But you know, same could be said of Yokab, same could be said of a couple of NIP players too. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, Brandon, for Ecstatic, that's just almost another day in the Tier 2 office for them.
I think, look, you've got boot camp buff, you've got the no pressure buff as well, as silly as that is to say, but you've also got a TMB calling a great game on this T side, because you got to remember, we were actually framing this as to where Ecstatic, it felt a bit Route 1, it felt a bit one-dimensional on this T side, and then suddenly they started adding layers, suddenly started getting involved with middle a lot more. TMB made some brilliant calls in the term of the change of pace and the aggression here, especially with this highlight. on towards the B bomb site to get Ecstatic sort of in contention, then your money's gone for NIP. They win that round away, remember. Ecstatic do things the hard way, but my biggest concern is the fact that you've got, yes, a stand-in, yes, a new system to adjust to, but Rez wasn't here today. Mistum was, by and large, the player doing everything until Wrinkle showed up. And Isaac, he had some impact kills, but he didn't have many kills, did he? And I do worry about what the level of this NIP looks like in terms of firepower on the core, because on paper, it should be really good. I think Maxter was a big miss today. I think his impact on Ancient is definitely there for the eye to see. You can add context. You can add framing. This is the first HLTV official for this new NIP, but at the same time, there are still glaring concerns that have crept in still from the old roster.
So, Matt, we've obviously spoken about it. We know that, you know Mistum quite well. You were very excited for the addition. I know probably you're a little bit sad right now. It hasn't gone too well for them. If you were to talk to Mistum right now and tell him, listen, mate, I think you should work on this, this, and this. Obviously, maybe we know he's maybe a bit smarter than you. He's the one playing, you're not. But you're an experienced lad. What would you say to him after this game?
The first thing I would say to him, Trav, is not to check his message requests. That would be the first advice I would give him, and the other is just that's the first game. He won't get too affected by the result there. You know, his head is always in a level place, and he'll have the scope and the understanding that they did have to play with the stand, and it's their opening game. There's a whole lot of pressure on NIP. Just tell them to that's how these things go, mate. It was a tough game. Ecstatic are a strong team, and there's a long journey ahead before we'll really start to see the potential being realized. So it's just about taking it in his stride and not letting it actually get to him more than it should, right? There were positives to take away from that as well. You know, they go back, they watch Ancient, they can learn a lot from that game and see the sort of fine margins where they lost it out as well. It's just about taking those positives and continuing to build on them.
And he played well. He played sick as well. Like, full credit to him, because he was the only reason that NIP were in contention there.
Competitive, yeah.
Yeah, we've got to give some props to Mistum's individual level. And if he can keep up a decent individual level like that, and then you get Rez and Wrinkle farming on the server, that's when we know this NIP can work, right? So we shall see. It's going to be a long process. I get the impression there's going to be a lot of work to do. And of course, today, the stand-in situation did not help them whatsoever. Shame for the debut on HLTV of their new roster. But that's only game one of today completed. We've got actually a bit of a banger coming up next. We've got Passion UA and Aurora, two teams who will be at the RMR, of course. Got there in very different ways, but two teams who are very exciting in their own way. We'll be back on cams in about 20 minutes time to talk about that next playoff game.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Best of 3, number 2 of the day, playoff number 2, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this next matchup. It's Aurora versus Passion UA. And obviously there's a lot of these two teams play a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike at this level. Aurora used to play sort of a lot of this level. They've kind of gone up a tier recently. They got straight through to the RMR through ranking, of course. Didn't have to play the closed qualifier. Passion UA, though, did. And they are on a great streak at the moment, Brandon.
Yeah, they are. Shout out Passion UA, because it was a wonderful thing to watch them actually qualify through. And then we had that RMR hangover, as we've been dubbing, where all these teams just sort of suffered from success in making it, and then they just couldn't win a best of 3 to save their life. I think for Passion UA, that's now changed around a little bit. They're sort of entering sort of their final form of progress over to the RMR and getting ahead for that. I think I say this all the time when I watch Passion UA, and I will keep the same narrative because I think it is still true. Jambo, Jacasmo, Fear, I don't have issues with. I don't actually have issues with S2 and Zero Fix, but I need them to raise the floor, and they have been doing that. We're getting a lot more out of Zero Fix now, and this is a really good sign for this team when they've got the most important tournament of their entire careers coming up in about a month.
Crazy, right? That they have the most important tournament of their careers in that month's time, excuse me, with an average age of the team of just 19, right? I mean, like, they're so young. I mean, they're so talented. I think the main thing as well for me is that Jacasmo did fall off a little bit individually recently, but he's re-stepped up once again, and I've seen, obviously, like, people have been speaking about him a lot alongside Jambo. But you mentioned the floor of S-Chiller and Zerofix. I actually completely agree with that, because I've been seeing them basically be so reliable, especially S-Chiller. I think he won an ace clutch, actually, in the final round of a game I casted them in the other day to clutch it 13-11. I think it was a 1v2, 1v3 ace, I believe. And, like, these young players are stepping up when they need to in all these given situations. And Fear, of course, the young IGL, well, he must be delighted with the players he has around him, Matt.
Absolutely. Another very important part of this roster, they've got a major winning coach, guys. Kane, of course, won with Gambit in 2017, led by Zeus, Hobbit, of course, and he will certainly be instilling a winning mentality in this team as well. You know, he spoke about the average age and how young these guys are, so I feel like Kane adds a lot of experience, just discipline, emotional maturity, and intelligence as well, which could also just make a big difference for this team and the success that they have at the RMR.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see it. And this actually might give you a taster, maybe a matchup that we could get, of course, at the RMR.
Could be a 2-2 matchup.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously, I don't think we've got the groups yet. I don't think we haven't separated out the two RMRs, into the A and B yet. But, they very possibly could be the case. We can have a look at their opponents now. Aurora, obviously. Aurora are a known quantity at this level of Counter-Strike, and they still have a huge amount of quality in Kenzie and Norvi. I believe Norvi is IGLing. I think it used to be Lackey, now it's Norvi for a little while now. They've obviously got Clax in. There was a whole drama with Result going back and forth, of course. But Clax is a quality player, and I think really at this point with this roster, the main talking point is the fact that that big rumor going round, and maybe not even a rumor because Deco keeps teasing something, that he just doesn't like Counter-Strike that much, and he could be calling it a day soon.
Look at the little fox. I know that's important, but look at the little foxes on their jerseys.
Very
Please,
cute.
put the ADHD back in the cage, Brandon.
They're so cute. Yeah, no, that is a big rumor, isn't it? Yeah, Deco could just be out of here, which is a shame because that is a lot of wasted potential, in my opinion. Because I think he's absolutely brilliant. Obviously, made a name for himself just sort of in one win, and is now here in Aurora. And the thing is, when you've got a player like that, where you're not sure what his future's going to be, it is still rumors, but we'll just play along with the narrative anyway. When you've got a player that is sort of uncertain about his future and probably wants to maybe take a vacation away from CS permanently, how does that affect the mentality of the team? Like, are you professional enough to put that aside? How do you focus on that? You know what I mean? And especially if you're putting messages on Telegram and stuff about it, like that. For me, that's not a good look.
Yeah, I feel like Deco's biggest problem as a player has actually just always been his attitude. It's not just my speculation, it's based on what I've seen other people who have played with him before in the past have said as well. So I think it could actually be a problem for this team. You know, a bit of like a negative cloud, a black cloud hanging over them. And I'm sure when Deco, let's say he misses a shot or something he expects to hit, you know, just probably like rattles off about the state of the game, and that then bleeds into the comms of the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how, like, what this update's done to his feelings about the game, because it has definitely made a difference on how things feel, with how, you know, players peak you and stuff like that. Maybe if it's something that he likes, maybe he'll, you know, think, oh, okay, maybe they are making changes that are to my liking, and maybe I will stick around. But as it stands right now, apparently, you know, probably, I would say, end of the year is what he's teasing, that the decision could come out. And obviously, he knows that Aurora have got Grix waiting in the wings, to kind of fill those shoes as the AWPer, right? I mean, in these tournaments, of course, they can play with Clax, but obviously they have to, will probably choose Grix for the RMR, due to rules and regulations, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I guess that's what I last saw reported. I could be wrong, things have changed since then. But, yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the team works going forward, because Grix is obviously a big talent as well. We're seeing great stuff from him. From Aurora's academy. We had a little head-to-head there, Jambo and Indeko. It's going to be a very interesting battle going into this particular matchup. And the veto for this matchup is now going to evolve on your screen. And if you were to pick a winner when we see the first map pick coming in now... 3,
Passion UA.
2, 1...
Anubis.
Okay, you cheated.
No, I didn't.
This
veto's obvious. The Aurora, you punish them by picking Anubis. They have to go somewhere safe for them, so they go Mirage. And then Ancient is the decider. This is... Oh, come on, Trav. This is an easy veto to predict.
I know, I just wanted to see if you went for it. But yeah, I think if I was to talk about this game, Matt, I would say Passion UA, current form, a lot better on Anubis. And they play a hell of a lot of Mirage, which means they're absolutely, you know, it's a viable result for them to take this one 2-0, I would say.
I mean, Passion UA just have a great map pull across the board, don't they? Obviously, their permaban is Nuke, but they play everything else, and they're very comfortable on all of the other 6 maps as well. So you can never really throw a curveball in the mix when you're trying to play against Passion UA. No matter what your pick is, they'll still feel pretty comfortable. They've got the reps across the board as well, and yeah, they'll certainly feel pretty damn good about this veto. I remember when Aurora were the bosses of Anubis. It was a while ago, probably like 6 to 8 months ago, maybe, kind of thing. They were so damn good on the map, but it's definitely fallen out of favor since then for them. They've had some rough results, a couple one-sided losses against Monty, Into the Breach, 3D Max as well. Sure, good opponents, but opponents that would be regarded as the same level as Aurora, right? So that's a little bit of a concern for them.
Yeah, I think in general, Mirage, as I was kind of talking about, for me, I just think like I've seen so much good stuff from Passion UA on all the maps in the pool, but for Nuke, obviously, like you said, I just feel confident in them that they're able to take it. Sure, Mirage is a map that Aurora do play well. I mean, those sort of matchups you mentioned, the Ancient match, or the Mirage game, sorry, is usually the one they manage to find in a series. And they've had some great results on it historically, of course, in that Dacia Belgrade qualifier. They managed to get one over Eternal Fire on the map, which is no mean feat, as well as Furia as well. I'm sure Eternal Fire don't love Mirage that much, but it's still a great result to beat a team of that quality on it. So, excuse me, I feel like even though Aurora have great win rates on Mirage and Ancient, I just feel more confident in Passion UA purely because I've seen them play more lately, and I just feel like the confidence is super high right now.
I'll get off the fence. It's Passion UA 2-0 and it's dominant 2-0. It's not even close.
I mean, it's just about what level we see from Aurora. If they pitch up and realize their potential and they play close to their ceiling, then I think that this certainly should go the distance and Aurora can still win it. I think Passion UA, I've picked as the team to win this. That's my prediction, but I don't think it's going to be dominant and clean.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of nailed the point earlier, Matt. Like, it almost depends which Deco shows up on the day. I mean, we know Deco, I believe he's married, right, as well. Like, he's probably got other things to focus on in his life.
Speedrunning life.
He actually is.
Married by 23.
Exactly, right. He's genuinely speedrunning life. And he's like, listen, mate, I've made some decent money from Counter-Strike already. If I don't enjoy the game, why should I still continue to do it? Sure, there are probably lots of people who feel that way, you know? Like, there are lots of footballers who don't enjoy playing football, but play it because they're very good at it and earn a lot of money from playing it. But like, it's a reality of the situation. It's a job to some people, not a passion. Not exactly a passion. So, if Deco feels like he can absolutely get out of there and have no qualms or regrets or worries, then you know what? I think that's exactly the kind of personality that would do that. So we'll see if he performs well today. Aurora could definitely be in this game, but I'm kind of on page with Brandon in terms of like Passion UA just so much better lately and have more reps.
Scott Carson, eat your heart out for a footballer that just earns bread.
Asu Akoto, do you remember him? He made a famous interview once saying he absolutely hated football, I think it was. But still obviously plays it because he's good at it. Anyway, I'm going to give up the mic now. We'll stop waffling, and you guys can waffle about the game instead.
No, I want to talk about football. Trav, come back. No.
Arsenal go.
Yeah, you're gonna have to supplement Trav in for me because football conversation won't go too deep, I'm afraid, Brandon. I do want to get into a bit more of a conversation about Aurora as well and just what I make of the
Deco's got
team
a
dynamic.
charm. Deco's got a charm on his P250. Sorry. first one I've seen it in comp.
Well, see if it could be a lucky charm.
Look at it waggle about. Flash forward. Double dualies in mid. Lackey gets pushed off. It's going to be A. I'm sorry, Hayes. I completely dethroned you and derailed you. But we are in A.
Indeed. And Passion UA seems to have a very good idea of what's going on here as well. Clean shot from Jacasmo. Numbers here, like I said, for the CT side, but they're still having a pretty tough time of it. Kills continue to go back and forth. Finally, enough space for a bomb plant. And Lackey continues to make moves into the back of the bomb site. They want to force these fights. They want control to play with here in the post plant. It's going to be a 2 versus 1 as they continue to pursue Fear. Information there for Chiller, so he's now going to look to try and close the gap. There's no more room for Fear to fall back. Eventually, he has to stand his ground and fight, and that will cost him his life. Chiller recovers the Julies, knows exactly where both these remaining players are. Lackey swings a little bit ahead of Kenzie. That allows for Chiller to find the first, but Kenzie will hold his nerve.
That's actually a really smart play by Fear, if you think about it, because he's got to buy time for the rotate to come over, but also what he does is he sets them up on a platter for Chiller. They're both in storage. They haven't split up. They have to be there. So they got to take the swing. He swaps the dual Berettas. If that worked, if Chiller gets the second kill, I'd be talking about how Fear is a tactical genius. And to be honest, he was, because he set that up really well for Chiller to succeed. Unfortunate, it doesn't quite happen. We got an eco. Matt, should we go back to what you actually wanted to talk about?
Yeah, no, I did want to get, have this little conversation and around that didn't mean too much, so I think this is a good opportunity. And I think, looking at Aurora with the name value and not going too deep in terms of what's been happening in terms of the individuals and the way they feel about the game at the moment, I think Klax is a huge upgrade for Aurora. I always felt like the problem with this team was their flaw. Klax is a fantastic anchor. I feel like you just always had guys who wanted to make plays, take space, kind of just get to play their game kind of thing, have that free-flowing style of Counter-Strike, but they never really had someone. I think Result was that type of a player as well. They never had someone who was like super reliable, someone that if they, died and it was a 4v5, it was okay because they knew Klax was alive and he would be that support structure for them to kind of make those outlandish plays. And I think that Klax just raises the floor so much here for Aurora, and I think it is a great move for them. I don't think firepower was ever the problem with this team. It was just having that stability.
I think Klax is a very good player in Tier 2, and I'm right there with you. And I was actually shocked when it was sort of 9 Pandas removing Klax and sending him the other way. Like, that was honestly such a surprise to me, because I was like, yeah, Aurora, I think they've won the trade there. I think Result is very good in terms of what he can bring. I think the 9 Pandas roster is incredibly exciting with what's going on over there with all the changes. But with that being said, I think Klax is a better player.
I think that the move actually favors both teams, because just like I made the point in terms of like how Aurora were missing that kind of reliable anchor, I think that 9 Pandas were missing an out-and-out star rifler, a space taker, space creator, someone who'd run at their opponent full confidence. I think Result is that player. So I kind of feel like both teams won with the move, honestly. Anyway, important round here. Aurora off to a good start, and it looks like they want to try and hammer home over towards this B-bomb site. Fear just jiggling with the smoke grenade, but the flash means he actually can't step out and drop that smoke grenade. However, Zerofix will step out of that smoke in towards E-box and find a good multi, and he continues to frag.
Damn, alright, Zerofix. Blood just turns 180 and gets the third kill like it's nothing. He swats away this bonus out of Aurora. You lose a couple of players in the mix. It doesn't matter if you're Passion UA, because that was clean. And that was essential at a Zerofix. What a moment for him in a period where Jambo's yet to get a kill. Where Kazma hasn't elevated himself yet. You're only in 3 rounds of CS. It's a very small sample size. But you know, the point still stands. He steps up when it matters.
Great stuff. Passion UA able to get themselves on the board here. Their map pick, and they find their first round as early as the first gun round. Aurora going to be able to afford rifles across the board here. I know that Deco has been enjoying rifling. I mean, almost maybe a bit more than AWPing. We've seen him rifling a lot in CS2. Even when Griggs was standing in, when there was the turmoil between the Shelfie slash, between the Result Clax swap. Deco was happy to rifle and let Griggs AWP, right? Because he has just been enjoying the gun,
yeah.
So...
Oh, Lackey won't be rifling in this round. Jacasmo will take it off him. Molly is very good, but you don't actually get any audio cues potentially out of Kenzie. I don't think he ticked in that. But they're still going to apply pressure here, Aurora, with the space they've got in towards Dark. There's 2-player lean currently for Passion UA over at A. This is good timing to flash forward and take the space. And actually, it's Clax bringing the bomb over there. So they've got to be a little bit careful here, Aurora.
I wonder if they're thinking that Passion UA have been able to find that kill, you know, man advantage. They've got control over towards B. Maybe they'd shift away from that bomb site. And Clax is actually looking to try and explore in towards A main here. They're very light on util, so it'll be quite difficult for them to breach into the bomb site. You've got S-Cello's going to play behind the pillar, and he's hoping his teammate can take contact and take attention. Deco's going to try and pull the attention towards the opposite side of the map, and you can see Pieces were quite keen to try and rotate across. There's 19 seconds left now. It is a fake from Deco, and Passion UA have realized that.
And it's just instant. S-Chiller behind the pillar, as you were saying. You're spitting hot bars, and he spits hot lead straight into Clax at A main. Bomb drop round over at that point. Jambo swinging. Very clean round out of Passion UA. Good news for Aurora is they don't die after time.
Yeah, at least that's a small consolation prize. Means that they're going to have a couple hero AKs, but I mean, it also does just completely disjoin them from their teammates going into the gun round that follows. They get, what, $2,400 here in the next round? So normally if you have one player stays alive, it's okay, but 2 makes it a little bit more awkward. I think that there's some teams that might even just force fire on these 2 guns. Because, it's not even like they get Galil armor in that next round, right? Unless they're able to get some kills here. We'll still give them quite a lot of firepower, but it's not like it's ideal.
Should we do it? Should we say the cliche line for Anubis?
I think we save it a little bit. Let's
Okay.
save it for later.
Yeah,
Keep it
yeah.
on ice.
Alright. That's fine. No, I wanted to make sure you're okay with it, so I wanted to...
Fair enough. I appreciate that. It would be quite funny if you played like a drinking game or something. You just kept a tally of every time the casters do reference the.
Cool, imagine if the casters
Anubis
played
adage.
it as well.
That would be dangerous. That would be dangerous. But I feel like it's just the go-to. Same as the 11-4 half in CS:GO. It just became an unbearable how every single time it was an 11-4 half, the Zonic law would be referenced.
Oh,
I'd
I could
start
do
pulling
so
my hair
many.
out.
I could do so many. Maybe we should just have a round on an eco where we just say as many as we can. Yeah.
Alright, well, bit of an intermission now. All we say is, one moment, IRL. Very vague.
Maybe we could do it now. How many cliches can you name in 30 seconds?
Well, guess I'll just drop the obvious one.
Yeah.
T side of Anubis. There's an easy one.
CT side of Nuke. Comebacks are always possible in MR12. the economy of the CTs is very fragile.
T-sided game, CS2.
$11-4 half. We've already spoken about that one.
Yeah.
The big green.
Oh, of course, naturally. I feel like I've done pretty well of just like trying to iron those out of my mentality and my vocabulary, those cliches. So I'm just going to use that as my excuse for why they're not coming to my mind right now. What has been realized, though, is Aurora have spent all their money like I suggested some teams might in this situation.
More stuck than a stuck thing.
Oh, that's Trav's one, mate. That's a classic one, a banger.
That's a great one.
I've used that one a few times. I do give him credit when I use it, though.
Hayes' Law.
Ooh, okay, but that's not vanilla, mate. That's a goodie. You see, don't lump that in with the rest of them. Notice that it actually Hayes' Law wasn't true in the previous series. That's why I didn't bring it up.
No, I know. I realised that.
I only mention it when I'm correct, of course. Naturally.
That's how it should work. I mean, we get to choose what we say. So.
Exactly. We have the microphones, man. At the end of the day.
And Aurora have got mid.
They do, but they barely have any util. I mean, Klax has settled for the Tech 9, no head armor, so a couple flashes and a smoke, and they're just taking contact, just walking their way forward right now. 2 players in cameras for the CT side means that they've got the numbers ready to go.
Oh, and the molly comes in at the perfect moment. It just isolates them. And Kenzie's even killed Deco.
I wonder how that makes them feel.
Brutal. Savage. And Klax.
Gonna wreck them.
Is wrecked. There we go. I thought it'd be a bit quicker than that. What a shame. But it's fine. It still happens. Passion UA get the round. Starting off strong after losing the pistol in the conversion.
Yeah, and that round that they win there as well is the round in which Aurora went for the gamble, right? Where they spent all their money around those 2 AKs. And losing that round means Passion have a very good chance to just make this 4-2 and get off to a strong start on their CT side.
5's already a good half. And then
Yeah.
there could be like 80% there. That's a fun way to throw that smoke. Lands a little bit faster. Out A main they go. Jambo has to be careful because there are players already in towards the mid doorway. Norway will present himself and Lackey doesn't swing.
Yeah, allows for Jambo to just get out of dodge there. First frag found and no chance for a trade. Jacasmo gonna step into that space as well. Lackey, the next victim in the round. What do you make of Lackey in this team not being the IGL? Because I feel like if you're gonna have someone like Lackey, you want him to be the caller, and if he hasn't got that sort of mantle and not contributing in that department, what sort of departments is he contributing where he brings enough value to actually warrant being on this team? Gonna miss that.
I think Lackey does a really good job at putting himself into uncomfortable spaces, especially on T side. Like, he will just go and take middle, for example. I think a lot about Ancient, where he just goes and takes red room. He will just go do things by himself. He is an ideas man. Obviously, I think he's going to be a loud voice in this team, which I think this team definitely needs more than one loud voice in it.
Yeah.
To sort of offset the mood. Good frag from Klax. This round's not over. Like, it's a 3-on-2. Jambo is still alive on B, but never mind. I thought Klax was going to potentially have the opportunity, but Jambo just goes and searches for him. Not enough time to put the bomb down here for Kenzie, unless he rushes B. Needs to hit the instant headshot and can't do it. It's Jambo on the rifle, it's Jambo with 4. He even picks up an AK to trade with Jacasmo.
Yeah, he actually started out with the AWP, gets the kill in towards mid, swivels B, recognizes he's the lone player on that B bomb site, so a smart decision to pick up the rifle, and he doesn't give Aurora time to set themselves up to try and get in the bomb site. He goes searching and hunting, disrupts them, and then goes back looking for his AWP, but Jacasmo picked it up, so he's like, alright, I guess I'll just finish off the round with the rifle. They trade weapons in spawn, and we actually only now have our first full gun round upon us.
True, taken 7 rounds, but we're here. But yeah, quickly, Lackey puts himself in uncomfortable spots, willing to take space for the team. I think he's a little bit of a selfless player, and I think it's good to have another vocal player in this team.
Okay, yeah, I can get on board with all the points that you make. That makes sense. Just wondering if there would be somebody better suited to his roles in the region if it wasn't him contributing as an IGL as well. But I like the points that you make there. I think especially when you've got players like Deco, Norway, Kenzie, you have to have someone who's willing to sacrifice himself a bit more.
Speaking of Deco, look at all the space he's found in towards middle. Jambo comes over at camera, Deco jiggles but can't collect the kill. It is Jambo that deals out the headshot instead. Zero Fix stressed about Dark. Kenzie has taken that space and announced his arrival over here. But he can remain rooted here, Zero Fix, because Fear's backing him up. And A main has just been taken from Passion UA. They know it ends B, and they've even got a rotate on the way.
Looks like they want to try and fight for E-Box as well. There's two players who are playing Smoke Fade. There's two players on the opposite side for Aurora as well. Smoke fades, and Zero Fix doubles down. Two-man advantage persists here. It doesn't look like he's expecting tracks to come through as well, although he will actually get the info in time. At least give him a shot in the gunfight. Doesn't work out for him. That's a brilliant shot out of Norway, but he has to do a whole lot more than just that one kill. Player in the corner, not going to get found. He's ticking down to the molly, and it's a double peek. Really smart decision-making and micro movements made by Passion UA in the B-bomb side.
I love how much variance there is without actually changing up too much. What I mean by that is, normally when you see map control being taken by CT sides, I think this is now the next evolution of Anubis, because we can see players, they overextend massively when they're taking map control. What I mean by that is you take canals, you take all of B main, you push out A main. That is so far away from the bomb site to the point where it can be a little bit tricky and gaps can be opened up. I really like the way Passion UA set themselves up here, because it is 3 players in towards mid that can quickly pounce and converge on a push, say if they lost the opening kill. And then they reset and they just take dark control. So you're still taking map control away from this T side. You know they were in there as well because Kenzie was spamming about 20 seconds ago when that smoke was just put down by Zero Fix. And they group up. The most important thing is they are taking little pieces of map control, but they're doing it together. There's always a trade. There is always an emergency exit for Passion UA. I love this team because I think their fundamentals are some of the best we've got in Tier 2.
Yeah, and for a team that has an average age of 19, it makes it even more impressive. Not like they're just studs in the server in terms of their fragging power, but they make really good decisions as a unit, as you say. So I think it's a great point. However, that might be a first mistake. Yambo looks to just try and push back through the smoke into middle. That cuts the map down the middle here. And Kenzie is gone straight through the smoke as well. Brilliant shot from Deco, and Passion UA have fallen flat on their faces.
Yeah, look, that was Jambo taking a bit of a risk. He gets punished, and from there, Aurora, they thrive in the chaos, and they throw caution to the wind with the Tech 9s. So they get a really nice space out of Kenzie. Deco hits a banger with the Deagle, and it's just individual brilliance. The thing is, we can sit here, we can sing the praises of Passion UA all day long. They have got very good individuals, but so do Aurora, and they will not let you think for a moment. If they realize that they've got an advantage they can take control of, they will try and fight it. They will try and punish you, and they will be relentless at it. Even here on this fight, Zero Fix falls, Clax swings, you've got a player that was trying to come in from long, 3 players committed to that hunt, and they'll be more than happy to take another gun away. The buys are here, it's okay for now for Passion UA, but that's a reminder sent by Aurora, don't mess with us, because we can strike. You can't get complacent.
Exactly, that's what you get from Aurora in every single round that they play. They've got such brilliant individuals that every round is alive when Aurora's in the server. You have to be switched on every single round. Can't take anything for granted to get comfortable or complacent. Either way, maybe a little bit of wake up there for Passion UA. Not going to be any AWP for them coming into this next round. It's been a big factor in Jambo's success in terms of getting opening kills. So let's see if Aurora can find success now that there's a little bit more wiggle room. Fear forced out into the open and still wins the gunfight. Surely doesn't get out alive. Deco gets a key trade, but Fear was always going to go down there. So the fact that he gets a kill before he does is a good return.
In another one of these situations where Zero Fix is in towards Dark, and now Kenzie's varying up his utility to try and punish him playing inside. Nice little nades that you feel like Deco should be poised on the angle, and he's actually swapped out from the AWP onto the AK. I'm watching A. This is what I'm staring at right now, because again, Passion UA, they're going for this control in towards water again. It will pay off because Lackey's in mid. Clax needs to spin around it and take a little peek. But they reassess here, Passion UA. They really do think it's going to be this B end.
Or do they?
I thought they would.
Aurora just sitting and posting, just holding angles, letting Passion UA start to overthink the situation a little bit. And it actually looks like Passion UA is just going to full gamble over towards A here. Lack of finance is also probably contributing to their decision making right now, thinking that if they lose everybody here and the round, there's nothing to work with in the next. They'll hear the util starting to rain in over towards B, and that will just count them out of the round. Tends to happen, CT side Anubis. You know, sometimes you are forced into these difficult decisions.
I think you go for this. If you get this fight on Clax, you go for it. No. It is the right decision. It's the play in the margins Counter-Strike, which I'm a big fan of. I used to be an accountant, so I love the small percentages. You feel like you've got an edge, you save. And CS2 is a game that doesn't really promote saving all that much. We don't see it that often. So when we do, it's actually a bit of a luxury in recent time. And when
I'm more of a balls to the walls kind of guy myself.
Yeah, a lot of casters are. And I want to correct myself because when I said, oh yeah, they think it's B, I actually meant A. My brain lagged. So
okay. All good, mate.
Thank you.
No harm, no foul.
The thing is, you clear water there, you don't see anything, and you're like, well, they've got to be outside A main then. And bear in mind, you've heard one AWP shot out of Deco, and then you hear nothing. It turns out he was just holding, waiting for a push to come in from Passion UA that never did. But they don't know that.
Well, Aurora draw within one, chance to level up the scoreline here. If they do, then they're probably going to earn them the lead as well. I mentioned how 5 would be the benchmark for Passion UA coming into the CT side, and they've already been able to rack up to 5. Will both players get out with their life intact? Yes, sir. Deco goes searching, but the trade no longer available. Good to see Passion UA just being proactive. It's exactly what you need on your CT side of Anubis. You got to have confidence. You got to back yourself, back your ability. You know, working together there, forcing the issue early on, get a kill, and now you've done the job. Now the pressure shifts to Aurora, and you let them make that next move.
They're really trying to set up Deco to come through camera. They're putting all these lurk smokes down. They're trying to find the timing, and I think they've got it. Fear is looking for this, but Jambo, it's another one of these overextensions. And Clax finds 2 kills. This is now a couple of rounds where I don't think that one is necessarily Jambo's fault, but we saw the Tech 9 rounds that Aurora was able to win. Jambo pushes the smoke in camera. This round it is Jambo jumping up, and then Deco hits the shot. Like, you got to have this presence of mind here if you're Passion UA. I don't think they were aware of the timing of that mid play coming in, but if you're putting so much attention in towards A main, you got to at least have it in the back of your mind that, hey, if they peek camera, am I dead?
Yeah, I think it's why it's so smart from Deco. He's just prying on that exact mentality you explained from Passion UA's perspective, because they've gone searching. They've gone all the way across the bridge to find the opening kill. Deco's gone hunting, looking for the trade. He hasn't seen any more presence, so he just keeps walking forward, waiting until he actually finds contact. Passion UA, with all the pressure coming through A main, have their focus fully fixated there, and that allows for Deco to just completely unlock the A bomb site. It allows for Clax to find the multi-kill as well because of Deco's pressure and presence. So looking improved now for Aurora as they start to get in their groove.
I'd like to get your take on this, and I'd also like to get Trav's take on it when he does analysis. But I actually think, I was having this discussion yesterday, I think this is meta now. I think it is meta to re-push, reclaim map control after you lose it immediately. Because 9 times out of 10, the CTs are going to dynamically rotate.
Yeah, it actually reminds me of if you have like a hero AWP in the round on the CT side and you get a pick A on any map, the AWPer will just almost always immediately pivot to the opposite side of the map because he's trying to stay one step ahead of his opponent. But as you say, because that's become the predictable play to be made, now you just kind of push in the direction of where the player was originally. So I'm right there with you. I think that is sort of an evolution that we're seeing happening in the game.
I think that's fantastic utility. You got the double nades in towards mids, in towards doors and the little window with the mollies, and then one player throws another set of util from Rugs. They completely trap Jambo in. Eschilla will find 1 on the trade, but A is overran again by Aurora. They have recognized this is a weakness so consistently. Getting the bomb out, it's fine. Deco was on a timer, but he's got out alive.
Great turnaround here from Aurora on their T side. It was looking like they could end up in a really rough position. I mean, it was, what, 5-2, and in that 8th round... Alright, no, that's when they won the Tech 9s. There was that one round where Passion UA got themselves some opening picks and they weren't able to convert it, if I remember correctly. Anyway, been a very good turnaround from Aurora. They'll get themselves the lead, and it's not like there's a huge amount of money for Passion UA going into the next round either. Max round lost bonus behind them, so they'll be able to drop guns, and Eschella can afford his own, so I guess they'll be fine in the weapons department. But Aurora are the ones with the momentum behind them right now, and it's on their opponent's map pick, so they'll feel good about the position they've been able to get themselves in.
Uh-oh. I don't like the position that Passion UA are currently in. They're being hunted. Deco looks to swing. And he will get the find on Fear. Can he deliver another kill? He can. No guns being saved. That's huge.
Yeah, that is going to make this next round so much easier for Aurora. I feel like Aurora is just a T-sided team at the moment as well.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
just saying it because it's Anubis, but with the individuals that they've got, I genuinely think that they'll have a better time of it on the T side. So even if this does end 7-5, I'm not counting Passion UA out.
No, and he shouldn't. They just put 3 players in towards B immediately. They have got the AWP out on Jambo. Nade on Kenzie. Brilliant. Jambo's ahead of this incendiary. Kenzie's really hoping for a peek, and he will get one. Missed shot. Missed opportunity, and Deco trades on Zero Fix.
Brilliant. Beautiful. Works out perfectly there between Deco and Kenzie as they combine to get 2 kills. They're not making any direct moves afterwards. Deco's taking up the space in the E-box, but outside of that, everybody else for Aurora just remains posted up on angles, and that's a huge kill back coming through from Fear. Oh my god, that is nonchalance, I reckon.
That's when you go to a restaurant and you don't want any vegetables. Nonchalance. Sorry.
That's okay. I like my onions, but that joke almost made me cry more than cutting an onion. So
3v2. They get out of there. Aurora. They worry about canals. They hear the molly now coming in. They're blocking each other a little bit. There's no kit. There's no kit. So like this feels impossible. Also got the mid lurk. Utility perfect, spray, messy, but it gets the job done. And even if he kills these A-main players, oh! He does hit the shot, but he doesn't have time. No. That was sick from Fear. Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't get rewarded with the round.
Oh, that spray transfer was quite beautiful. A little shake of the head from him, but a good effort nonetheless. I think that Passion UA are going to feel like they left a few rounds on the table. Look at that from Aurora. All 5 of the rounds they win to close out the half came through the way of a bomb explosion. So, not like they were easy where they're just getting the kills and racking up the rounds. They had to grind those rounds out. Some good plans, some good protocols, some great trades and useful usage from Aurora. Game plan works out, and they carry a lead into their CT side. Can they keep the momentum up now?
Oh, that was really cool. What a shame.
Do you think if he hits that spray transfer instantly, he has enough time for the defuse? I think it would have been close.
Oh, it's so close. The worst bit about that is he's going to go back and watch the VOD now and hear my nonchalance joke. Sorry, Fear, if you're watching. But also, hi. It's me in the past. Oh, God, I need to stop talking. Passion UA.
Unfortunately, that's what you're paid to do, mate.
Here with the pistol. Util, great. Kenzie. Oh! Never mind. There was a gap in the smoke. I thought it was going to explode, but he burns.
There's normally that really little small spot you can position yourself between the smoke and the molly where you don't take any damage, but he just oversteps the mark ever so slightly, and now it's going to have to be a retake coming through from Aurora. Players are on the bomb site, and everybody for Passion UA is B main right now. They've got the Valo strat, Brandon. You're not going to be happy to see that molly lined up by Jacasmo. First one throw, there's another. There's 2 mollies here for Passion UA, and there's no smoke for the CTs to extinguish it. That means this round should be dead in the water. The secondary molly's been thrown here as well. Norway he has a kit, but he doesn't have the health to jump in. The flames kills come through, and there's just enough time. I think, no, he's died to the flames now. It's too far gone. Surely Klax is going to die to the bomb explosion, and Passion UA win the pistol.
Every day we take a step closer to the darkness. But that was cool. that was very cool. The fact they had a second molly, the fact that Aurora get all the kills and they're not rewarded with the round. Oh, come on. Unlucky. So unlucky from Aurora. Passion UA. Oh no, Deco just got knifed. Oh,
I'm sure
goes
that
from bad
makes him
to
feel
worse.
happy. I'm sure that I'm sure he laughs at that. He strikes me as that kind of player. Laugh it off. Imagine you do that and you're like, well, Deco, because you're low, do you want to maybe pass the M4 across to me? I'm sorry I knifed you, but you know, probably the right decision to make here.
There ain't no way he's giving you that M4.
Like that would just trigger him so much if you actually asked
That would
him
tilt
for it.
me. I'd be like, are you joking me?
Is this real?
F off, like no.
Alright, well, Aurora spend all their money here coming into the round. Let's see if they can find a way.
That's been
Set up. Must be a boost somewhere, right? Is it on top of Deco being boosted up?
Yeah,
to
yeah,
15
you can
main?
see the two little arrows next to him.
Yeah, caught it now. Yeah. Right, well, boost going to be negated as the push comes through on the opposite side of the map. Zerofix playing behind the molly there, waits for the swing to come through, premeditated. And he shuts them both down, at least himself and Jambo.
That's a fun little life hack for the CCT HUD for everyone at home. Whereas, if you're not too familiar where the common boost spots are on the map, you see that every player has obviously got their face, but then an arrow direction of where they're looking. If you see two of them on one player, that's normally a boost.
Yeah, fair enough. Unless he's a Hydra.
Unless he's a Hydra.
Yeah, cut one head off, two more appear, but that is just me reaching, making no sense at all, as it is going to be a 7-all scoreline coming through here. Passion UA get the ball rolling on their T side. How far can they go? They can dispatch this hero rifle and deny Deco carrying it over. That would be great, but I don't think that they're too keen to go hunting all the way.
Deco had a charm on his dual Berettas as well. Maybe that's just a pistol thing for him.
Could be. Could be indeed.
Charm watch.
We'll have to pay close attention, Brandon.
I don't think it's like that much attention really, because the thing just dangles off the gun. Like it's so obvious. I don't know how
ADHD. I wouldn't imagine it's a great idea to actually have on the gun.
Yeah.
It could just, you know, take your focus.
It moves where you look as well. It's really distracting.
Chance for Passion UA to regain the lead. Not going to be much resistance between them and that 8th round. Echo this time on the opposite side of the map with his hero rifle.
Here's the boost.
Triple boost?
No. A
Not
quintuple stack.
necessary. That's true. And it makes sense in a round of this nature. Just go for the gamble, group everybody up together, hope that they come in that direction. If not, then, well, call it a day, see if you can find some extra kills. But when you got these weaker weapons, you got to try something out of the ordinary. And it looks like Passion UA have the perfect read.
Easy does it. So this is them taking back the lead, and also this is why we were saying you can't rule them out of games like this, especially on their map pick. Their T-side is incredibly strong on this map. We also think Aurora, just from track record and casting them so many times, they are just a more T-sided team. Passion UA, I think actually it is an interesting parallel to draw now between these two teams, where you've spoken about wild and wacky players that have got a lot of freedom in the Aurora roster. That gets you so far, but I think fundamentally, that's where Passion UA are going to have the advantage, and I think that's what gets them through in a best of 3 like this.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Feels like Passion UA's approach to play the game is far more sustainable than Aurora's. If Aurora pop off though, then it doesn't really matter what your plan is, because they can just run you over.
True.
It's a lot more temperamental, which is not ideal in an esports, of course, when you play so much Counter-Strike, so many different tournaments. You want to remain consistent. You can't afford to be too volatile between your floor and your ceiling, which has proven to be the case with Aurora. Deco is 15-8 right now, but everybody else is lagging behind. We're going to go into the first gun round here, and if Aurora lose this, then the pressure ramps up a lot.
No walk for Deco. He keeps on the rifle. In fact, no warp in the server whatsoever. Interesting fight potentially materializing over towards A main, but instead Clax backs up. It's a lot more passive. It's also a hollow smoke thrown in towards stairs to sort of feign Aurora taking this control. Instead, it's 3 players over towards B, 2 in towards dark. They're giving it the Passion UA treatment.
Recognizing the magnitude of this round right now, can't afford to overstep the mark. Lindsay, as usual, very vocal. Always like to see that with the player cams. You get to see which players sort of contribute the most in the communication department, call the shots, sort of dictate the rotations that are necessary as well.
I wonder if this is ever a fake back into B main, only because you've got Fear here with the bomb. ZeroFix gives it a glance into dark. They still don't know about this Aurora, and now they do. Okay, so bomb spotted over at B. But to be fair, that could just be a fake in itself, because now you can just bring the bomb over towards A and they can pounce.
I was thinking they might actually fake the A split here and then split their way into B, but it looks like Passion UA have had to kind of just change up the plan on the fly after Fear does get forced back and join up with his teammates in towards middle. Pressure mounting now over towards these A bomb site players. S Chiller doubles down. One of the players you highlighted and said you needed to see more from here if Passion UA were going to be able to, you know, piece together a successful couple of months heading into the RMR. And he has a big round here. A bomb site completely over, and that's going to be the round dead in the water. You can't afford to go for this if you're the CT side.
Again, let's compare it. Let's compare Aurora, right? Deco, 15 kills. Next highest Clax on 10. Norway at the bottom end on 4. Sorry, Norway, but we're using you as an example. Now look at Passion UA. Highest player, 11. Lowest, 7. So there's a 4-kill disparity, and everyone is floating just in that mark. Everyone is being consistent. This was my biggest criticism for Passion UA in the last sort of month and a half, because whilst all the pressure and the praise was being given towards Jambo and Chikazmo, that's not sustainable. But I think they've had the individuals to build. You've then got a coach and an in-game leader that are working in tandem to raise the level of your fundamentals, and then that naturally raises the bar for everyone else. And now we're seeing what final form Passion UA can look like, and it feels and looks pretty damn good. I think you were completely on the money as well with that call of it felt like a fake towards A, and then they had to divert game plans because Fear got spotted with the bomb, but it doesn't matter because they were still able to get the trades effectively. A double kill ends the round.
Yeah, brilliant entries coming through from them. At least Aurora are able to just piece together a full buy here. Open play for Deco, and it reaches that now or never stage. Something I just checked, which actually kind of blows my mind, Brandon, it might catch you off guard as well, is that Passion UA have never played at a LAN event before. The RMR will be their first LAN event as a team.
Yeah, no, sorry to flex on you, but I didn't know that, just because, they've only been playing online. Break on the smoke's good for lacking. It surprised me that this will be their first one. I mean, talk about trial by fire. for all of them, right?
Right, when it matters the most. And they've been on boot camp for a long time, I think, so it certainly will improve the synergy of the team. Either way, Yambo able to find a frag back. There's more where that came from. Lackey playing ring around the Rosie will be able to go searching and comes up good with the kill. Restores that man advantage for Aurora in such an important round. Deco dialed in as he spots that shadow, makes for an easy shot. Util not his game, but fragging is what matters the most right now. 2 versus 4 rather. No obvious options available here for Passion UA, and both players are fairly disconnected. Zero Fix looking to force him out of position with the molly, and not far from actually finding both of those kills.
I'll tell you what, to sort of go round from Aurora, but just to build on that point about LAN and the like, in about a year ago, just over, you gotta remember that was when Passion UA first sort of arrived in the esports scene, and they were ranked 195th in the world. And look at them now. Like, they're playing fantastically. They deserve to be where they are.
Yeah, I'm just surprised with a team that's been as good as they have been over the year that they haven't actually qualified for like a smaller LAN or something like that. But it will be an incredible opportunity for them, and they're going to be in some great form heading into the RMR if they can keep up with what we've seen from them over the past few weeks. It's good that they were tested, I reckon, that they had that little post-RMR qualifier hangover where you know, things did kind of fall apart, and then they were then able to get them back on track again. That's only going to sort of grow the depth and the mental fortitude within this team.
It reminds me a lot of what Bait were like last year, and now this year towards like the back end of it, Bait have now got these LAN events that they can go and test themselves at. So it'll be interesting to sort of see the development of Passion UA. Klax drops the smoke defensively, does a best chiller. Lackey now walks in towards middle. This is now a new test for Passion UA because it's a 3-on-5. It's going to get even worse, and they're not going to have any money. So this game is going to become equalized. And for Aurora, they've got a really good opportunity to steal this one away.
Yeah, they certainly do, because now they're going to be playing against an eco, so a great chance for them to actually get themselves the lead now, go up 10-9. Passion UA feeling the heat and feeling the pressure. And sure, they've been good across the board in terms of their individuals, but no one's having a great game. No one's popping off and leading from the front and finding opening kills or clutches or multi-frags kind of thing, right? We need someone to light the server on fire here for Passion UA. It's nice that they're all playing a good game, but who's going to play a great game here to actually get the team across the line? And that's actually what, just to add to what we were saying earlier in terms of how Passion UA showed great fundamentals, you know, very good as a team, very stable and reliable. But that doesn't always win you championships. You know, having someone like Deco, very volatile, not consistent, sure, but a player like that when he's on can win you championships.
Just don't fumble the bag against the techies. Uh-oh, they're fumbling the bag against the techies. They can't pick up the AWP, but they've got space in towards the site. Klax, you feel like you know. You haven't seen Klax in a while. He has to be out towards A main.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're already aware. So you take space in towards CT. Fear's lining it up, but look at this angle out of Kenzie. They just wait. Oh, they just wait. Look at this multi-layering from Passion UA.
Call them an onion with the layers that they're displaying right now here. Is Chiller. Well, he's been left by himself on the bomb site. Actually only going to be the one to go searching. He spots out Kenzie. They forced the issue. A smoke on the bomb. Oh, Norby desperately trying to find that bomb on the site right now. Hasn't been able to. He goes down in the smoke, and Klax in no man's land will follow suit. We actually saw Aurora win a very similar round in the first half, and Passion UA have got one back on their opponents.
Oh, they got undone by the techies. That was an overextension in middle, and then Deco swings and feels like he can just get a trade. I don't know why Deco is peaking that with the AWP into 4 Tech 9s. I feel like that's never going to go well for you. But he did. Felt like he needs to be the guy. Instead, he's just the second guy that gets bulldozed in that attempt on A by Passion UA. That's a horrible round to lose if you're Aurora, because we were just setting this up. We said, look, now it's a test for Passion UA because they're going to have to eco. Aurora's going to take the lead. They can be in striking distance of closing this map pick. Well, no. Passion UA is still very much alive, and I guess that hurdle is passed at the very first opportunity.
Yeah, brilliant work coming through from Pashnue there on the eco. Can they supplement that with a gun round win here? That would go a big step in putting Aurora away here on Anubis. Plan going to be spread themselves out, bit of a spam through the smoke, kill found. Mackey's going to have to watch the round from the sidelines now, and immediately that forces an adjustment in the setup for the CT side as well.
Again, it's all about the little details, because it's the nades on the right-hand side that pushes him into the left, and that's exactly where Jambo sprays. It's all by design to get that kill in middle. And out of Passionate, you can slow things down, because you expect a reaction out of Aurora. Every single time they've lost a player, they've tried to be dynamic. They've tried to take space. This is the game plan, the nature of Anubis. Fun nade from Klax, but it doesn't do any damage. He looks to go for an explore, and he could meet a very untimely surprise. There are 3 players in A, though, for Aurora. That's the good thing about all of this.
Yeah, this round lives and dies with the fight that's breaking out in A main. Yambo and S-Chiller posted up on the angles. Will just steamroll both Klax and Norway, and Deco has a hell of a job on his hands right now. Doesn't really have much positional control to work with. That's why he smartly falls back in towards heaven. That'll give him a little bit more room to maneuver, and he wants to force the fight, understandably so, but S-Chiller with a clean headshot will get the kill. They now know exactly where Kenzie is. He'll desperately try and scurry away with the AWP, but there's no world in which he's saving this gun. In fact, he probably has a better chance of winning the round than he does saving the gun, especially if they continue to feed him. Make sure that they're smart about the double peek. A collateral? No, unfortunately it's just a leg shot.
And they say to Jambo, do you want the AWP, mate? He goes, no. Let's just keep AKs. They're at breaking point now, Aurora. You have to buy in again. You're taking this time out to figure things through. Do you want Deco on the AWP? Does Deco even want the AWP? Because if he does, I think you save this. You play for OT. If not, you invest in everything. They're going to take the half measure. That's confirmed by Norway buying Kevlar Deagle.
Oh, it's so brutal for Aurora just in terms of how this has fallen apart, because obviously it was a rough start for them to the map. They were then able to kind of get things going once again on their T side. Piece together a 7-5 return. Things going swimmingly for them at the start of the second half, and then they lose to the Tech 9s, and it could just all unravel from there. I love that Wynos has just given us his predictions in Discord, and he's predicted NIP after they've already lost. That's
No, I respect that. I respect that a lot.
Gave his honest prediction instead of just choosing the team that won. Could never be me. Anyway, just caught my attention. Well, I put that out there for everyone who's watching this game. Knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that actually just applied to me.
Exactly, mate. It's you and I having a conversation here, so that's what matters the most.
Ooh, good flash. Doesn't matter. Look at B main. They are out here. Oh, Kenzie isn't done for, and Norway finds fear. This puts this into a little bit of turbulence now for Passionue. It looks like they're just going to reset immediately. You've got space out towards A main. You've got Jambo in towards mid. It shouldn't be that much of a glaring issue. It depends how well Klax holds.
I mean, it feels like they're still relying heavily on S-Chiller, and I was going to say, if S-Chiller goes down to Klax, then that puts Passionue in an awful position. However, Yambo's been able to push through mid. So it looks like they're going to rely on his position here to try and get into the B bomb site. And if you asked Aurora where would you want them to go, you would want them to go B. Yeah, Ken Z is peering in that direction. Does Yambo go first, or does he allow for his teammates to pressure B main? That's the question. Doesn't matter. Yambo will prompt the exec, prompt the push, and brilliant kills coming through from him unlocks this B bomb site.
Yeah, Ferry just wrecks them. Like, okay, cool. That was the conclusion we didn't expect. I expected him to get one of them traded, but no, he just deletes all of them. We'll get overrun by Klax. Klax says, thanks for the AK. Do I give this a go? Well, maybe. He's just found zero fix. You can't let this one slip, Passionue. You don't need to peek, they're wisely not. And then Jacasmo, as soon as he hears the step, he gives it a go. So Passionue will find map point first. Double AWP for Aurora.
Now or never. They have to win 3 rounds in a row to force it into overtime, and I just don't really have the belief in them to make that happen, considering the way that Anubis has unfolded so far. And I love this call coming through from Passion UA when they're on that point as well. It's a variation, Brandon. They're just going to go with numbers grouped up together, and the B execute looms.
Norway holding the edge. The flashbang, though, is great, and they're in.
Over.
Yeah. And that's definitely what it feels like. Lackey's going to get mollied out of there. It's a 4-on-3. You've got 1 AWP on the retake. Look at the utility there. There are 0 flashbangs to get them in.
Going to be so difficult. No kits either. Couple smokes, couple nades. That's what they have at their disposal right now. Lackey, a very important cog in the retake. Catches Chikasmo kind of in no man's land. They looked a little bit confused, and that's going to allow for Clax to push through as well. Jambo now has to dance around the bomb site. Nade takes Clax down. Deco not destined for this world. And Passion UA get across the line on their map pick. And actually, I mean, considering it was 9-all at one point, they make it look easy from there.
Yeah, they do. Look, to be honest, that all gets undone by the Tech 9s, just throwing the economy into turmoil a little bit. Shout out Aurora, because I think they did show some good signs there on Anubis, but Passion UA, it's ultimately their fundamentals that get them through, and it's Jambo cooking towards the end. But that's just my opinion. I want to hear the opinion of Mr. Trav.
That, for me, is Passion UA on Anubis all over. And I'm going to get a bit nerdy right now. I'm going to talk about numbers. And I understand it's numbers don't mean everything and stats don't mean everything, but I'm going to go for it. And because I'm going to go for it, I'm even going to put my glasses on so I look smarter. Look at this. Right. T-round win percent for Passion UA on Anubis. We know on average it's about 55% in overall. I feel like how T-sided this map is. It's a significant difference for Passion UA. They have a 64% T-win round win percent on this map, and you know that just shows, I feel like at the end of that game, how evident that was. If we look at Aurora's, I will say they have 1 win in 10 on Anubis, and that was against Gen 1 in the Atlanta qualifiers. You'd expect Aurora to beat Gen 1 every day of the week, and that was only 13-11. Every single other loss is against decent tier 2 opposition. Let's run you through them, updating back to sort of end of July. 3D Max, Namiga, Space, Sashi, Arcred, Monty, ITB, 3D Max again, and GAMERLEGION. Like, Aurora, Matt was right. They did have a good start on this map, but they've really, really fallen off on it. And there are many, many teams that have overtaken them. And their win percent, or their percentage on T-side for round wins is 46%. That's a huge difference. And CT is 42, obviously. Maybe it's somewhat expected. It's actually 1% higher than Passion UA's, but that doesn't matter when Passion UA's T-side is so ridiculously good, right? I thought Aurora and Passion UA actually did a decent job in this game in particular of being super assertive, actually on both sides for me. I think the CT aggression was very good, and in the end, the T side from Passion UA, especially where they sort of pushed Aurora back, it seems like Aurora wanted to play on the front foot a little bit more toward the end, but in the end couldn't, because Passion UA were always in the right position at the right time, always were there, always were ready and raring to go for what they wanted to do. They had a clear plan in their minds in every single round, and you have such a high T round win percent because you can make any round win a possibility, right? Because that Tech 9 round really put a bit of a stuffing in Aurora, and those Tech 9 rounds, if you have plans for them, especially on T Anubis, they can work very, very well, and it was very evident that was the case. We go into map 2. That is definitely 10 times better for Aurora on Mirage. Passion UA, they do play the map a hell of a lot. It's actually 34 times in the last 3 months. But Aurora have really lost twice on it lately to Amcal and Monty, and they have had some very, very good wins on Mirage, dating back a couple of months. I think in the end, Eternal Fire was probably their best. I think Furia 2 is a really good one. So, yeah, I think this game's definitely on. The expected winner did take map 1, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if we go into Ancient as a decider. But this game has been entertaining. We'll see if it continues that way after the break.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
We're back for more action and what is a very entertaining game between Aurora and Passion UA. The expected result did go the expected way on map 1 of Anubis. Passion UA love their Anubis lately, and seeing Brandon holding in his laughing right now is making me want to laugh too, so I'm going to move on the subject very quickly. Aurora on map 2, Matt, they should be a lot better, surely.
I mean, there were some good signs. There were a lot of positive signs on Anubis for Aurora. 9-all, CT side going very well for them, playing against, what was it, 10-9 at that point, playing against the Pistols. They lose to the Tech 9s, and it just completely unraveled from there for them. So if they can get back to the things that were working well for them, the individuals were looking very good for the most part. I think Mirage is very winnable for them.
Brandon, Aurora, you were kind of favouring a Passion UO 2-0 when I think you... we spoke quickly during the mid-map break. I think on current form, yes, but I did see signs from Aurora which indicate to me they'll definitely get a good handle-hold in this map at least.
They'll put up a fight, but I think you got to just take a look at the kill distributions. And I mentioned it during the cast. It's like everyone was doing well for Passion UA. You had Deco, and then who else? Like, who else from Aurora, right? Like, I need more out of Klax. I need a little bit more out of Kenzie as well for Mirage, in my opinion. You look more towards these anchor players, and you see how flexible Deco will be on the AWP. He brought it out probably like 40% of the time on Anubis. I expect it to come out a lot more in Mirage, and I expect him to be dynamic with it. But you look towards these anchor players, and if they can't deal with the T side for Passion UA, we're not even going to be there, because it's going to be CT, right, for Passion UA first. But when it comes to that T side, you're looking at the anchors to do the damage.
Yeah, like, you've also got Passion UA on a 7-match win streak as well. Like, they've created a habit of winning once again, which is very hard to get past. I feel like if you're a team like Aurora, who perhaps, you know, while haven't been terrible lately either, their results haven't been exactly embarrassing. Like, they've lost to GAMERLEGION and 3D Max. They aren't the worst losses in the world at all. But at the same time, Passion UA just have 10 times more reps lately. And, you know, we use that word a lot, reps, in terms of getting results and, you know, maybe getting more confidence as a group going forward once again. Passion UA, I feel like that is a level above, really, what we've kind of seen from Aurora. And even though the percentages lean in Aurora's way, Passion UA, of course, have played the map, I'm just looking at it now, 21 more times in the last 3 months. That's quite a big discrepancy.
Yeah, that's true. They've just been playing a huge amount of Counter-Strike as of late, and it feels like it's worked well for them because they're in form. You don't mind playing this many officials when you're in a good run of form, right? Because you don't feel like you have to go back into the practice server to try and iron out any kinks or things that might not be working for you. So you just continue to kind of iron out your game and develop the plans and keep sort of subsidizing what's been working well for you. Yeah, Aurora, we're going to need the Deco Masterclass here on Mirage if they are going to be able to fight back. He was good on the previous map, but he can pop off like a madman on a map like Mirage.
That actually brings it in a really interesting conversation point. I don't know how much time we're going to have in the pre-game, so... do you know what? None. I'm going to save it for an eco. Sorry, Trav.
Bye.
Bye, Trav.
Bye.
Love you.
Yeah, love you too. We'll see you in a little bit, either to break down Aurora's comeback or Passion UA's 2-0 victory. Remind me, by the way, Matt, that I need to bring up that point, because otherwise I will forget.
Okay, no problem. I got you, mate. We'll keep it a little pin in it for now. As we do get into the pistol round, it's going to be armor for the most part here. A little bit of utility on Norway. IGL the Pack Mule, double flash smoke, and they're headed in towards the B bomb site. Passion UA have numbers in middle, which will make for a quick rotation. And S-Chilla's got an incendiary, by the way, so you can buy time for these rotations. Oh my goodness, they're going to go straight through the flames right now. They want to force the issue, and that makes sense. They've identified the lone target over towards B, but S-Chilla still stands tall for a frag.
Oh, and a second. And here comes the cavalry, straight through short. Passion UA took mid, and then they swarm and converge. Bomb not even planted, kills not even collected. And S-Chilla, who was completely alone, comes up with a hat-trick.
I love that. That's such a well-constructed pistol round out of Passion UA, the 1-3-1-3 middle. But they know that even if there is a pacey play in towards B, that they can buy time or at least inflict damage with the utility. And then S-Chilla does so well not to only stay alive for as long as he does, but he even gets 3 kills. And Brandon, well, it's going to be a force buy here, I guess. Still not a bad opportunity. Don't know how long you need to make your point, so up to you, mate.
It's a bit of a lengthy one, so we'll wait.
Or we can hold it for now. A little bit longer. Edge, right? Just some anticipation.
Yep.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah, I hope so after all the edging.
Exactly. Gotta make it worth it, mate. Don't want blue balls here.
A lot of util being dispensed early in towards top connector into jungle. Trying to limit options and allow Aurora in towards connector. Flashbang beautiful, but Jacasmo and Zero Fix trade immediately. Jambo's holding for Palace. And the force buy falls a little bit flat. And there are still 2 players low. So this is not out of the realms of possibility. Lackey can even walk B apps and scrape a bomb plant here. This is a very interesting round, and one that Aurora could walk away with a lot more from than they initially expect.
If you're Deco, you just pull the plug on the position you're in right now and you try and rotate across to the B bomb site. Having the presence alone has already created space for Lackey to get the plant. He doesn't quite believe it though. Deco does die and the bomb plant being heard here.
No.
They forced him off. They forced him off. Surely he would have been able to plant the bomb had he just committed. Oh man, that's so rough.
The thing is, you don't know. That's the issue. Where you had like S-Chilla solo holding before, you assume he's going to be in one of these corners. So you need to make sure you're gutting out all the site, and then Zero Fix jumps through market window and just denies the bomb. So in fact, it's the conclusion we did expect in the end, and it's Passion UA taking it in a dominant manner. Right, I'll try it now, and that is, we spoke about playing officials getting into form, especially for the RMR. Is there a point, you think, where some of these teams, especially in Tier 2, would it be worth them taking a break from all of this online grind and having a little bit of a structured session, having a few days off before the RMR?
Definitely, but I wouldn't say like you just completely cut the cord on the officials that you've been playing. You just wean yourself off a little bit and you slow down the amount of Counter-Strike that you've been playing just to make sure that you are, you know, fully energized going into the RMR. And you also don't want to play too many officials because, of course, then your opponents in the competition have a whole lot of content they can go off of to prepare for you as well. I think that's another point to be made. So it's kind of like a happy medium. I don't think that the extreme in either direction is a good idea for Passion UA. You know, either stopping playing entirely or just continuing to play in as many games as they have been.
I think obviously the calendar will free up a little bit more because CCT will go on a temporary hiatus. So I think that will help things out, but you still got Yala, you still got these other cups that always crop up.
I don't think they'll play in Yala. I mean, they're not in the contender stage, and it would be quite silly if they accepted the invite to the main stage, because I don't think that even runs concurrently to the RMR. So, but I do hear you, and yeah, they've got to make sure that they find that happy medium. Because also for a team who's been playing so much Counter-Strike, if you did just kind of
stop.
Like I say, cut the cord on
Right.
the officials. Yeah, exactly. That would then be unfamiliar territory for you as well, and maybe you're in a bit of a weird space going into the RMR at that point.
Yeah. I just think it's an interesting one because there's so many teams that have made the RMR, obviously through the closed qualifier, that grind, and they play so many officials. And it's one of those where, for example, 3D Max had a little bit of a hiatus, and then they were playing, and I think they were in prime form. I think Sangao after Pro League, I think that was the deliberate break that they took away from competition, and that's still favouring them. I think it's important as well not to get too burnt out on Counter-Strike, and it's also important to take breaks, to, as the meme goes, touch grass. I think that is important for teams like Bait, for teams like Passion UA, anyone in the tier 2 sort of circuit and cycle. That lineup was nearly there.
Yeah, actually a very good trade out of Fear. I thought that Klax was going to have both those kills dead to right. Of course they go searching because they got some slightly weaker weapons coming into the round. It's a bonus round for the CT side. MP9 and M4 combine. And there's more space being taken. They've completely cleared up Palace and they pushed through ramp. So they know Aurora can either be middle or going B from here.
Yeah, Jambo's on a timer, because he's got to worry about apps.
Shot, mate.
And short. And he's now seen the bullets fire off from that direction. Deco in jungle, but I'm more concerned about the bomb, and that being retrieved by Lackey, because he's been very loud. S-Chiller waits patiently. Lackey needs to go clearing. And it will be S-Chiller on the adjustment. That's the C4 dropped, and that is Zero Fix in at default, claiming the kill on Kenzie.
Oh my goodness, it's only Deco left remaining. I love the angle that S-Chiller puts himself on in T-Spawn as well, just an off angle. You know, Klax is trying to clear it out, but wasn't expecting the fight to come through from there. Zero Fix just swings on Deco, and that will be Passion UA cementing their strong starts as they win the first gun round as well.
Also, again, I don't want to be that guy, but we are seeing the same sort of trends creeping over from Anubis into Mirage, and now it's been exaggerated even greater.
Yeah,
3
it's
players
true.
on Goose Eggs. One of them being Deco.
And he was pretty much the sole reason they were even competitive on Anubis. Concerning signs. I was highlighting the numbers in his post-map segment, and we look at the numbers for Aurora. Mirage has been a staple for them. They've loved their time on this map. They've got a very strong T side as well, 55% win rate, 52% on their CT side, so very comfortable on both halves of this map. But they've got the pressure of that 0-1 scoreline mounting on them right now, and it's been a pretty rough start to this map in terms of the scoreline and the individuals, so gonna have to try and find a way back in soon, and I'm thinking about that next gun round.
I just think the amount of variance that Passion UA put forward, especially on their CT sides of Mirage, this is why I was a bit bold and I said, look, I actually think it's not going to be close because it's too much to handle, especially when Aurora, they do play the same way. They rely a lot on individual bailout, and they rely a lot on Deco finding space with the AWP. Jambo with his. Player dropped into Sandwich, he was holding that angle, and then they line up for Jacasmo. This was only an eco round, but what's most impressive about it is that Passion UA are going to keep this flawless, or at least so it seems, and confirmed by Zero Fix.
4 kills in 5 rounds here for the T side does not make for great reading, and that's going to have to improve drastically coming into this next gun round. They're going to have the AWP on Deco, all the rifles, all the utility. What's the game plan going to be here? Passion UA in the ascendancy. They have got all the money in the world right now.
But also, just highlighting this variance, think about this, and it is Passion UA, they've pushed mid, they've pushed Palace, they've had Jambo start in A, B, mid in 6 rounds. Not even 6,
Yeah,
5 rounds of play.
Yeah.
It's so unpredictable.
Yes, it's not like you just need to make one adjustment here as Aurora and you feel like you've got the formula or the recipe for success. There's so many different considerations at this point. That's really nice from Kenzie, able to get ahead of the incendiary, and that means he catches Fear completely off guard. Jambo will be called into the act. Easiest shots of his life. And immediately negates that opening frag. Oh, Jambo, are you kidding me? How in God's name has he found both of those kills? What is that? How? I'm starting to believe more and more that it wasn't a troll that we've seen in improvements in the moving accuracy with the Desert Eagle, mate.
Get out of here.
Please can we see that again, and again, and again. in slow motion one more time as well. Thank you, production.
Fuck off. What on earth is that?
That is brilliant, if we're going to look at it. I mean, that is just gorgeous shooting coming through from Jambo. Yeah, we get to see it again. I could eat this up all day, mate, and I've had lunch already.
I mean, if that doesn't highlight Aurora's first half and the state of play in this series, I don't know what will.
Yeah, and it's not like those rounds or those kills are just nice highlight frags for the round. That Desert Eagle is just hammering home nails in the coffin with every single shot it rattles off.
I don't even want to sound like flippant or like a bit brat bold when I say this, but like that genuinely could be the round where it's like, okay, like series over.
Yeah, it could be a back-breaking round loss, especially for a team who have had mental frailties in the past, right? So it's not like Aurora are invincible. You know, we know that their emotions sometimes do get the better of them, and losing a round of that nature certainly will be a difficult pill for them to swallow. And Jambo continues to frag 7-0, Zerofix 9-0, Eschella 6-0, and Zerofix continues to add more kills to the tally. So much confidence right now for Passion UA, just in every single gunfight. Mackey's woven his way through.
It's only 2 players that have died. Still 2 players that have died. Zerofix is 12-0, Jambo 7, Eschella 6. Like, what is going on? Oh my god. Right. Well. Let's go. Let's do it. 7-0 for Passion UA. And they got 4 players that are starting A. Anticipate that this is going to be potentially a commitment to the site. Instead, it's 1 in towards middle. Boost up. In goes Kenzie into window. A break on the smoke, one in which Fear doesn't swing. Instead, he just walks behind it. And he now sees that, again, there he's ahead of it. Here they line up. They line up for Fear, and he does so much work. Kenzie can't find anything. And Deco's on 9 HP. It's so simple, but it's so goddamn effective from Passion UA. 8-0. Really? Are we doing this? Are we doing this now on Mirage? All Deco can do is save. Cower in the corner and panic. Aurora need a timeout. Aurora need a reset. But for Passion UA, they're on cloud 9. Unbelievable. And again, it's just the variance. 4 players start A because they anticipate a hit. And yet, it's a break on the smoke, and Fear walks through it afterwards. That's the last thing you expect. It is all in the details. It is all in the micro here for Passion UA, and they are out-braining Aurora right now. And every single round, at the moment, just feels like a punch in the face. And the minute you look up and you see the scoreboard slowly just increasing in your opponent's tally, you still remain with the 0 next to your team's logo. The 0's etched onto the core of Passion UA that have yet to die in this first half. It is a complete disparity. And B, to be tested again, going back into Eschella's domain, but Fear is here in support. The utility is barbaric, and the spray, whilst it's laboured, it still connects. Eschella will eventually be deemed mortal. Deco will find one more. It's a 3v4. The bomb can be planted. The best instance of a round here for Aurora. Getting the bomb on a site. Not being eliminated by elimination. But potentially a bomb defuse instead. They hold on to dear life. Lackey at the edge of the smoke. Jambo goes forward. And he does deal with Kenzie. And they can't get him out this site. It's Jacasmo to follow up with one more. How on earth do they keep winning these rounds? It's trigger discipline. You're letting Jambo go through on towards bench. But he just eats alive the players from within. And it's not quite the belly of the beast from Aurora, but it's Passion UA just spreading themselves all over Mirage and infesting it with rounds upon rounds upon rounds. And Aurora can't do anything. Here, at least have the lost bonus and the bomb plant to get another buy, but there's no warp. That's never even a consideration. You gotta try something, anything. Mid has been your solace. And even that is now under threat. Again, variance. Again, fear pushing. But this is going from bad to worse again. Aurora, this is the nightmare they just want to wake up from. At least they've got middle. At least they have something, anything. But now we're praising just taking map control. This is the level. Another boost into jungle, but this has been the game plan of Aurora. They've always had this boost just in mid, which is why we've now got Zero Fix holding. Jacasmo getting the edges of this smoke. 1 minute left, Aurora. It's your move, and it's a flashbang to try and set up Jacasmo. He can't do it, but Jambo's there with a collat. Are you serious?
Oh my goodness, things just going from good to great right now for Passion UA. Clax at least spots Fear out in towards Firebox. Taking the fight with Yambo in CT, inadvertently catches a glimpse of that anchor deep in the bomb site, allows him to get the kill, and finally, Aurora will get themselves on the board. Apologies, guys, there's some people doing some construction work here on my property at the moment. The power tripped, but I am back here to stay. S-Chiller, hold the phone. These two remaining players barely make up 50 health between the two of them. He doesn't have a smoke grenade. He's not too healthy himself either. Feel like it was a little bit early on that molly, in all honesty. And S-Chiller desperately wants to go hunting and searching. He wants to force this fight right now, but it's good crosshair placement from Kenzie that'll net him the kill, and Aurora are on the board.
Even his facial reaction, he's actually upset he didn't win that. That's the mentality from Passion UA. They've got 9 rounds on the bounce. The most Aurora can achieve in this first half is 3. And S-Chiller's upset about losing a 1v2. Mentality is king. A 1v3 even it was.
Yeah, that's true, right? Even when you're 9-0 up second map, there's still so much energy. There's so much dedication, commitment. Not taking anything for granted, nor we gonna dry those palms, sweaty right now. Fallen heavily behind right now. T-side Mirage, normally a happy hunting ground for Aurora. Not this time round, though. They need the 2 rounds left here in this first half. There's just no two ways about it, right? Anything less than that, and I'd say game over in the first half. I don't think it's game over yet, you know. I think 9-3 is... I still have, like, a tiny little sliver of hope for Aurora if they can recover 9-3 here.
Fair. That's some serious copium.
I know, I'm huffing.
I mean, I called
right
the game done at 6-0, so, I mean, I'll stick by it. Oh, no way. That's so unfortunate. Fear doesn't die. Deco gets a lot of damage traded back onto him. And Jambo is dead.
Nice nade. Aurora continue to just try and find the control here. Middle been a big emphasis for them. Chasmo in position as the smoke fades. He'll actually get the kill on Kenzie, and he's going to get out of dodge. I like that he falls away, and Zero Fix wants to capitalize on the attention that's been taken Connector. He has been a terror on Catwalk throughout this half so far.
They even break the smoke open to have a little bit of a peek. No, that's intentional.
No, I know, but I was a bit nervy there with Fear being low. Didn't realize it was Jacasmo.
Nah, we're good. They're fine. They group B. But it's actually the wrong read. Jacasmo sees the smoke pour in. He's trying to get ahead of it. Just playing just on the cusp. The molly reigns in, so he can't peek. There's a slight gap.
Oh,
There's a
mate.
slight gap. And look, he's in, he's out.
Again, the playmaker here in the round, Deco just posted on the angle, will connect on a shot there. Jacasmo offers himself up on a silver platter. That was probably more than what was necessary, considering they had a 4 versus 2, Norway and Deco, to try and save the day. Deco was running back to T-spawn, but he actually just picks up the bomb. He's going to have to get into the site now. I guess himself and the player in T-spawn must have heard each other. Thankfully, S-Chilla's got full health, so he'll be able to sustain the damage from that HE grenade. It's not looking locked in right now for Passion UA. No. Norway fighting tooth and nail for CT control, comes out on top of a huge gunfight. And in the meantime, Fear's gone all the way back around through Connector.
Oh, Deco needed that. Needed that. It's nervy moments. It's a smoke dribble forward. It's a nade that can go on to default. Look at Fear. Knife out all the way back. Then you never, ever, ever expected CT spawn. And that is adjusted for by Norway. Deco will hit the deck, but there's no time. Norway has won the round for Aurora. That is insane.
4 versus 2 recovered for Aurora. That could breathe some life back into this campaign for them. Some much needed life for Aurora. Looked like the round was dead in the water. I have no idea what happened in Palace there between Fear and Deco.
They heard each other, basically.
Must have, right? Must have.
Yeah.
And Deco smartly able to get out of there and get back into the bomb site to join up with his teammate. Passion are going to be kicking themselves that they don't actually win that round there. I mean, Jacasmo does the most, but then, like I say, he does overplay his hand with the stairs peak.
Look at this. The fact that he expects it. He literally turns on the angle as I'm doing my never, never, never. Well, he did. Oh. Mid-control seized, gained back, but actually it's a little bit of an arm wrestle. One in which Zero Fix will take 2 heads off the back of it. Kenzie's here as well from under. It's a 3 versus 3, but it's mid-control for Aurora.
They've actually looked good in these even number situations in these past couple of rounds. Let's see if they can make good of this one as well. Perfect frag coming through from Klax. Completely opens up the safe bomb site. Yambo's got the most to do now with his AWP, and he will fall. Where has this Aurora been throughout the map?
I don't know.
They're here now.
I couldn't tell you. S-Chilla 1v3 is being held for, and Kenzie adjusts. So that will be 3 in a row. That will be at least a consolation prize. There's still a lot of work to do here for Aurora here in this map on their pick.
Yeah. I mean, the comeback is still predicated off of them winning the pistol, converting, winning the first gun round as well, and only then do I start to feel like we have a game on our hands once again. A long road back for Aurora. But they're still alive. And that's what matters the most. Of course, this is a playoff game. Round of 16 matchup means the loser's eliminated. I'd say that this had to be the most competitive game on paper out of all of the opening playoff games.
Yeah. I think that's valid. Certainly delivering. Look at the instant utility, but it's not even smokes, it's just decoys.
They're trying to use those decoys as though they're faking B. And they're still going to end up here. That feels too obvious for me, honestly. Like, surely. Got to play a Palace as well. Jump spotting coming through from the CT right now. Back and forth. Higo is going to get spotted on the fadeaway. Passion not going to commit here. And they've forced a number of rotations. That is a massive kill from Yambo. My goodness.
Did he
now
hear
trying to force the issue out of Palace, and he kills Klax at range. Oh, it's Code Red. Panic stations for Aurora, mate.
There must have been a step.
Unless Yambo was just turning around to join up with his teammates to go back through T-spawn. That's the only other thing I could think of.
Oh, I don't know, that is ridiculous, though.
And a molly for jungle. Oh, man. I'm Passion UA have just got everything going their way right now. 5 versus 3 to try and finish off the job. Jambo's got the Julies that he collected off of his opponent's body.
Oh, she's the leg.
He's going to be out in the open, yeah. A little bit of ankle, and he takes the head. Alright, well, that's a problem.
Yeah, Kenzie, the only friend he's got is the one on his gun.
And it's only one.
Okay.
Wrapping off the shots.
Well, that helps.
Constellation kills.
Yeah, unfortunately. Any more? He wants to hold on to his little buddy.
Oh.
No.
Chikazmo doesn't even go for the knife, man. Bullet in the brain, double digits for Passion UA, and a big step in the direction of finishing off this map and series.
Gotta see this replay. Like, what? I don't know. I don't know what happened there for Jambo. But he wrecked him. Like, he just destroyed him. And then S Chiller just slides out Palace off the back of that contact. You feel like A is a little bit safe. It's going to be under scrutiny eventually from Passion UA. You never expect that player in Palace. They're ecoing. They trust that the gun rounds will be enough here, Aurora.
For me, this is the right decision. I think when you're so far behind, there really isn't much of a big difference between 11-3 and 10-3. And then you guarantee yourself at least one full buy before your opponent gets to map and series points. If you force here and you lose it, then you only get to buy up when you Passion's on 12 and game's too far gone at that point. But they are pushing into a little bit of a stack. I mean, are they upgraded pistols here even? There's no armor, and these MAC-10s just going to churn them out.
Alright, round done. Let's go to 11 then. Let's see the gun round.
What do you think, Brandon? Would you prefer to see a force buy in that situation from the CTs, or are you with me?
I'm with you because it's 11, not 12.
Yeah,
If it was you're playing for OT and you're down so many rounds, like I don't know. I feel like you force in that situation if it's like 11-3, right?
Yeah, I get you. They'll still have the tiniest bit of breathing room available to them as we head into that first gun round. Echo brought up a Desert Eagle there, by the way, so that means no AWP for him here in the next round, and that in itself is just an egregious decision. I mean, I know it's Deco, plays by his own rules, does what he wants, wada, but like, in such an important game, coming into an absolutely must-win gun round, you can't afford to take liberties like that. Look at that now, he's got 3750 coming into this key gun round. That's not fair, that's not okay.
He's bought a scout.
Alright, well, watch him just completely shut me up, right? Triple killing towards mid, wins the round for his team.
It's the annihilation tech. What's the plan here from Passion UA? Thought it might be a bit of a pocket rocket strategy from them here. So much breathing room in an 8-round gap. They need just 2 rounds here. Oh my
left
god.
in regulation, they finish off the job.
Push it B apps.
How far does he go?
Hopefully not around the corner. Oh, that's a nice angle. He's even elevated himself. You got to clear this if you're zero fix.
Yeah, but you're not checking up at the top here. You're probably clearing normal head height, and that makes for a free frag for Norway.
Not on the lamp. No one expects the lamp peak. Nice double. Necessary. And Jambo got tagged from the scout right at the start of the round. Fear's still lurking here with the bomb. Where'd you go now? You want to still commit in towards B site? I mean, you've got utility. There's one smoke.
And they've got plenty of money. Guarantee a full buy in the next round here for this T side. Jambo drops his gun proactively so he can pick up a weapon as he starts to shift across in towards apartments.
Oh, that's sweet. Estrella did the same.
Would suck if Norway was here waiting for them and they only had pistols to fight him. That would have been funny.
Well timed on the incendiary. I think you save this now,
Just
to be
saving,
honest.
yeah, precisely.
Maybe they were always
Makes
doing
sense.
that.
Maybe that was the plan all along. I think it was because Fear's been in lowers just holding this angle for a while. Didn't have any interest in rotating up and joining with his teammates to try go through apps. So, 11-4. Aurora with a mountain to climb to try and get themselves back into Mirage. And this is just to force a third map, mate.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Still feels like that Tech 9 round they lost to on Anubis they just haven't recovered from. It's kind of bled into Mirage as well. Because they never won another round after that on the map, right? So, could be something that's just made life a lot more difficult for them. Drop the heads in the team. Still though, they're alive. How much longer is the question?
Klax has just put a graffiti of a shock face on the wall. Maybe that is foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Of
Well, it's going to be us
sick
in...
comeback, yeah.
Exactly. It's going to be us in 6 or 7 rounds from now, mate.
It's going to be A. It's going to be quite punchy as well. Spam, brilliant, on fear.
Okay.
That's a hell of an opener.
That's going to prompt the execute to come through from this T side. Flash is very good. Kenzie out in the open will be able to get himself a second kill, eventually put to death, but his job in the round is done. Echo still persisting with the scout here. Going to be spotting players left, right, and center, and he finds a headshot through the edge of the box.
What?
Jambo replies in kind with one of his own. What in God's name is that spray through the smoke from Jambo? Get out of here, you. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough to win the round. Surely he's going to have to ace clutches out in the open right now, and Jambo gets a fourth. Eventually, Norway comes up with the kill, but Jambo was on a tirade.
Pardon? Excuse you, Jambo? 17 and 5, and he just pulls out that 4K? I don't know. If anyone else just gets a single kill, they win. Nice shot out of Decker right here. I mean, that doesn't even look like a headshot. And then this spam off the counter of it, you expect Clax to be there, he just destroys him.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a world in which Passion UA actually spend their money here, because they should realize that if they can win this next round, they win the map, because there's no money for Aurora. So it's a really big risk-reward opportunity for them. I feel like if there was money in play here for Aurora, they would have ecoed. But because they have the opportunity of finishing off the game here in this round, they've decided to spend all their money.
Right, what can Jambo do? Oh, get naded.
Not too bad. Just blows off a couple toes. Oh, mine.
No,
Echo,
Deco,
you're making me nervous.
You're a maniac, mate. And you still get the opener. Oh. Nearly. What is it with Fear just always being in spawn with the bomb? Like 40 seconds deep into the round.
Yes, a very heavy mini-map IGL. Just watching the pieces move and making some calls. No, obviously I jest. Either way. No early fights breaking out. It could be the longest we've actually gone on around here on Mirage without an opening kill. What's the plan here for Passion? I think that could be a jungle smoke being lined up there by Jacasmo. Top con, in fact.
Oh. That's missed. 30 seconds. Kenzie can win the round. Oh, no way. He doesn't get the kill. No way. And now look at Palace. Clax has to hold on. And he does.
And he will. Okay, alright, great work coming through from him. It's low health for Zero Fix as well, and all the pieces fall into place. At least there's going to be a bomb plant here for Fear at the bare minimum, but there's no way he wins the round from here, right, chat? Right? Chat? 1 versus 3? Okay, he took a lot of damage there from the player in jungle. Bouncing the flash off of the floor doesn't work out for him. Norway and Lackey also both very low, but this big flank from Lackey surely just going to catch Fear completely off guard. Perfectly played here from Norway. Fear will get the kill, but never expects Lackey to be in that position. So Norway does his job just to keep Fear's focus in towards jungle. These rounds continue to be incredibly close, but Aurora continue to win them out.
Tell you what, though, that gets unbelievably close. Trav just said in chat, buy again. I actually agree, because look, you can kind of give Aurora a bit of grace here, but I think it makes sense to invest all in.
I say go half buy here. I think it's just too far gone. You've still got a massive lead. You don't want to keep up with these risky half buys, and eventually you do have to save, and it's like 11-9 at that point. So you haven't actually had a full gun run with everything.
Fair enough.
Sorry, Trav. Love you.
Especially with the same like slow plays they've been going for, right? Like it's not like it's been like punchy, explosive. This one feels a lot more punchy, explosive. actually.
Yeah, and they've got that round loss bonus behind them, so they've been able to get upgraded pistols. Look how much util. They've got a plethora of util coming into the round. Norway has a big job to do. That nade is going to be a tasty one. Eurofix eats it up. Do they check their corner? No, sorry, Norway.
Oh, he's blind.
It's blinded up by a flashbang. They know if they've got him cooped in the corner. And that will be 2 quick kills coming through from the Tech 9s. They don't have to continue to commit here, you know.
Oh, but they will. Oh my goodness me, look at that angle. Not like this.
This is getting ugly quickly. No. It's all good. I mean, look how low Jukasmo and Fia are. No concern in the world.
I mean...
Right?
I'm concerned.
There's a nade here on Plax. He's got it pulled. He's waiting for that tap on the plant. Oh, it doesn't finish him off. Now the pressure ramps up. Deco's going to be coming through from Catwalk with his AWP.
And he's now revealed himself as well, right? You don't need to peek at all. This fight's everything. Clacks on Jambo, the swing, the collection.
No.
Now things feel better. Oh, no, they don't. No, they don't feel better at all. Fear wide swings. Jukasmo goes in from market. Passion UA hit series point off the back of that.
That does not make me feel good inside, Brandon.
You gotta be careful when you're drinking there, Jukasmo, because your mic's like right next to your mouth, mate. You're gonna drown it. You're gonna drown it.
I will say, he's still got those cuppy, sippy cup skills. 2 hands on the cup there. Make sure no spillage coming through from him. Oh my goodness, Aurora, they spill the round, mate. That was after Norway has all the trigger discipline in the world and gets 2 kills. Or at least 1, and Lucky got 1 as well. I thought Passion UA would have pulled the plug on the commitment, but they continue to make their way forward into the bomb site with good reason.
Bro, look at this buy.
12-6. It is a broken buy, Brandon. Their spirit's as broken as this investment, surely.
You know what this feels like for Aurora?
Game over.
Bye-bye. XM. Deagles. Deco. Is Deado. Unlucky. Jambo's even holding. And he'll get the kill. Like, okay. 5v3. I think this is it. In fact, I know this is it. Esther's about to get this kill. And Kenzie's got an XM.
Unfortunately, what I will say now, just so that there's no surprises, my lights aren't working because I don't have power currently. I'm on my laptop, so it is going to look pretty rough in the post-game segment. Either way, nothing is going to look as rough as the series has for Aurora, so I guess that certainly does help. And Jukasmo will just push through to finish off the job. What a game, what a display out of Passion UA. They really did win it in the first half. We saw that multi-kill coming through from Jambo. That was the highlight of the playoffs, I'd imagine, just with that double kill with the Deagle. And you called it in the moment that probably just broke Aurora, and they do go on to get demolished on the map.
Tell you what, though, it was, again, just Tech 9s that undid Aurora in a moment where it actually looked like they were building back into the game. It has happened not once, but twice. And, oh my god, what is happening to your webcam?
Oh my word, that's trippy. That's very trippy, but I love it. Yeah, what I will say is that, you know what we said at the very beginning of the series, Brandon, talking about how important S Chiller and Zerofix can be for this team now, the floor for the entire roster. Yes, I think the only answer I have really to that is yes. On map 2, that was unbelievable. Sure, we had these pop-off moments from Jukasmo and Jambo, ones we were aware of, right? Like, we know they have the capability for this. But it's those 2 sort of lesser celebrated members of the Passion UA team that has provided such a brilliant aspect. And of course, even Fear had a moment too. So that's why this team is so scary. And you know what? I was worried about them after they lost their form after qualifying for the RMR. On this form, I think they can be an upset team and could even squeak into that decider match to give a chance to actually make the major.
I think
like I was saying, like I was saying, I kind of feel like it wasn't the end of the world that they had that rough run of form after they qualified for the RMR, because it forced them to dig a little bit deeper and play themselves back into form, and it means that they were tested, right? They were pushed and they had to just reinvigorate themselves, and that's only going to instill more confidence going into the RMR itself. The fact that they overcame that troublesome little run of form, that hurdle, right?
Go ahead, Brandon. You wanted to say something?
No, I was just going to say, like, I think they look better. I think they actually look better for it. And the fact that you've now got these guys that can step up. I mean, look, that says it all, really, doesn't it? Match MVP, zero fix.
40 kills across 2 maps.
Absolutely unbelievable. And that's a 13-9, 13-6. So I'm very impressed with Passion UA. There's not a whole lot more that needs to be said. Aurora come into this on the back of higgledy-piggledy form, I'd say. And Passion UA are now, what, 8 BO3s in a row? Like, this is CCT winning form.
Yes, sir, it absolutely is, and it excites me to say that is the Passion UA we'll see going forward. They have a game against Permitter coming up next. You'd favour them on current form, especially since Permitter, I believe, are playing with a stand-in because of various situations around the scene with different players playing in different tournaments. So they should be favoured in that one for me, absolutely. Then you've got what would be a great game there against either 3D Max or Paravision. That's actually going to be a good game, full stop, 3D Max and Paravision. So looking forward to that. We already saw Ecstatic, of course, make their way through earlier today. And UNIP having to play with a stand-in, unfortunately, so a poor start for them. We do have 2 more matches to come today. It's 9 Pandas versus DMS and GAMERLEGION versus the DRILLAS. That's going to be very fun to see if they can put an upset against an established organisation. But of course, we need to hand over the reins to a couple of our casting colleagues for those. Last words, Matt?
Well, I was just going to say, I feel like this is actually one of the more stacked playoff brackets we've had during a CCT competition. It would be very difficult to pick a team who we expect to be the favourites to go on and win it, right? Aurora, 3D Max, 8, Passion UA with the form that they're in, 9 Pandas, GAMERLEGION. I think you could make a case for any one of those 6 teams off the bat in the playoffs. Of course, Aurora now out of contention, but still a number of valid contenders still remaining in the competition.
Yeah, and that makes me excited for sure because I'm going to be back tomorrow, which I'm very happy about, with a certain man by the name of Brandon alongside me. This time on the cast. I won't be on the analyst desk
I'll miss
instead,
you, boys.
so I will miss
Little
you, Matt, as well.
Rio duo.
Yeah,
What a pleasure for CCT.
That's crazy, isn't it? That's truly crazy. Very much looking forward to all of that, and of course we'll see you tomorrow for that. But for now, only about, I'd say, just over an hour or so until you can come back and catch the coverage for those next 2 BO3s you see on your screen. So thank you, and see you soon.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back with more round of 16 action and fresh set of faces. We've got Zola and CMD. We covered the latter two games yesterday as well, even though I do like reclining in my chair and watching Travis, Hayes, and B-Dog do the work, because I do quite like them as talent. But how are we feeling, boys, for the next couple of games? Zola, let's start with you.
Looking good. I'm feeling good. I think this is going to be a good set of games. I think we're looking at both of these, and my favorite part is I think there is that kind of allure of it being a bit of an unknown. I think no one is too sure about how these ones are going to go. I'm quite happy that we didn't get those, the dominant ones that you can easily predict. Speaking of easily predicting games, Ecstatic, what has happened in that game? They 2-0 NIP. Obviously, Charlie, you said it yesterday. NIP maybe not the in the best of form, and I think that's clearly been shown here today. But what is it with these big orgs coming to CCT and just get removed in the round of 16? We've seen it from big back-to-back now. We've seen it from NIP. Look, maybe get a team like FaZe, get Na'Vi involved and see if they get knocked out, because I think it'd be quite funny, because maybe they could just kind of hack it against the tier 2.
I mean, different nature, isn't it, sometimes? It does feel like just the tier 2 teams sometimes have a bit of an interesting way of playing that could just sort of catch off a number of rosters. But yeah, NIP, I mean, disappointing result. I think we can all say that. The fact that it didn't even go to 3 maps is always brutal, but I said it yesterday, it's NIP, and I would never like to bet on a team like that. But I don't know, I kind of want to disagree slightly with you, Fred, about today's final 2 games that we have.
Okay.
I think in theory, there should be a pretty clear-cut winner in both games.
Wow.
But I think what we've seen already from the round of 16 is you can't really guarantee on your clear-cut winners just by stats alone. I definitely do think, looking at the games that we're going to be watching, boys, I do think 9 PANDAS are going to be decently favoured. I do think GAMERLEGION are going to be decently favoured. But we've already seen a number of surprises. I mean, AURORA losing to Passion UA, Sinners losing to Permitter. I think probably the only one that was kind of a win that we all was expecting was the Paravision one. Because even the 3D Max game, that went in a very different direction that we were expecting, didn't it? So I'm just sitting back and enjoying the CS that we get to watch.
I mean, listen, I'm a bit of a superstitious guy, right? Like, and I feel like more than just the teams themselves, the stories around them can often, like, sort of sway what we're expecting, because Sinners versus Permitta, we already know that round of 16 has like something to show us, which is why, like, I'm kind of hyping up for the maybe like that being replicated in the DMS and 9 PANDAS game. And then obviously DRILLAS have like that aura of storyline around them, obviously, like, being spearheaded by the man himself. So obviously, like, that entire lineup is like sort of tied to the idea of miracles. So I mean, I'm feeling hopeful here, Zola.
Yeah, look, I think obviously you've got your favourites, but I don't think it's to an extent where we're guaranteeing or we're thinking, you know, 60-75% I can lock into one side. And I think when you look at this first game, obviously being DMS versus 9 Pandas, I think obviously 9 Pandas probably are favoured, but look, you look at their recent results, you look at their kind of last couple games, it's not been success stories. It's been kind of back-to-back losses. You look at the previous CCT series, you know, they didn't even get through the Swiss stage. They lost 2-0 to Nexus, and let's be honest, guys, Nexus, they're not even in you know, the top 100. So I think when you look at it like that right now, okay, yeah, you've got the 9 Pandas, you've got a side that when it comes to individuals, they're looking good and they've got somewhat of synergy now. You can no longer blame kind of recent roster moves, but I think at the same regard, recent form's been very poor for 9 Pandas.
And while we're talking about the recent form of teams, right, I do want to sort of bring us to the lineups as well. Let's look at 9 Pandas first, because I want to look at the individual pieces that we're expecting to be performing on the server. Obviously, like, Idis Balance is going to be the big one because he's responsible for the AWP. However, he's not really shown up to the level that I would expect him to, and that's been a big question mark for me. Obviously, like, Result is sort of, he's sort of spearheading the roster with his performances, but is there anyone else you're looking at here, CMD?
I mean, I'll be honest, pretty much most of the team right now kind of other than Glowin and Idis Balance. Because, yeah, I agree with you completely. I've been a big fan of Idis Balance for years now. It does feel like he's in a bit of a slump right now. Definitely not performing to the level that we know he can do. As he should be one of the heavy hitters on this team. But maybe taking a bit more of a step back for sort of some of the 3 other stars, I suppose. DRILLAS, Resol, like you said, and Shelfie as well. I mean, these guys in the last few months have been the top performing players. All of which very close in terms of ratings. We know sort of any one of them at any given time can just sort of out of nowhere dominate a game. If sort of DRILLAS is playing badly, Shelfie can step in, fill those shoes, and it does feel like Glowin's always been more of a supportive impact, more player, but he's also still obviously a very talented player in itself, but being 30 years old, he definitely feels like he's supporting a lot of the younger guys in terms of allowing them to grow and thrive in this team by quite a bit. The Idis Balance, being on the big green, being on the AWP, he is someone that I think pretty much all of us are wanting to see him play a little bit better than what we are seeing from him right now. But this roster on paper is absolutely filled to the brim with firepower. They are not lacking any of it, but you don't want your big players like Idis Balance in big games to go missing.
The issue for me personally, right, is the fact, it's not that, hey, Idis Balance the upper, he needs to be the top performer. No, absolutely not. I get it, dynamic in CS2 has changed a little bit, and you can actually make it work without your upper just being your star player as well. However, he is actually the lowest rated player on the team right now, which is just a big question mark. That shouldn't be happening. And obviously, like, you could argue about roles, maybe he's playing more of a supportive element, this and that, but man, when you have the big green in your hands, there is pressure to perform, and that's like essential. That's a big investment being made into you as a player within the economy, within like sort of the micro of the game, to bring performances to the table. But of course, it's not only a conversation about 9 Pandas that I want to have. Quickly want to look at the DMS roster as well. Anything that sticks out for you, Zola, when you look at this DMS squad?
Yeah, I think you got to point out their newest introduction of Melody. I think clearly it was you know, not the best of times for the DMS roster. They were having problems. And look, they've decided to kind of have an AWPing roster change or an AWPing role change. You know, Height no longer with the team, or he's still benched. And already Melody, in the 40 games that we've seen, it's been really, really strong performances, a 1.17 rating. And I think it really just shows the difference of, okay, yeah, there might have been a slight dynamic change within CS and also within this 9 Pandas roster, but it's clear that the AWP isn't you know, a weapon that has gone missing in CS2. It still can be that star player, and I think that's what Melody can provide. And I think this is the kind of slight advantage that DMS will have, because Melody, if you can win the AWPing duel, if you can look to dominate and find these opening picks against the likes of Idis Balance and also onto other players, I think that's a key factor that could really spearhead DMS into success. I think AW, okay, maybe statistically isn't on that same level, on that same trend as your players like, you know, your DRILLAS, your Shelfies, your Results, but I still feel like we know that AW can be so vital. I think the one problem for AW is that consistency. In far too many games, we see AW will have like an incredible map 1 and then just falls on massively, or we'll have really slow slots to map 1, map 2, and then third map when he comes alive. And I think the lack of consistency is clearly a problem here for AW.
And when I look at a matchup like this, I look at like 9 Pandas versus DMS. You're like, oh, we're looking at the stats, we're looking at the numbers, we're looking at the AURORA, stuff like that. It's obviously difficult to have a consistent yardstick because generally speaking, you would expect 9 Pandas are actually playing against better opposition. So you could potentially sort of brush Molodoy's performance under the rug if you're making a direct comparison with Ida's balance. However, he is a recent addition to the team, and if you're just looking at the scope of the types of teams that 9 Pandas and DMS have had to play in the past 30 days, that's how long Molodoy has been in the team, 29 days to be exact. They've actually been playing roughly against the same caliber of opponents, and that's where DMS has actually manufactured most of his performance. So obviously, like, just Balance's stats, they do get affected by like previous results as well, but that's like, it's still a little bit scary for me that 9 Pandas, despite on paper being sort of the big dogs here, they have been struggling against the same caliber of opposition. I mean, if I didn't know any better, you sort of remove the brand name, you remove the players' names, you actually see a little bit more green on the side of DMS CMD.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do think there is a certain degree to that. I think most of us can agree 9 Pandas aren't in the hottest of forms. But I mean, DMS, you do have to consider, look at the last CCT events, for example. This one, obviously, they made it through the Swiss stage, 3-0, looked really sharp. Series 14, though, they've had to qualify recently. They weren't able to make it out of play-ins. Series 12, the exact same thing, weren't able to make it out of play-ins. There is a lot of qualifiers that they're doing okay in, but there's also a lot of qualifiers where a team like DMS probably should be making it to the Swiss stage 90% of the time. And just recently having a few fumbles where it matters most is going to be an interesting talking point, especially as we are now in the playoffs, where the pressure should, in theory, be at its absolute max. And a team like 9 Pandas, they will have the experience in this position where maybe DMS might not have as much of it. But we definitely do need to see a bit of a bounce back from 9 Pandas, because, yeah, not in a great bit of form. With, obviously, a few of the bigger dogs already being eliminated here, this is a real turning point of an event for 9 Pandas. If they can go on to win it, I think people will look and say, okay, last month or so, been a bit of a bad run of form, but they're back to their winning ways. So I do really think 9 Pandas have to look at this as this series in general, as they've got a point to prove. Now show us what you can do.
Yeah, they absolutely have a point to prove, right? They need to be on the come up now, and Zola, this is a conversation I wanted to have. Like, generally, I'd be looking for like specific win conditions, like, hey, this player needs to turn up from the underdog, or like DMS need to have like some star power, this and that. No, I'm actually starting to. Like, the question I have for you is like, who do you think needs to make the difference to actually stop 9 Pandas from continuing to stay in the slump?
I think it's the man on your screen. I think it's Melody. I think realistically for DMS, if there's anyone that can provide that terror on the server, and anyone that
hang on. I hate to interrupt you, but like, I asked you a question the other way around. 9 Pandas are the ones supposed to defend. So I wanted to know your like sort of perspective on who from 9 Pandas is the one that's supposed to like stop the madness of whatever's been going on for the results, you know?
I don't know. I think when you look at the roster, they've been together for a month. It's 40 games with their newest addition, Reso, and obviously been a clear good addition as well. I think right now, 9 Pandas, if they don't play scared, if they play how they kind of normally do, I think we're going to be seeing Result, we're going to be seeing Shalfie as well. I've actually been quite impressed with Shalfie, so I think Shalfie could be that difference maker. But I think the problem is if we see 9 Pandas play a similar way that we saw 3D Max play yesterday, that's where I will be asking questions, because they are the favourites, they are the better team, let's be honest, guys. And they should be playing with a bit of ego, a bit of kind of, look, we're gonna peek into you. We're gonna play our own game. We're not gonna look to steer clear and shy away. And I think if 9 Pandas play how they normally should against any opponent, against these better teams, I think 9 Pandas could dominate. But who knows? We spoke about it in that 3D Max Rhino game. We've spoken about it in we're gonna use Nip as an example. Probably playing a little bit differently, trying not to lose instead of trying to win. Which hopefully for 9 Pandas we will see them looking to try and dominate, because they probably should. Yeah. They've got themselves to to the RMR. And it's something we're going to be saying about that GAMERLEGION side in a couple hours time as well. It's, you know, these are strong sides. These are teams that should be getting the deep runs, you know, looking up, you know, to who they're going to be playing in the semi-finals, in the finals. So yeah, I think Idis Balance and 9 Pandas in total, they need to look to kind of try and dominate and play with a lot of positivity and confidence here.
Of course, while we're on the topic of domination, right, like we've got to talk about like where we're going to see this happen, because a lot of whether or not you can actually completely overrule is going to be dictated by the veto. Of course, Vertigo, 9 Pandas, absolutely Vertigo-verse, and you know what, I respect them for it, because like this is the permaban for me as well. I hate watching it, I hate casting it, I hate players picking into it. Thank you, 9 Pandas, for getting that out of the agenda.
Bunch of Vertigo haters. You both of you, you're disgraceful.
If two of us hate it and one likes it, surely it says something.
It's
you know?
weird. Listen, it's weird because like as much as I'd love to sort of as much as I'd love to go against CMD because like he's the one wearing a red shirt today and you and I are on the side of yellow, Zola. Unfortunately, like I found camaraderie within the red shirts. Okay, I found a man that hates Vertigo, and him and I are brothers. That being said, though, waffling aside, Dust 2, 9 Pandas, it's a bit of a specialty for them, isn't it, CMD?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good looking map for them. There was a number of options, really, statistically, where 9 Pandas could go. The option of DMS is going to be the most interesting one here, because at the end of the day, regardless of how poorly 9 Pandas have been played, this is still a game that they should be the favourites in. This is still one that DMS should be hopefully looking at as a similar one, and I was hoping they would pick Ancient. They have gone so. This is statistically their best map. It is also one of their most played maps as well. It's a map that we've seen very good stuff from 9 Pandas on when they have sort of dabbled in this, but they definitely aren't invincible on this one, and it's not something that they grind out all the time. I definitely think this is DMS playing into their strengths here, not going for any sort of rogue shout, any sort of punish pick. Maybe they've been practicing something and seeing if they pull out. This is very much DMS picking to their strengths. And I think you've got to do it in a series like this. 9 Pandas, they're not in great form. See if you can counter them, see if you can punish them. And with Inferno as the decider, this is a bit of an interesting one, because DMS have looked pretty poor on it, but they definitely aren't shying away from the map. And recently, it feels like they have found something that's worked on it, and they're more inclined to pick it recently than maybe they were a little while ago. I mean, not long ago. They had some crazy sort of loss rate of something like 1 win out of like 10, something ludicrous like that. But yeah, they definitely turned their Inferno around. This is going to be something that if they get to 3 maps, they're going to hope that they can continue that performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's so uncomfortable to see the fact that DMS are going to be heading into Inferno, and this is where I start to think that it's probably, like, if it ends up being a DMS victory, this is probably more likely to be a 2-0 than it is to be a 2-1, because as soon as you get to 3 maps, I think 9 Pandas, they're going to feel super comfortable, they're going to feel super confident. However, that confidence has been very, very difficult for them to find for the most part in recent days, but at the end of the day, we'll have to see whether or not 9 Pandas, as the top dog coming into this game, is going to be able to stop the slump that they have been recently experiencing. That being said, though, boys, I do believe the game is ready, so take it away, and I'll see you with the analysis.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for this one for 2 reasons, Charlie. You know, sadly, I wasn't able to kind of bring it up, but you look at the vetoes, you look at the insta-bans. 9 Pandas, obviously their insta-bans Vertigo, and for DMS, Vertigo is one of their worst maps. And on the flip side, for DMS, their insta-bans Nuke, and 9 Pandas, that's where they usually look to favor. That's usually the map they look to pick. So I think when it comes to the vetoes in general, I think we're going to be saying DMS, okay, yeah, they've picked into maps like Ancient that are strong for 9 Pandas, but I still have to say, DMS, they're going to be confident about the vetoes. They've done well, but speaking of doing well, Melodic, close to short, will get traded by DRILLAS. His double can give the chance here for 9 Pandas. Great HE grenade already, though. With the knowledge of that, they should realize, okay, there's going to be some armored CTs here, but speaking of the CTs, Kalash, so quick. Hot on the heels of these aggressing Ts. Oh, a great find from Kalash.
Flash comes over, Kalash able to dodge it, DRILLAS already found 2, what a flick that was from Kalash, and Glowing does get found, and round recovered by the CT side. The fast push-up short from Kalash paid out in dividends, as they will find the round victory from it. And the pistol round goes their way on their opponent's map pick.
I really like the speed of which Clash is up short there. I think it's a decision that will really obviously catch off 9 Pandas. I think it's one of which that, look, he can isolate that first fight, deal with the player on the bomb site. I think it's a bit unfortunate that the player on site there doesn't find the pick, but still, it's a great flick, as you said. But already, though, 9 Pandas, they are going to be opting for the Force, a Scout and Idis balance. Thoughts on that one?
I'll be honest, I'm not surprised about it. 9 Pandas like a bit of these sort of roguish buys. And a map like Dust, where we can see the Scout on a ton of buys, to be fair. Even if we see a half buy, you could easily see a Scout. Even if you see an Eco, you can easily see a Scout. There's so much impact that can be found from it, but it's been taken very comfortably from the T side. DMS not looking to fight it too heavily from mid or short. They're conceding a lot of space to the T's here.
I don't know if you've seen, Charlie. Look at the weaponry that DMS have to wield. They've got, what, 3 FAMASs, 2 MP9s. Clearly opting for utility over weaponry. But with that utility, what have they done? Because they've only got 5 pieces left. They've got no control at all, apart from a little bit towards low. This is not really what you want to be doing whatsoever. But Smet, he can find this pick onto Glowing quite comfortably. And now it should be an easy understanding that it's going to be this A-play Melody on the back of the bomb site, waiting for this utility to come over the top of the flash. Time to perfection. Now Smet sitting in the smoke, waiting. Can elevate at any moment. And Smet gets a double. Svading finds as well. And Smet, 4 in total here. What a round from Smet.
Yeah, 4 back from the Molotov initially and still able to find 4. It felt like 9 Pandas were 1 molly off winning that round. They throw another one there towards the ramp. Deny Smet able to repeat whatsoever, force him even more back from the Molotov, maybe even into the open. Eliminate him, get on that bomb site, set up for a post plant, and there's a real chance the T's can actually go on to take that. But yeah, Smet at so much freedom there, plays it so well, plays off of his teammates' pressure, and finds himself 4 for it.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. I think as well, Smet's usually a player that we look at, Charlie, to be a bit more of an anchor, a bit more of a kind of a stable player here for this DMS roster. Not usually that kind of top performer, but it's a great start. Real confidence booster. I'd like to see Melody kind of sent in here. Attempt to find some picks with the MP9, make some money. Where there's a player towards the left-hand side and Glowing as well, and Kalash holding. Oh, lovely tap there from Kalash. But this is looking so convincing. This is looking so strong from DMS. Right now, Charlie, only 3 casualties, and straight away, I love it. The upgrade from Melody, bringing out the big green. Still not the best of buys with the FAMASs and that MP9 in play, but certainly a strong investment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you've already got so much money built from having no players fall in the last 2. Yeah, no harm in doing so. Get the AURORA power, be able to rival Idis Balance instantly, but I want to say Idis Balance is going to tag through the wall there to Molodoi, as he has already been brought down 27 points of health.
Flash already fast here towards long, taking this control, and in doing so, 9 Pandas are going to have to steer clear. Wrestle. It's going to be this late lurk. I've got Svade ready and waiting.
It's a really interesting call right now from DMS. They've got 3 players towards B, and they are still yet to have taken tunnels or have anyone guarding mid. So, 9 Pandas, of course, don't realise it yet, but any sort of push towards A be so successful now.
Well, look, the utility should be good enough to deny 9 Pandas accelerating onto the A bomb site as of yet. And AW is just going to be kept here. Rotations to be seen in a matter of moments. Already, Smet's manoeuvred his way away from mid, as it can be held from Melody from the B bomb site. Svade 8 now. Heads his way back towards long. Teammate by his side in Kalash. And this is all going to be about timing on these shots. This round's going to be just determined by Kalash here. If he can find Wrestle, he will. Glowing now needs to get the trade. Oh, Glowing, an unknown entity. He's crept his way out. No one's holding. Oh, but Glowing spotted. If he can be traded, that would be monumental. AW fast in the backline. Smet finds Glowing. Shalfie and Deletas combining, though, bringing it down to the 2-on-2. Melody AWP in hand to creep through CT, and as the smoke fades, AW finds. It's all on the low HP of DRILLAS now. He's got one so far. He's trapped towards ramp. He needs to peek. He needs to find something. He is a sitting duck right now. Not to maneuver to Goose, though. DRILLAS is going to be peeking, spots the shoulder, finds Melody, and it's all on AW. He's had a great round so far, but DRILLAS in the clutch. Head spotted and head found. DRILLAS, a great 1 versus 2. Gives 9Pandas their first round on low HP, but it doesn't seem to matter. Ought to be saved as well.
Yeah, gets the information he needs. Nice reposition there. Finds the AWP and so quick, so clean with the headshot. And sure, it's not a clean round for 9Pandas, but it is a round at least.
It begs the question.
Right is balanced, but a couple of kills alongside isn't great.
I would have really liked to see a bit more discipline from the CTs there. Maybe just look, okay, well, we don't know his health, but we know he's alone. Let's just play the buddy system. AW drop down, just be in a position where you can trade Melody, and that's where the round is won. AW, though, slight gap of the smoke. Oh, Shalfie, an important find, but it's missed shots from AW there that will cost them. Kalash.
Got DRILLAS in CT spawn, but what are you going to do with it?
Great nade there onto Shalfie. Unfortunate from Melody. He's trapped on the bomb site. It's so awkward there with the AWP in hand. AWP spotted here, and Svadek can find. And as you said, Charlie, that we've still got DRILLAS ready and waiting, prepared. And Glowing just posted towards tunnels. He knows that these final 2 players are going to have to come from tunnels.
Heard and found. Flashbang coming over. Molly dropped. Ooh. Svadek actually able to find Glow in there. Push through the 2 mollies. He'll go down to the flames regardless. But taking everyone down with him. Money's really awkward for both teams. Of course, it's going to be more of a problem for DMS. But they could go for a force buy if they wanted to, because they're going to be aware 9Pandas in the last 2 rounds, they've had 1 player survive. And this one, none.
Yeah, I think right now it's not been the most positive signs for either side. I think a lot of these rounds have been, you know, dictated by big clutches, missed, poor decisions. Obviously, Kalash has done quite a lot of the heavy lifting, but you replay that round in your mind, Charlie. Melody throws the HE grenade from window. He finds the pick. He looks to drop into the back of the bomb site, but the problem is, when you've got the AWP in hand in that position, there's no real safe position to play from. So, obviously gets caught out there. You mentioned the scout, Charlie. We've got 3 in the same round.
Yeah, DMS, they are going for this force fight. They are seeing what they can do with it. I mean, I really don't mind the full investment from DMS at all. Sure, you lose this, there's a good chance you're giving up 4 to 9Pandas, but it's around that. Equally, if you go on to win, you can get yourself a really hefty lead.
I think as well, for DMS, they realise that this is, the favoured side for 9Pandas. This is a kind of a strong side for them statistically. And I think if DMS can shut them down early, then go a bit of a streak, maybe find 5-6 rounds of their own, it'd be huge. And that's what this round would give them. Because it'd be their 4th, then it'd probably be a force from 9Pandas. They win that, that's 5, hypothetically, this... Oh, what has happened there? He turns from the flash glowing. It's unfortunate. Really disappointing, but the bomb's gone down, though, and Melody's trapped here towards Gandalf. Gonna take the fight. Will find Wrestle. 2-man advantage now, and AW takes down Shalfie. It's all in the scout. Avoidance balance, but Melody. What a round there with the scout. Whether it's an AWP or a scout, a scope weapon's all that's needed. But lovely stuff. DMS, they will reset 9Pandas.
Yeah, and that was 9Pandas' opportunity there. That was their chance to get back into their own map pick, but things had gone against them. They're going to have to be the ones to drop down and take a hit, go for the eco, give up 5 to DMS. Yeah, next to nothing invested on the T's. Couple of upgraded pistols, but unless some really clean shots are being hit, I think we know exactly what way this one's going.
Yeah, I think the fact that the bomb goes down there, 9Pandas, they can just look to kind of eco. Not really a major kind of point for them. But look, I think right now, Charlie, I think a lot of people would be quite heavily favouring 9 Pandas on this map, especially with it being their selection. And right now, they're not being that persuasive, are they? You look at the rounds they've won, it's, you know, a big clutch from DRILLAS, a 1 versus 2, and it's actually a clutch from DRILLAS in both. Oh, I don't love it from Melody. We'll actually get one, but I think in that moment, you spot players, you just got to get your gun out. The escape, unable to happen. Death is inevitable, so you might as well take a couple down before falling. Oh, and Spade eats! Shalfie flying through the sky will fall, and Kalash to rotate in. Has spotted the head of one, steps heard of the second as well. Lovely rotations here. Not messing about DMS. They will win the round. They close it out. Although it's not pretty, they still find it with 3 survivors as well.
Yeah, I mean, 9 Pandas aren't going to be complaining too much about that. They go into the round with just a few pistols. Find themselves 2 kills and a bomb plant.
That was excellent.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, but how much do you think is a concern that 9 Pandas, when they do play this map, do favour the T side quite a bit?
Yeah, I think right now, I think it's nothing major, Charlie. It's a game of CS. I think we talk about the stats all the time, and I think 9 Pandas, we know that they can dominate on their CT side. I think the bigger problem, in fact, is the IDIS balance being 1 and 7. This is Dust 2, right, Charlie? This is meant to be one of the stronger maps for the AURORA wielders, and right now he's only got the 1 kill. You compare it to Melody, who's currently 7 and 4. IDIS balance will secure his 2nd kill, though. Whether he gets the 3rd is the question.
I just don't think he's going to expect AW here.
No, I don't think anyone would. His teammates just died. They're playing double car. Oh, and it's going to be an even better bait because we're going to see Melody look to peek, look to fight. Flashes himself in. It's all going to be about timing. With that flash again, though, and no peek from AW, there is no way they're prepared for AW. AW could comfortably find 2 or 3 kills here. Clear the first bit. Oh, they've cleared him. Okay, Result. Great awareness. Fair play. Wasn't expecting that at all.
He does come down, chips away at Result, but not enough to actually find him. DRILLAS takes down Molodoi. That's all on Kalash. They tried to keep his AK alive. A bit more back and forth in these last few. 9 Pandas is at least keeping this one competitive, which is sort of the least you would expect from them.
It has to be said, though, Charlie, Result clearing car there is the difference maker. AW were expecting him to maybe find 2, just, you know, wait and line them up. But the fact he gets checked, great awareness there from Result. And realistically, Charlie, there's no downside to checking it, right? Okay, yeah, there's probably not a player there, but just in case. And obviously that is where AEW resided. So, great there from Result. Wins his team the round, and DMS now. Bit of an awkward investment once again. They're going for the double scout, and to be fair, Charlie, it paid off quite nicely for them.
Yeah, I mean, Dust 2, just the fact how useful the scouts can be. You do tend to see a few more teams going for a couple more force buys than potentially on other maps. Just because bring out a couple of scouts. Get a few tags down. Even if you don't find any kills. It just softens them up so much.
Yeah.
Allows pretty much any other gun to be useful at that point.
But the thing is, you just get one. You get one posted to the back of the bomb site. You get one posted mid. You play a pistol on B, and you have the 2 rifles as the floaters. You know, just kind of rotating around based off where contact's made. I think it can work perfectly. Oh well, sadly not working perfectly in this one. AW is taking some control. Top of the chair cam. I don't know if you saw that. Smet will get one. Spade 8 falling though, so it gives information. Man advantage now for the Pandas.
There's no flashbang. I'm sure Smet there would have loved some sort of flash through the smoke, just see if he can do anything, but they're not going to be easy. He does get found. His bullets give away his position, but the nade will take down DRILLAS.
Yeah, great awareness as well here from IDIS balance. Surely to find AW, you won't get an easier shot than this. Oh, the timing is so tough. And IDIS balance, he's going to be so annoyed. Just one of those moments where He's been holding the angle for what feels like forever. The second he turns away, that's when AW emerges. And AW is just going to keep this AK into the next. He can drop the 5-7 to a teammate and give them something to work with.
Yeah, see if we can just bring this into the next. But 9 Pandas, they are slowly but surely clawing their way back into this one. Wasn't a great look from them at all initially, but since being on these full buys, there's definitely been a few more positive things from them.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the finance as well for 9 Pandas, you know, Shalfie on 7k, Idis Balance and Glowing will be able to buy in the next. Same with Ressout. It just means that finances for 9 Pandas, now it's on the rise, that DMS, even if they win around 9 Pandas, aren't in a scenario where they've got to, you know, drop down to those pistols again. It just means it should be full buys until the end, which is always such a positive, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. Idis Balance does once again get the opening kill, but of course just on the weak pistols this round from DMS. But after this round, as we are expecting it to be the 5-5, these final two could be very interesting. We end up seeing potentially 9 Pandas find 7. I mean, that is an excellent turnaround from the start of this game, especially not just the fact that we did see DMS 3-0 up, but all the fact in how dominantly they were 3-0 up.
Yeah, they were winning rounds with very few casualties. Sadly, we see AW aggressing towards lower tunnels, and he's done it alone. I'd actually really like to see a teammate go with him. You know, a pistol attempting to creep their way into lower. Obviously, that's where the opening kill came from. But I think if we saw, you know, 3 players looking to push in, allowing the AK to kind of look to be ready to trade the pistols in those scenarios, I think it could work a lot better. Obviously, you understand why AW wants to go towards tunnels and try and get up in the face of his opponents. But I think sadly, it's not worked out so well. 9 Pandas, no need to hunt. There's no real benefit. Obviously, the AK is towards lower tunnels, so and that's why 9 Pandas are kind of drawn to that area. We did have the AWP posted up initially, but backed away. AK save here for Smet actually could be pretty vital. I don't remember the money, but I know it's not perfect. Glowing's got this information now. He's spotted that the AK's gone.
Yeah, might just be able to catch a bit of a sideline. Smet trying to run away.
They're being hunted by Glowing. Realizing that, is there really much need Glowing fighting that? You know, the fact it was an eco, I think Glowing realizes, look, the only economic damage that I could do is to myself, so maybe let's not chance it. But 2 rounds remaining, and as you said, Charlie, 9 Pandas, they could end this half with 7.
DMS expect them to pull off a few stronger rounds than we've seen in the last few, but no warp out is going to be a little bit tricky, and with Util already dwindling quite heavily just after 15 seconds or so, the longer 9 Pandas play this round out, you feel like the more favoured they become.
I know it sounds a bit odd. I'd love to see AW look to take a bit of a risk in this round, maybe look to push through this smoke, especially with the fact that there's 2 players on the B bomb site. I think it would bait in these 2 B defenders so massively. You know, they catch off AW shifting through. If AW finds a kill, brilliant. If he goes down, they have that safety net. But triple B here, I really don't like the idea of it. You're just leaving Kalash and Smet to try and defend A and middle alone. It's not going to work.
I mean, we've seen DMS do this before, and 9 Pandas just took so much time because of the lack of information that they have towards the other side of the map that it did end up working for DMS in the last, and finally Glowing towards B here. We can now see these players rotate off.
Yeah, it is going to be this A play, though. 9 Pandas again realise, okay, well, they've got 2 pushing towards tunnels. They probably got 1 on the B site holding middle. Let's try and isolate this fight towards A, and that's exactly what they are going to be doing. Flashbang's coming over. Smet, he's got 2 flashes of his own, but they're going to realise that he's playing from Goose. They know it 100%. Great flashbang, but Shalfie finds anyway.
And Resol can just take all the time in the world. Ooh, this balance just on scopes at the worst time. Kalash is having a bit of a look towards long. Ressol's been spotted out, but this balance gets the tag, making things easy for Ressol. Back in 4 kills, though, 2 on 2 as the dust settles.
Yeah, I like the molly towards CT as well. It just allows Shalfie to try and find this pick without any swing coming through. Speaking of Shalfie, he will take down AW. Aware of Sveidate's positioning, and Sveidate's going to look to creep on back. No need throwing this weaponry away, but look, Charlie, I think right now, 9 Pandas, the fact they've taken the lead here is pretty crazy. As you said it, they were 3-0 down, and the rounds which DMS have been winning, very dominant, very one-sided. So what a resurgence, what a change here for the Pandas.
And 7 certainly still on the cards.
As I said, though, when those flashes come over the top, 9 Pandas know exactly where Smet's playing from, and they know he's a Goose. And I don't know if you picked up on it, but I think it was Shalfie that found that kill. While he was holding mouse 1, he was looking at his teammate's monitor to see if he got the kill in the kill feed. I'm pretty sure, anyway. But it looked pretty cool. I was liking the look of it.
Yeah, it used to be one of the things I remember back in the day. Seeing
so when their monitors die, yeah.
That's the coolest thing.
Yeah.
So if someone's blinded, whatever, just staring at their teammate's monitor to see where they are, what they can do. Always great to see. But 9 Pandas, yes, certainly. Not far off being able to find 7. Decent round to do so as well. Util once again a little bit limited for DMS here, as well as a few weaker weapons.
I think, though, Charlie, if you're looking at the kills, you're comparing it. Everyone for DMS is having their moments. Everyone's kind of stepping up and having these rounds. Yeah, it seems a lot of the heavy lifting for 9 Pandas has been done by the likes of DRILLAS. You know, he's won 2 clutches for the team. He's been good at getting these openers as well. Great timing on the flash. Oh, Smet's step's been heard. Again, though, they're going to know that Smet's playing towards this right-hand side. Surely, oh, Sveidate! I'm loving the aggressive peek towards middle. Takes down Glowing. Look at Shalfie's position. This is where the players in long can just look to freeze.
Yeah, EW pushes through the smoke. Shalfie doesn't have a choice but to take the kill.
Flash, though. Easy pick there, and now can look to maneuver his way to short. Final players into Letters and Idis. Balance, great shot there on the AWP. Gonna drop the smoke towards Card, try and maneuver himself round. Great find from DRILLAS. Oh, what a clutch, what a 2vx. DRILLAS finding 3, but Idis balance. The molly that he throws, so vital. But again, Charlie, it's DRILLAS doing the heavy lifting, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really big game from DRILLAS. It's great to watch on this map, but yeah, Idis balance finding the first kill. He was low HP as well, so finding Sveidate there isn't easy. Yeah. Takes 1 bullet. Anything more would have taken him down. Dropping the molly. Brilliant first from DRILLAS here, and just gets an easy time at finding things on molly.
Look, in that 2 versus 3, it feels like both of them get 1.5 kills, because obviously we see Idis balance with the AWP shot, but then the Molotov is the real assistance, and that's what just allows that kill to come through. So yeah, brilliant stuff there. 9 Pandas.
5 though.
Yeah, it's brilliant. They're going to be really happy with it. Oh, and that kill onto AW. Just sets this pistol in motion. Shalfie's going to be so heavily baited in as well. That's the brilliance. That's what they're going to be hoping for. Oh, Shalfie, going to be... Oh, Shalfie! It's just not fair. He goes in for 1. He finds a second. 2 bullets, 2 kills. And they're hunting. The CTs want to end this now. 9 Pandas, they are playing with that level of aggression and that level of kind of ego that we were hoping for, aren't they, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is playing with fire a little bit, but when you've got players like this on the server, you certainly can't complain. Shalfie's actually a player that we didn't really get to talk about too much during the pre-game. Shalfie has a ton of weight on his shoulders when he joined this team. I mean, stepping into C's, taking up the in-game leader duties, a very different type of player. You're definitely going for a bit more of a younger talent than obviously C's, who was a bit more of a veteran, not just CS player, but obviously very respected in the CIS scene as well. So, yeah, very different sort of look in terms of players, but he's also bringing a level of firepower that C just didn't have towards the end of his career. But he definitely is filling the shoes. Sure, they're in a bit of a slump right now, a bit of a sort of a stagnation period. But in general, when he's come into the team, they have looked not far off the same 9 Pandas And I think initially, for a younger guy to step into the shoes of Seized, that's only going to be a promising thing.
Well, I think as well, we talked about Nine Pandas when they first had this roster move, Charlie. We had one of the opening games for this roster movement when we were saying, look, it seems like they've kind of had a real change up of map pool. Nine Pandas, a vast majority of the time. Oh, AW double with a Glock. There's a chance that this round could get very difficult. But Ressel's flank should deny. As I was saying, though, it seemed like Nine Pandas, they had a bit of a change of map pool. A lot of the time, they'd look to play maps like Anubis and want to get themselves on that.
Oh, just gets the bomb
yeah. Very nice. 2 kills on a bomb plant. We spoke about that being a real positive for Nine Pandas on their T side. DMS have done that as well. But yeah, Nine Pandas look to play Anubis a lot of the time. Majority of the time, that was their map pick. Yet now it seems like they're steering clear of it. The win rate's gone very much down. And I think we have to say that not only is it a change of leadership and a change of style, it's also kind of a slight shift in the map pool, isn't it?
Yeah, slightly. It definitely is. It's going to be very interesting to watch how this team does develop. Maybe sort of towards the end of the year, when we do sort of get into that final player break before next year's season will start commencing. It'll be interesting to see sort of where this team's at and what they work on during that break as well. But a lot more players starting to step up now. Shelfie not far off the leaders. His kills. This balance was like 1 in 5, 1 in 6 has definitely had a little bit more impact.
Yeah, well, massively.
I mean, they have extended this lead monumentally.
Yeah, and I think as well, you look at it for DMS, it's what we were touching upon at the anticipation of a 7-5 is they were 3-0 up. They were looking very dominant. They were looking very convincing. Yet now they look a little bit lost, I want to say.
Oh, I love the bait there. Ressa was going to throw some util, but just decides against it because Idle Spanner's holding the angle. Back up. Let Smet peek into it, thinking it's clear, and you've got the ult posted up. Just very simple stuff there, but done perfectly.
It's just we talk about it all the time, Charlie, don't we? It's nothing fancy. It's nothing all too difficult. It's just simple CS played well. And that's all you need. I think half the time you'll see teams wanting to overcomplicate, wanting to go for kind of those last 20-second change of pace, change of decision. Nice find from Idis Balance, takes one down before falling. Unlucky timing. I feel like timing has been something so tough here for Idis Balance. But as I was saying, it seems like Nine Pandas look to try and keep things fairly simple here. Triple retake from CT. And Ressel still ready and waiting here towards long. I don't love the smoke thrown from Fade 8. I think it's a bit early. But I guess we'll see.
I mean, yeah, they don't have a lot of utility. They've got one more flashbang on Kalash, and that is it. For the post-plant util, only a little bit remaining on Nine Pandas. They've got a bit of space. Flashbang does come over. Fede will dodge, but gives up his position. Now, as the smoke fades, 3 players on the other side of it do take him down.
Yeah, Clash down to 15 HP. Glowing's going to have to stick the bomb. He can just be held, though. Yeah, so tough. I think if Kalash, I have to say, Charlie, I think if Kalash is full HP there is a chance at that round. It's not easy, but there is a chance. It's just the fact that Wrestle just needs to connect the one bullet. But Nine Pandas, Charlie, they get their double digits. Now 3 away from closing out the first map. It is their selection, and I think we're kind of expecting Nine Pandas to look good here. But when you take into account that the first 3 rounds have gone the way of DMS on the sole purpose of the pistol, that's when you really have to worry. Of the remaining 10 rounds or 12 rounds, they've only taken 2 of the gun rounds. It's not a good one for them, is it?
Not particularly. We've got the double orb in play, and Shelfie's got some information. Does get a tag as well. Holodoy gonna have to play the rest of this round on just 23 points of health as the second orb already having a bit of impact. Yeah, I'm liking the idea of the double orb as well. I think Nine Pandas realise, look, let's try and shut them down as quickly as possible. Shelfie, the timing on this nade is going to be everything. Spots the head. Oh, Shelfie takes down Kalash. Seemed as though he finds the harder of the 2 kills. But man advantage and still that low HP Melody to work with. Yeah, and with the avenue towards short temporarily being locked off, It's interesting how we see Glowin play that. He throws the util towards short and then drops down towards CT, potentially hoping that just a util would be enough to force DMS entirely off this angle, but it's not going to be. Artist Balance will get blinded off the angle.
Great flash and great from Svede. A wonderful opener here. Oh, that's the bomb dropped. Yeah, this is tough now. They've got to go on a bit of a retrieval mission. AW trying to collect, but needs a kill beforehand. And that mistake will cost DMS the round. They've got no chance now. The letter's just holding.
It's one kill from Glowin that turns this round on his head.
Yeah, crazy stuff that. And it's unfortunate because it's the force. It's the investment. DMS, they kind of put all their eggs in one basket. Charlie, they're forcing until the end. It's clear that DMS, it has to be said, Charlie, there's a bit of head loss. There's a bit of kind of difficulty because why aren't they just opting for an eco in the last, get the AWP on Melody? There's a double AWP in play from 9 Pandas. Obviously, I guess Rifles could deal with it nicely if they go for a fast B hit, but it seems like DMS want to slow things down, and it's disappointing to see.
Yeah, Glowin under pressure, but Svede blinded himself there, and Glowin had the chance to find them both, but Kalash does punish.
Yeah, Kalash still not retrieved that rifle yet. I like the angle of Result. Ooh. AW going to try and trade. Pre-fire from Result, sadly not good enough. 3-on-3 here, and Kalash has now retrieved the AK. Not the best of sprays. No damage even dealt to Deledes. We've got Shalfie and Idis Balance. What are you going to do? Well, you're going to peek into long. There's a second AWP there, but seems like Shalfie's not even needed. Idis Balance. And this is what the Big Green can provide, Charlie. This is what we were hoping for Idis Balance. Obviously, he had a very slow start here on Dust, but really has warmed into things. Currently 12-12.
Yeah,
but
definitely turned around the game a bit, but this is what we mean. In terms of, you mentioned DMS, they're all very similar in terms of kills. There was a point where literally all of them were one kill between top and bottom, sort of with like 8 and 7 kills across the whole board. But 9 Pandas, you've got Deledes having a great game, Shelfie having a great game, Idis Balance sort of just having a decent one, and Resort and Glowit, they've had impact. And that's the thing, they've not had great games for both of them, but they've had a lot of impact. I mean, look at that Glowin 1 kill that dropped the bomb.
Yeah, obviously it was that Result clear onto AW towards Car that I think won them that round, and I think right now, 9 Pandas, it's Charlie, it's not about individual kills. Okay, yeah, Shalfie's played well, and so is Deledes, but I think a lot of the time it's the impact that this team are having. You don't win a game 13-5, 13-6 without your whole team having that impact. It's just not possible. Once again, Charlie, DMS, I want to say that's 4 rounds in a row that they've looked to just go up towards short. Seems like they've got their game plan, but it's not worked out for them, has it?
I mean, Bob mentioned this is a bit of a speciality for 9 Pandas, and they're doing a great job just to force DMS into these uncomfortable positions just with their util alone, and they're so ready for really whatever DMS are throwing at them.
Up shot from Idis Balance. He has a Molotov, but he's not going to use it. We'll get the tag. Oh, Idis Balance. Best of luck. Trying to get himself out of that. We have Smet still here towards top mid.
Yeah, but retake on now. If Deledes finds him, this is going to be brutal. Smet's starting to consider.
Smet will find, but information gathered, Glowing low HP, and so is Idis Balance. Result falls. Oh, AW. Important fight onto Glowing. Great triple in total. Really big moment there from AW. Still though, Charlie, they're trailing by 6. They need, obviously, 7 in a row, including the last, to take it to overtime. And I think we all know it's going to be a real difficulty for them.
Yeah, I mean, with that being the only round that they've won in 10, we had a 10-round streak from 9 Pandas.
At least DMS shut them down.
5-2 scoreline, Fred.
Yeah, crazy. It was 3-0. And I think this is one of those games that DMS, there's not really much you can take away from it. Finally, they've opted to change up their decision-making. Not going towards short this time, not kind of slowing things down, and in doing so, they get the opener onto Result.
Yeah, Result's been pretty good at getting at least one in these positions, but finally we'll get vested, we'll go down.
Shelfie's playing like he's got an MP9 or got a rifle.
I do like this aggression. This is some confidence, something that can really catch off your opponents. Oh, and just spam with the smoke, comes away with one. Look at the push though from Smet.
Oh,
drone won't get a tick or anything, so they're not going to be 100% aware, but looking at where Idis Balance is posted up with the AWP, they seemingly have a bit of an idea.
Well, look, DMS, they haven't gone towards the B-bomb site. It's clear that... Great fight from Melody, denying, glowing, finding, but... Yeah, already we've got all three players from 9 Pandas ready and waiting. They try to drop the bomb across, but unsuccessful. Molotov coming through. Idis Balance, or Shelfie, sorry, can creep away. Great HE grenade. Kalash now to plant. Shelfie peeking the edge of this smoke. There's a slight gap for him to work with, and we'll get one. There's a player towards ramp as well. Smoke coming through once again. DRILLAS creeping close, rifle in hand. Melody with an important shot. No trade coming through. We've got 3 AWPs remaining in the 2 versus 2. And Melody continuing. 3rd kill found. And Svadek takes down Shelfie and towards Gandalf. But DMS, Charlie, backs are against the wall, but they are still showing some resistance.
Yeah, very dangerous play there from Molodoy, actually. We end up seeing that kill there onto DRILLAS. He gets so advanced to find it, pushes so deep and catches him off. And Shelfie just was not ready to go for the trade at that point, because that's a free kill. You've got your AWP who's just fired a shot out in the open. There's nothing they can do. Shelfie finds that trade every day, but just wasn't in a position to go for it.
I actually really like the call here from 9 Pandas. DMS have looked to go towards long, looked to go towards short. They haven't gone B once. So 9 Pandas, they're just going to shift their way through tunnels. And look, Charlie, he's already holding. Kalash is already worried about T-spawn. And that is where they are going to be coming from. How many is Kalash getting from here, Charlie? We saying 3? Be confident with 3? Ooh. Maybe not anymore.
Right, just drops the smoke. You're playing
quite reserved.
Quite a slave, and yeah, he'll just back away.
It's taking even more damage though. It's on the AWP now though. Oh, Melody. Going searching. Wants these kills. Oh, he stepped. Idis Balance got information of this. Fade 8's going to be creeping towards short. Fade 8 spotted. Not the best of shots from Shelfie. Elevation coming through from Resol.
And I mean, it looked like an awkward round, but DMS, they do win it cleanly, not losing a single player.
Still confident for 9 Pandas here?
Yeah, I think they'll find one eventually.
You'd hope so, right? Their CT side, I know it's not their favoured, but it's not this bad.
I think we see DMS win this round. That's when I think we can have a real conversation.
Well, look, it would just be 2 more full buys, or well, I say 2 more full buys. It'd be kind of 1 more perfect buy and 1 where it's kind of fast MP9s. Yeah, big risk here. Nice find from Kalash. Out in the open is DRILLAS and glowing now. He's going to look to make a hero play. Backs away towards Car, but this is going to go check. This is going to be so simple. Molly's coming his way. Smoke sent here from Smet. Ready, look at Shelfie's position, but look how ready the T's are for this. Melody will find him. And Idis Balance now on the AWP. I'd actually like to see 9 Pandas play a little bit more reserved here on their CT side. These steps are going to be heard, though. Simple shot for Idis Balance. They're going to make their way surely back towards long. They cannot just give picks away. They cannot allow Idis Balance to bring this down to a 2-on-3, maybe a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Idis Balance already departed from this position, but AW is now occupying it. He might not realise, but he is eventually going to be going into the scope of Idis Balance's AWP.
Yeah, finances are okay for DMS, but they're not at the point where these 3 players can hunt comfortably. They've got to keep their money strong because we talk about comebacks time and time again, Charlie. DMS, they don't want to be in a scenario where they win a round, one survivor, they're on Galils and you know, Mac 10s. They've got to be in a position where they can get comfortable investments throughout.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think they're going to be attempting this hump whatsoever anymore.
What do you have to gain?
Players to it. The positioning from 9 Pandas is very strong.
I think the problem that DMS face here as well is 9 Pandas are going to be on full loss bonus throughout. You know, 9 Pandas, they could look to buy here. Oh, okay. Flash giving it a go. Oh, what? Okay, Kalash, fair enough. You got to give it to him. What is that?
That is insane. Yeah, that's a rough way to fall for Iris Balance there. I can't imagine we were actually going to see a full investment from 9 Pandas. As you could have, but it would have been a great buy.
I think it should be a half buy.
A half buy. You've got 2 weapons. Still a chance you can win around like that, but yeah, no real chance anymore. But DMS are bringing this one closer and closer now.
Yeah, I think the problem here for DMS is they've still got to win every single one of their rounds. They've got to win these final 3. And the biggest problem I've got here is I feel like when push comes to shove, when the nerves get to the DMS side, when it gets to kind of 12-11, they're going to make a mistake. They're going to play something different. They're going to do something out of the ordinary, and that's going to be the problem. And we see it a lot of the time, don't we, Charlie? We see it where teams will kind of have their successes, they'll have the comebacks, and it'll be the thought process of, okay, well, we've done this 3 times in a row. They're probably going to read into it. Let's go for a B hit. Let's go for kind of a mid-split. Let's do something a little bit different to catch off our opponents, and in doing so, they get caught off guard. I love it from Smet, getting aggressive. Just the 1 kill found. But this could be it, Charlie. This could be the problem. This could be the error. Giving an AK to Iris Balance. Glowing's got a rifle. DMS have looked to slow things down here towards middle.
The setup could be very strong.
It's the first round in quite some time that DMS haven't looked to kind of take space early towards long.
Yeah, look at Molodoy. Say what's he gonna do as he's very isolated, so he's now gonna be joining the rest of his team.
Oh, Iris Balance, smoke's gonna fade and AW's holding. Oh, Iris Balance will find no swing from Spade. Will eventually take him down. Not the most comforting of kills, but is still successful. We've got DRILLAS pushing through tunnels, can comfortably find the low HP of Kalash. Oh, Kalash has got a good idea. And Kalash will find, drop down to 5 points of health now, and Shalfie just gonna save here.
Got close there. Those opportunities for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I actually was pretty confident the 9 Pandas were going to take that, especially when we see Iris Balance find that pick. But it was the kill that Kalash gets in middle onto, I want to say Glowing. That was the problem area. That was the difficulty. Question is, who gets the timing? Well, I think it was Kalash, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. 2 rounds required now from DMS, though, to bring us to overtime. Getting a lot closer here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what 9 Pandas are gonna do. I wouldn't actually mind one of those MP9 buys, Charlie, and you get Shalfie on the AWP again. Because the double AWP seemingly was what was working for 9 Pandas. Oh, liking the aggressive push from Iris Balance, but sadly not to be. Smoke here towards deep middle. Resolt's taking this control towards long again, Charlie. And we said how vital this was for their success. He's got another smoke to work with as well, and just going to drop that in a matter of moments. And there it is. Oh, Smet. Such a cheeky way of getting a kill. And to be honest, Charlie, I've got no sympathy for Result in that round. Smet spamming through the smoke systematically, slowly clearing out the angles. If you're Result, why are you even giving any chance to Smet finding that pick? Utility coming over here from middle. Shalfie just sitting behind. Oh, Spade 8. Sfede's crept on through. I really like this. It's going to be a B split. Smet's creeping up short. Idis Balance has to find this kill. Good setup here. Missed shot from Idis Balance. Melody going to send in the utility now. We do still have this double B setup. Charlie, this is what I was saying. DMS, they could look to make a mistake. They could make this wrong play. They've not hit towards the B-bomb site yet. But with Smet finding glowing and Sfede creeping through, it's a 1 versus 5 here. Shalfie spotted on the back of the bomb site, and the bomb can make its way towards A. There is enough time.
Shalfie will find the player towards CD, but get taken down. See, I mean, I disagree. I think that's perfectly played from DMS. I loved every moment of that. Smet was such a nuisance. He forced Idis Balance off the angle initially, through the nade, through a flashbang, make things really tough for Idis Balance, who had to drop down. And Smet wasn't afraid to put him in an uncomfortable situation. He pressed the issue. Made Idis Balance miss another shot. It's always difficult playing the AURORA from CT. Forced him even further back, and as soon as he forced him deeper into CT, okay, I'll take all the space towards A then. I'll look for glowing towards long. With glowing going down, Idis Balance is trapped towards CD, no safe haven. And yeah, but Smet was really the spearhead of that one.
You look at that round though, Idis Balance finds the pick onto Smet, their A control's gone, glowing rotates, he can hold the player deep towards middle, and it's a scenario in which 9 Pandas are favoured because they've got a double B setup which DMS aren't going to be prepared for. They've got quick rotations, they've got the AURP that can post towards CT and deny Sfede. I don't know, I think it's, yes, Smet does really well there, but it's all conditioned on if Smet baits out those shots, forces Idis Balance back. If he doesn't, that round's over in my eyes. Shalfie, oh, so close to connecting the bullets. Naded the smoke, he spotted out 3. Pushing through, Shalfie taking a big risk here. Yeah, he can find him, but Idis Balance gets the trade. This could be the final round, it could be overtime. Great entries needed. Smoke gonna fade, but Kalash can find. Nade on the back of the bomb site, Kalash. Searching here. Melody will be the one to take down Idis Balance. Glowing on the back of the bomb site. Disadvantage. Smoke been seen. The MP9 at range. Kalash 4 HP. Smet's on 2. A combined health here of 58, Charlie, across all 3 players. Melody sitting here towards Goose. Someone's got to check it.
Oh, it's so scary. Look how little time there is as well. Glowing finds the first, does get traded. It's all on the 2 HP Smet. Surely this is not how it's lost.
Yeah,
he's got the AURP in hand in 2 HP. The reposition from DRILLAS. Oh,
and he goes down.
It's the final round, Fred.
It's disappointing. It's unfortunate.
12 to 5. It's so unfortunate. It's the MP9s that do it. But of course it's DRILLAS. So many clutches that he's won. And of course it's him that wins the final one. I mean, look at DRILLAS. It looks like just pure relief.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, you've got to praise Idis Balance. He was 1-7. He ended the game with 20 kills, and I think it really just goes to show the value that Idis Balance can bring on that CT side. Obviously, great kind of grit and mental fortitude from DMS to come back. But sadly, as I said, Charlie, obviously they didn't really change up their game plan, but the second it got 12-11, things got a bit tough for them. But DMS, it's unfortunate. At least they can say they brought things close. They're going to be moving to their map pick, maybe with a little bit of disappointment, but maybe it could be the thing that spurs them on to take Ancient. But obviously, we've had Wild Deity very patiently waiting and kind of jotting things down about that game, and I'm interested to hear what he has to say, because plenty of kind of differences throughout. But look, Wild, thoughts on Dust?
Ridiculous game to be watching. There were all these little details that I honestly love watching. It's the fact that initially we see DMS with actually quite a bit of confidence. They come into the game, they're looking strong, but then 9 Pandas actually instantly start making adjustments to try and exploit their first side. Now, obviously, that first side looked a lot more even than, I guess, the first stage of the second half, which is a bit of a mouthful to say, but it's true. You know, this game was rocky all across the board. 9 Pandas, they ended up winning more gun rounds on the first half. It was the fact that they lost a pistol which made it as close as a half as it was, but for the most part, once 9 Pandas were able to figure out that DMS are playing a mostly passive A-style setup where they're gambling on just the one player on the A bomb site and their short and middle sort of rotational prong to be able to do the work, they were very easily to scale up both long and short and constantly just punish them. And that's something I really appreciated about how 9 Pandas made the adjustment. The fact that they were willing to go for quick aggression, they were disallowing rotations. That's exactly why the first half ended up being swayed all the way towards 9 Pandas. Now, obviously there's quite a few more details there as well. It was the fact that DRILLAS was performing really well. We had some we had some like instances where you know, Molodoy was playing quite well, and he was sort of punishing Ida's balance, which started to reel everything back in their favor as well. But that was definitely a treat to watch as far as the first half is going to go. But the issue that ended up happening in the second half is that 9 Pandas, yes, they were dominating like straight up from the pistol round, but it did feel like they had the incorrect read for the majority of the half. Like the replays we're looking at right now, it's mostly just, hey, DMS, they try to scale onto a bomb site, they get punished, yada yada yada. It's another day in the office, right? But this is where I really want to focus on the sort of comeback part of what DMS were actually bringing to the table. They had the perfect adjustment to what 9 Pandas were generally doing by just going into a perfectly slow default. Because 9 Pandas, even though they did ended up winning the game, they constantly had the wrong prescription for the dosage that DMS was providing from the other side. We see them go for aggressions, I think towards, I have that written down here, I believe it was Ida's balance, even when they were losing like 12 and 10, something along those lines. He was going for these aggressive plays, he was going for all these little details where I would have thought, hey, they just need to chill out, they just need to stay on a bomb site, they cannot allow DMS to let their default just perfectly marinate. And the fact that 9 Pandas were constantly getting punished every single time they pushed in, the fact that Smet's getting kills through the smoke like he did towards long doors, all these little things, they just signal that, hey, DMS were just strategically playing the right game. However, that final round is exactly where 9 Pandas finally swallowed the pill. You can see that their rotations were on point. Yes, it came down to the last wire. Yes, it came down to just the MP9s. But because they're not running into the default, because they're not actually taking the first duel, they have the comfort of simply being able to recline on the bomb site, use the advantage of the fact that a slow default generally means there's less timer left by the time they get onto a bomb site, and it became very suffocating for the Ts to actually scale up onto A, and that's what meant that those MP9s would be as potent as they were. They had to forcibly try and get onto the bomb site. It got very messy. It was difficult to play around the smokes. They had lost a lot of HP in the process of trying to get to the bomb site itself because everybody was already rotated over and they were ready and waiting, spamming through smoke, stuff like that. So it was a very late adjustment from 9 Pandas, admittedly, but it still ended up working out. Now, DMS, of course, they can still have their heads held up high. Dust 2, it's going to be a treat to watch. It was already a treat to watch, but the confidence that they've been able to build up here should potentially be scaling on over to Ancient. That being said, though, we'll be going to a short break before we figure out how the action is going to look on the next map. Stay tuned.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. It was a bit of a rocky finish on map number 1, but 9 Pandas were still able to hold down the line. However, DMS, I think they've at least built up a little bit of confidence before we head into the second map here, Zola.
Yeah, you know, I brought it up on the broadcast. I think the fact that that game comes so close, the fact that it isn't one of those, you know, 13-5s, 13-4s, I think it's very impressive. Let's be honest, I think if we saw 9 Pandas look to stomp, I think we would have come to map 2 all thinking, well, okay, 9 Pandas, enjoy your 2-0, enjoy the quarterfinals. But, yeah, I think maybe there is that chance, there is that opportunity, there is that possibility. I think you look at Svade, he had a really good game. You're looking at the ADR, you're looking at the rating, a 1.3 rating for that map. But you compare to the player who was 1-7, somehow Idis Balance leads the lines when it comes to individual performance on the side of 9 Pandas, which is ridiculous after those first couple rounds. So, yeah, I think right now it's going to be a tough one for both sides. I don't think it'd be easy to predict who's going to take it. I think I might go the easy route and just say 9 Pandas 2-0. But I think Ancient could go either way, right?
CMD in the same boat?
It's a really tricky one because, I mean, DMS have looked unreal at this map recently. They've won 7 out of the last 8 games. The only thing that does worry me is a lot of their wins that they've had recently have been super dominant. They've looked really sharp, and then they played against Hotu recently in the qualifier, I believe it was, for Series 14, and they just got absolutely demolished. They just got completely shut down. It felt like they just got really sussed out. Whereas on the other side of things, on 9 Pandas, a lot of their wins have been to some pretty damn good teams. Teams like Paravision, Amiga. Probably the only loss that they shouldn't have got was to Permitter. And it does make me think it is going to be a similar sort of style to map number 1, where it could be a bit more of a brawl. I'm hoping not in the style it happened. I'm hoping it'd be a bit more back and forth from start to finish. But yeah, I definitely think both teams do have a chance. I'm just worried we're going to be looking back at the end of this series saying DMS, they missed their opportunity on Dust. And it's a 2-0, something 9 Pandas. So hopefully we will get to see DMS bounce back. If not, let's at least see it be a very competitive one.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be competitive. I don't see it being any other way. And at least I know that DMS, you know, they've not exactly, like, woken up on the wrong side of the bed or anything. Once they had sort of 9 Pandas figured out, it did feel like they were able to furnish a pretty solid duel. Now, I think we would have been singing a completely different tune as well if that first half went a little bit better. You know, if they were actually able to sort of make the full conversion happen, then they would have had that extra buffer of rounds to actually drive their point all the way home. And, you know, they sort of diagnosed the issue a little bit too late. But that was also an issue that plagued 9 Pandas. It took them quite a while to realize that playing against a slower style default of DMS was, well, it required something a little bit more different. It required some passivity, and that's something that they weren't willing to do. And, you know, Ancient, I think it has some similarities in that sense. Just like philosophically, you are going to be in positions where you you essentially have to match yourself to the pace of whatever your opposition is playing. So there's definitely areas where 9 Pandas can still be exploited. However, I'm not really too sure how things are going to pan out after that first map. DMS, let's see if the confidence can carry them forward. We're about to go live with the game now. Have a good cast, boys.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for this one for 2 reasons, right, Charlie? Is you look at the 9 Pandas victory, and yes, it really should have been theirs pretty, more dominantly on Dust, but you also look at the fact that we saw 3 clutches won for 9 Pandas in comparison to DMS's 0. You look at opening kills of the 24 rounds, 15 of the opening kills were in fact for DMS, and of the 9 rounds in which 9 Pandas were the ones to get opening kills, 2/3 of the time it was IDIS balance. So I think right now you're looking at it for DMS, and okay, yeah, that map's really close. Okay, yeah, they lost 3 clutches, but they got the opening kills. In the vast majority of the rounds, Charlie, they had the advantages, and it's disappointing when you look at it like that, because Dust really probably should have gone their way. But speaking of rounds going teams' ways, 9 Pandas, surefire round for them, especially with the bomb drop. But Melody finding that pick, Smet close by to deal with Glowing, and now a 2 versus 2. Big clutches were seen from 9 Pandas.
Yeah, IDIS Allen's clearly too paranoid about mid. Ended up making a bit of a mistake. The bomb's not going down here, but the CTs are still getting closer and closer. We are seeing the swing, and somehow the 2v5 was that.
Yeah, I think so. Whatever it was, a 2v5, 2v4. Embarrassing, really, from 9 Pandas. Obviously, it's a pistol, Charlie. We know these types of clutches can come through, but they've got the bomb down. There is no real reason at all that 9 Pandas should be losing that. Especially, I think the real main part is, okay, they fumbled. It's down to the 2-on-2. They hit the tap of the bomb. They look to get aggressive. It's already got 5 seconds. They know that there's no one on that bomb. Why are they still pushing? Why aren't they disengaging, heading their way back towards Deep Donut, and then they can reevaluate their options? But they were in that no man's land. They weren't close enough to find the fights. They weren't far away enough to back away. It was just a really poor positioning there from the 2 rotating CTs.
I just can't believe he got to that position regardless. IDIS Balance is very isolated towards Donut, and his team is all around him, but just no one actually supported him whatsoever. Don't get me wrong, I think he probably should have played a bit more reserved himself, but yeah, it's not great.
Good start, though, for DMS, right? It's the fact that, okay, they've been given a gift, they've been given the pistol round, and it's just what they can do with it. But IDIS Balance, I'm loving the AURB investment. I think, Charlie, it's one of which you've got to go for. It's clear that 9 Pandas realise, okay, well, DMS, let's not really give them too many opportunities. IDIS Balance on the AURB was a key kind of catalyst for the success, and yeah, get the big green in hand as soon as possible. Opted for a rifle, though, so whatever I've just said in the last 10 seconds means nothing. Sold the AURB, brings out the rifle.
Pass it towards A, excellent call. I do love the call of this. You see a few teams going for a hit on the first full buy, and things have worked out excellently here. Native smoke won't be able to spot out anything, and
I'd love a save.
Still a decent amount of util on DMS, so they can just hold off these 9 Pandas lot for a while. And if that's the case, there's a good chance we will see that save.
Ooh, a lot of damage dealt to Kalash. Oh, that is really, really tough there from Smet. Got to be winning that fight. Got to be taking him down. I don't mind the save at all, actually. I really like it from 9 Pandas. I think when you are faced off against a fast A, and you've looked to take some control towards both B and middle, and you've found no kills and got no control, I think you have to go for the save. And as you said, Charlie, there was just enough utility for DMS to deny any retake. No defuse kit either, so it's not as though it's going to be an easy retake. But yeah, I actually really like the call here from 9 Pandas. Great decision.
Yeah, they've got to show us why they saved now, though. They've still got this weaponry in play. What can they do with it?
They got the full loss bonus as well, so they're going to be getting a buy in the next regardless, and we're going to see IDIS Balance on the big green as well. Smet sending the utility towards middle. Deledes. HE grenade throw, and it's going to be a fast B. I love the speed in which DMS are playing at. They've still got this Mac 10 on Spade 8, so they realise, okay, well, let's try and utilise this. Let's put him right up in the face. This great find from Kalash. Kalash was a huge success story here Wrestle will take him down, but AW's Molotov finds DRILLAS towards middles, can trade towards Smet. Now it's this 2-on-2. AW, he's crept his way in cave, just on the edge of the smoke of DRILLAS. He seems aware of it. Will spot and will find. Melody, though, takes down Idis Balance in the process. And now it's the low HP of DRILLAS. It's a clutch he cannot win. And it's a 5-0 start here for Melody.
Yeah, and a 4-0 start for DMS. This is really good looking T-side from them now. You see Result, that kill that he gets there, the second one he finds, makes me think there's a good chance Nine Pandas can take it. We'll go down to the molly eventually, but does a good job to sort of deny DMS winning the round from the initial push, but just not enough.
Double up in play again, Charlie. Nine Pandas. We saw them bringing out a lot on Dust. Ancient. Sorry, it can show some interest, but not towards 8. Oh, he would have spotted that shadow, surely. Information's gathered. Utility coming over. Shalfie. Very prepared for this A play. The problem is Shalfie wants to get aggressive. He wants to be the one to find this pick, but in doing so could lose his life on timing. Idis Balance, the great op shot. Still got Shalfie posted up, and it's the double orbs. It catches off DMS. Wrestle in Donut to find Spady. We got Melody and AW both spamming here. The reloads are going to come through. AW found. DRILLAS takes down Melody. Bombs down.
Really low HP. Not afraid to take that fight. And all
No
5
casualty.
survive. Double orb, so having so much impact. Finding the first 2 kills. And team ace there.
Yeah, love it. Everyone kind of lifting their own weight in that round. Who gets the MVP on the team, Ace? Opening kill? Is it the one who takes down the bomb carrier?
I'd probably say it's the opening kill.
Yeah,
Oh,
possibly.
what, like generally on
Oh, yeah, I want to know.
I think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
random at that point.
Oh, yeah, just flip a coin. Well, flip a 5-sided coin. A weird-shaped coin, that is.
W does find Shelby from the Molotov. Smoke too late to keep the teammate alive.
See, right now, it's clear that DMS, the way they're playing, it seems, I want to say it seems quite rigid. It seems like they've got their set strategies, and a lot of the time it's opting for kind of early control towards middle or a fast hit towards B. We're making this play towards A. And right now it's working really well. I love the smoke that we've just seen thrown from Kalash. In fact, that CT smoke towards A has been thrown by Kalash, so it just means that the players on that bomb site can look to smoke towards Donut instead. But it's surely another round where it's just going to be a save. Bombs down. No one to rotate in. Kalash can take these players down. He gets one. Deegan Hand searching for a second now. Will go down to Result, but I've been very impressed with DMS. It's clear that they've got a great idea of what they want to achieve here on this T side.
It's very well oiled though, their executes. And the way they're playing, there's a good chance they can keep this up. Inferno certainly could be on the cards, but the double ult for 9 Pandas is looking to be saved, and it looks like it should be able to. And definitely should be able to now.
See, I think this is where DMS have realised, okay, well, they've got a double AWP. If we play fast, the AWP's going to struggle on the retake, or we're going to overload it, and that's why AW's got this Mac 10 still. He's got the good spawn for B. Surely this is just a B rush here. It's going to deny the AWP having much impact. I think it's the right decision. We got Shalfie and Idis Balance playing away from the B bomb site. It is going to be a bit more of a normal round, I guess you could say. Jump across coming through here from Result. DRILLAS taking a little bit of damage. DRILLAS will find AW though, and Result ready and waiting, and Result can fight. I'm loving this aggression here towards Cheetah. And we've got Idis Balance posted up here on the AWP, surely to find Smettle's Fade 8.
Oh, they're going to be double peeking into this. They're aware of the possibility, and great awareness from Smet. Artist Balance falls and gives a lot of space now, but Shelfie already rotated in, but already brought down low.
A lot of damage dealt to DRILLAS as well. I'd love actually to see Smet push through this. DRILLAS will get Fade 8. And And Smet is going through. Problem is the smoke's just a little too deep. Ooh. Spotted but not quick enough, and Glowing will find 1 versus 3 from Melody. Bomb's gone down now. Oh, I don't know if you saw that. That was team damage there.
Almost getting killed by his teammate is a little bit awkward, but AURP is being saved. Are we seeing the second AURP being saved?
I actually think they've just got to keep the rifles. It's the rifles that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, Charlie. Also, if they want an AURP, IDisbalance can buy one himself, so...
I mean, the double AURP does just give off the stability that rifles can't. You feel a lot more comfortable leaving an AURP on one side of the map, particularly towards A alone, than you would with a rifle. Yeah, they've opted just for the single AURP. They had the chance to save the other, but opted against it. Maybe wanted to get a bit more aggressive in this round. Oh, we are seeing some aggression here. Esol deep towards A main. Payday is ready, but not able.
Yeah, I like the fact that they've dropped the molly as well. They're going to try and deny the AK being retrieved. Okay, Melody will get it.
And by the numbers from IDisbalance here, not going to be advancing and trying to shut down even more. They've got the man advantage, and he's happy and content just to leave it like that.
Man advantage here though right now, you know, 9 pandas, they don't really need to go hunting. I like what we're seeing from the ladders as well, just jiggling. Bit of an info play, drops the smoke, he's going to see it. And here we go. Oh, the fact that that smoke's hit them, that's information. It's the indication that they push through. And that's why Glowing is so fixated here towards Cave. Shalfie going to be trying to rotate in time. Melody pushing up. The ladders. Ooh, we're taken down here. With the smoke's going down, it's a 3-on-3. This is a very possible round here now for DMS. Oh, Kalash very cheekily pushing through that smoke. No one holding for it. Oh, and we're going to see Kalash push through this one as well. The reload's heard.
I should be aware that IDisbalance is here. The flashbang did just come from that angle.
Charlie, this was a 4 versus 3. This is a round that should have gone the way of 9 pandas, but DMS are going to steal it away. And this is a much, better looking DMS. I feel like the speed in which they're playing these rounds, I do actually quite like.
Yeah, right now. Like, it's so impressive to watch this DMS side on Ancient. The fact that we saw initially that early domination from them, they hit with a lot of speed, knew exactly what they wanted to do, game plan worked out perfectly, but even in rounds like that where they are disadvantaged, they are unfavored, they're either winning them or just bringing them close, and this is something that's not easy to do, and they're really put on a good display here right now.
I'll be honest as well, Charlie. I think right now, 9 pandas, it's not to say that, oh, they've lost these clutches, they've lost these big rounds, they've had these massive fumbles. You look at the pistol, okay, yeah, that's an easy highlight, but it's still the fact that 9 pandas, they've had good moments here on Ancient. It's just few and far between. We need to see a little bit more consistency, and these are the type of rounds. You look at how 9 pandas are playing these rounds. It's the second time that we've seen Result look to get this aggressive shelf position, and these rounds have looked so dominant, but 9 pandas, I don't know why. It looks like there's 2 different 9 pandas teams playing. They've got the side that's getting aggressive with the rifles, finding the picks, looking really impressive. And then there's the same side of, have we played Ancient before? Because it looks so different. It looks very odd. So hopefully for 9 pandas fans and the team themselves, they'll continue to play how they've played here in round number 9, because only 4 damage taken and 3 kills found.
Owen should be able to find this kill. A bit too early there. Will eventually finish him off. And it's weird though. If 9 pandas do take down Smet cleanly here, which they do. I might be wrong to say this, but I'm
3, I think.
Ooh, actually, I think it might be off. But 2 of the rounds that they have won 2 of the 3 rounds. They won with all 5 alive, and
Yeah.
the only other one they've won, they won with 3 or 4 players alive. The rounds they win, they're winning dominantly, but the issue is it's just too few and far between.
And that's why when you look at and you compare the kills, Svede's yet to get a kill. Kalash and Melody have 15 combined. Resol's got 11. The kills, in fact, are favouring 9Pandas. I want to say they've got more kills. I haven't done the maths, but it's easy to see. The eye test alone shows that they're going to have more kills, which is ridiculous. They've only got 3 rounds, Charlie. This is 9Pandas' chance to get back into the game, though, with this being the Force. A loss here for DMS. 9Pandas can find themselves 5.
Ledes needs to be careful as he's low on ammo, but we'll just opt to back away. I thought Svede might have looked to push through that smoke there. Tilt down towards B. There are 3 defenders here and no instant push from DMS, but the setup towards Cave is good. AW can't really opt to peek. Blowing on the site, supporting his teammate, but Kalash, great initial find. Idis balances Julies though, will take him down. And Idis balance again on 13 HP.
Yeah, he's not bothered at all. He knows, look, I'm low HP, but I've got the AWP in hand. I'm not having impact tucked behind a wall. I've got a peek, and that's exactly what happens. He gets a triple that. And 9Pandas, as I said, Charlie, they win that round. They're now against an eco. We're looking at maybe 5, and it's one of those classic statements when you take into account that DMS have won the pistol. It's pretty level, isn't it?
I mean, we did see 9Pandas on map number 1 have a pretty poor start, and they brought things back. They can bring things to a 6-6. Honestly, there's not too much to complain about. I mean, sure, technically this is both teams' strongest sides, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I believe so. They're both good on both sides, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. They are both good on both sides, and sure, this is both teams' stronger sides, but like you said, with both teams being solid or equally as good on the other side of things, it's going to be interesting watching them there. I'm mainly interested to see how 9Pandas can play their T side, because DMS's, they'll probably be pretty disappointed if it becomes something like a 6-6, because I think it's fair to say, and I think most people agree, DMS have looked better on this map.
Yeah, definitely. Something I want to point out there, Charlie. 9Pandas had enough to buy in the next round, whatever happens. Glowing's decision for that MP9 was not for money, was not for any financial reason, whether it's gain or not enough to afford the M4. The only reason Glowing's done it is because he wants the weapon for its ability. It's kind of, it's close range, you know, proximity. You can jump around with the MP9, and it seems like a weapon that's got perfect accuracy. He's opted for the MP9 for the gun itself.
But I mean, I think, look, get in the face of your opponent. Let's say you push into 3, 4, or 5 of them, you get a couple of kills, you go down. You're not giving them an AK, you're not giving them an AURORA, you're giving them an MP9. So yeah, this is it, final round of the half though. Can 9Pandas stabilise and bring things to a 6-6?
All I'm saying,
players towards A.
You've made me feel so much better about when I die with an MP9. It's just also they don't have an AK or an M4.
Sure.
You know, ego's through the roof now.
Yeah, definitely would compare yourself to Glowing.
No, to be fair, he's got some work to do. But in other words,
Resol's going to be under pressure though. Rotations aren't particularly fast, but we'll drop another smoke. Resol looked like he had an idea that a boost could have came through, and it looked like Fade was considering it.
Yeah, utility been somewhat drained here. DMS have got plenty to work with, but I think the problem that DMS are going to face is they've got fairly quick rotations. Obviously, Resol is a little bit alone, but it's the fact that we can have Idis Balance maneuver his way through. I'd like to actually see 9Pandas push their way down B ramp, and that's exactly what's happening here. But I like the smoke here. It's going to force Shalfie to play a little bit further forward. But with Idis Balance finding Kalash, gives this pickup. Utility coming over. Resol going to be calling for the cavalry. He's in a good position though, and Flashbang's only coming over now. There's no more utility to work with. Wrestle. I actually quite like the decision for him to play with discipline here. Naded the smoke, and they can look to deny the plant. Oh, Wrestle, not only does he get the kill on the planter, but he does a lot of damage to Smet as well. Spade 8 low HP, a 3-on-3 of which both teams have chances for. All three CTs are split though. No trade potential at all. Smoke fades.
Oh, I think Glowing spotted his leg, but I don't know if he processed it. It doesn't matter, his balance is quick enough. And the only healthy player, AW, will eventually go down. It is somehow a 6-6. What a recovery this was here from 9 Pandas. 5-1 down, 6-2 down. And they still managed to stabilize and keep things level, just like what happened on Dust.
I think as well, Charlie, it's one of these games that DMS, they have a good start. They have a really, really convincing showing, and it's all coming from the back of, we're going to go fast A, we're going to go fast B, we're looking to take mid, we've got our game plan, we've got kind of quite a rigid playbook, I have to say. It seemed like they were very stuck to what they needed to, and I think when they lost picks, that's where things seemed to fizzle. But it seemed like DMS had a great idea of what they wanted to achieve on their T side. They went 6-2 up, and I have to say, we saw a bit of a differing in game plan, slowing down their rounds instead of looking to play with pace. And I think in doing so, it allowed 9 Pandas to come back into the game, because 9 Pandas look very much out of it. Very, very difficult looking, but Glowing, nice find here. The flash from Shalfie, eliminating Spade 8, and Charlie, Spade 8 is the top performer for DMS on map 1, currently 2-11. Oh, what a find! Glowing, okay. I guess they call him Glowing because he's lighting up the server, but 5-on-2 now.
Yeah, 9 Pandas, they lost the initial pistol, but Glowing is taking things into his own hands here. He's going for the ace, he's got a good idea of Kalash being towards this side of the map, but will get found. No ace, but it doesn't matter. Still had so much impact. 4 massive kills. And a round that comes with it. I am concerned by how little players are towards this bomb site right now. Surely not another guaranteed pistol going against you.
Oh, Kalash is so sure there's a player towards Donut.
I'm not sure if he got baited by the initial USP shot of Idis Balance. It is always difficult to know exactly where the silenced shots are coming from.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, did he potentially think it came from Donut? Because he was so confident of a player being there.
It was a nice pistol. I think Glowing individually is just denied any chance. I think it's one of those moments where I think 9 Pandas, they've got their idea of, okay, we're going to send Glowing in, and there's always, it's a bit of a buddy system. There's a player ready and waiting to get the trade onto Glowing, and I say that because someone should have taken down Glowing. I think the fact that he's kind of 3 1v1s or 3 kind of early fights and is successful in all 3 of them is pretty nuts.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, that's how in your head, when you're loading into a game, pissed around starting, that's how you think it's going to go. You're like, it's easy. I'll just burst a couple of bullets out their head. Easy. Just never goes like that, though. But Glowing, he has made it exactly like that.
Yeah, exactly. But look, 9 Pandas, they take the lead, Charlie. They were 6-2 down. It's now, what, 5 in a row? And DMS, from what looked like a very positive start to Ancient, and, you know, we said it, look, Inferno, here we go. You know, DMS, if they look to continue, that's what we'll be talking about, the kind of the king of the third maps. We'll be talking about Inferno. And, DMS, what's happened? Where's the DMS of earlier?
Yeah, certainly have been stumped quite a bit here on this map, and yeah, bit of a shock to see considering how one-sided this game was looking initially. But 9 Pandas, I mean, they're a team that you can never count them out of any map, any game, because they do just have the ability just to switch something like a light switch, come alive into a game at any point, and yeah, it feels like this is what's happened here on Ancient.
Yeah, I think the difficulty now is DMS, they aren't going to have that same level of experience when it comes to 9 Pandas, you know, in these scenarios. Where you lost map 1, probably could have and should have won it. You're losing map 2 now after being so heavily advantaged. Okay, Glowing. Got a great pistol in this one. Finally, the USBs take him down. It's when he's wielding an AK. AK has been retrieved from AW, and Shalfie just going to back away. Drop the Molotov as well. Oh, Melody, I like the idea there. Trying to deny the plant in the hopes they would have left the bomb site alone, but... Charlie, they have left... Shalfie is the only defender right now. Okay, DRILLAS have realised, but... Idis Balance is already on the A-bomb site. I'd love to see his POV, whether he even clears AW. Well, never mind, he will go down to him. Kalash. Okay. DRILLAS needs to get his gun out. Will DRILLAS survive the explosion now?
Will do so, but not far off being able to be taken down. Pretty damn good eco from DMS. They make things very, very interesting.
Yeah, good stuff, that. I think it's the fact they get their opener. It's a great flashbang. 2 MAC-10s in play, okay. Wrestle could have opted to invest in an AK, but... potentially a fast approach, and with the early smoke coming through here, it's going to be a bit of a mid-push. Well, in fact, it's just mid-utility. It is going to be this A play. It's just whether Smet's going to be prepared for it. Nade coming through from Shalfie. Utility coming down. Shalfie's got to be wary that there could be players at any position. Oh, Charlie, it's the AAA setup from DMS. Great preparation, great awareness. Utility coming through. Melody on top of Big Box here. Smet as well, boosted up. Oh, Smet's missed shots. Smet, not the greatest of sprays at all. And Idis Balance, he gets 2 of the openers. And it's man advantage now. Molly on the back of the bomb site, going to keep AW at bay. But he's in fact just playing on the edge of the Molly and smoke. Can find them both.
Yeah, and Shelfie is very far away and very out of this now. It's going to leave a lot of question marks in the heads of the DMS players. Where is he going to come from? You can see AW still very paranoid about Sport, about CT, and in fact, Kalash is backed up as well slightly.
Shelfie going to be creeping through here. With the bomb down, I actually quite like it from DMS. I mean, they realise, like, okay, we can look to stay on the bomb site and potentially give Shelfie a fight, or we can let him pick up the bomb, waste 40 seconds of his own time, and then we can just play it as a, you know, a 2 versus 1. And now they're going to look to creep together. Problem is, there is still 30 seconds here for Shelfie. He's got an HE grenade, and he can look to clear out Temple. Great awareness, though, from Kalash. The problem is, Charlie, Kalash looks to red. Ooh, these steps are going to be heard. AW, he needs to maneuver himself round. It's all going to be about timing. HE grenade thrown. Oh, this is so awkward. AW will take him down, though. Great triple from AW. Lovely stuff there.
Yeah, Shelfie just searching so much, looking for these gunfights, but we just wasn't getting them. It just needed to be as simple as get the bomb and start to see what you can do with that. But obviously, it's so difficult to know that that's what you need to do.
Yeah, too many angles, not enough time. I think that's the problem. You see him trying to clear towards Temple initially in the hopes that someone's holding, but no one's there. Investment scene here. I've got a couple AKs in play. Fair few Tech 9s as well. Ready to let us very fast here. It's all a ruse, Charlie. It's all a fake. Even with the amount of utility set. Oh, Charlie, look at Smet's position here. Steps going to be heard. Shalfie. The thing is, Shalfie goes down, but if anything, he gives the information away. I guess at least there's that positive. They need to deal with Smet, though. They've got to take him down. Idis Balance will find one. Oh, nice from Glowing. He spots out Clash as well. Great intel. Shoulder spotted here. Idis Balance can get his second. And now Wrestle just hides on the back of the bomb site. Idis Balance, 3rd kill of the round. Kalash makes his way towards Donut now. 9 Pandas and Idis Balance. What are we watching? He got 2 kills in the last. He's got 4 in this one. He's 18-7, Charlie. He started this series off 1-7 on Dust 2. But what a game here from Idis Balance.
Yeah, unbelievable showing from him. We've seen some really good stuff, actually, from Idis Balance on this map. This is one of the few maps that I do watch Idis Balance on, and I do just... Maybe it's just every time I end up watching him on this map, but he just seems like an absolute demon on it. I mean, I'm looking at his overall injury stats. They're awful.
I'll be honest. The thing is, as well, the odd thing is every game you see Friday's balance, he has these crazy games. How is his rating so badly? You know, what goes on? Does he have just a game where he drops 1 kill and 40 deaths or something? Because his average rating's pretty poor.
I mean, for a player of his caliber, definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Fade, he's had a horrendous game so far. He's really struggling. 2 and 15 in this.
The problem is, as well, is
get into it. And this, but Fred, this is even when they had this really dominant start.
I think as well, Charlie, this is what I said about AW sometimes. He goes a little bit missing. He might have one good game and then things fall flat. Sveda, as I said before, Charlie was the top performer for DMS. He went 20 and 16 on Dust 2. He had the highest rating of the highest ADR. Now, 2 and 15. Really not positive signs for Sveda whatsoever. And obviously it's difficult because it's not like we're expecting so much and these kind of really dominant, consistent results from Sveda. But at the same time, after showing what he provided on Dust 2, you'd hope something would be brought across, right?
Yeah, you would hope so, to a certain degree. But 9 Pandas now 3 rounds away from closing this one out. It's a full buy, and DMS needs to start showing us a bit more. Shelfie
love it.
Perfect information. Swings on out, finds the first, ready for the play towards Cave.
Result will go down. Glowing takes down Smep. Orp of Idis Balance. Idis Balance can find Melody. It's the first time he's had the Orp in hand here on the CT side. Great setup here. And it's surely just a save. Charlie, DMS, they were 6-2 up. It is now 11-7. 9 out of the last 10 rounds have gone the way of 9 Pandas.
But there have been a number of rounds. It's something that I praised DMS for initially, that there was rounds that they won, that they were disadvantaged. They were in rough situations, rough spots. 9 Pandas have showed that themselves, but just somehow to an even better degree. And that sort of late streak of rounds we saw from 9 Pandas as well, at the end of their CT side, has really turned the tides of this one. And really changed the fortunes. I mean, this is 9 out of the last 10 rounds gone the way of 9 Pandas.
I think when we look back to 9 Pandas CT side as well, is there was those 3 rounds where they looked very convincing. Okay, they didn't have the best of CT sides, obviously coming back into it, but they were 6-3 down, and as a result, DMS, they should have had a lot more kills, they should have had a lot more dominance, but it was in fact 9 Pandas that were looking pretty strong. In the 3 rounds they won, only 2 casualties across all 3, so yeah, I think right now, 9 Pandas, it's clear that they kind of eliminated the errors on Ancient, and now it's just looking really dominant and looking very convincing. The only player you're going to say is a little bit out of it, Shalfie, he's 8 and 10. It's not the end of the world, right?
Aggression here, though. He will find one, will double down. Out a poor game, we mentioned it, but him finding those 2 kills there could hold their weight in gold.
Yeah, there's mid-control here for 9 Pandas, but it might not matter. DMS got a 2-man advantage. Although Svade 8's been chipped away, I don't think it's going to be a big problem. Glowing. Close here in middle. Result for creep and clear, but Result will go down. Important pick here from Kalash. Glowing. Bit of an awkward fight, but Melody will take him down, and now it's all on Idis Balance. He's had a good game so far, but no one's expecting a 1v5 victory. An unfortunate missed shot like that, never the way to start one off. All can be saved, though. There were some weaknesses there for DMS, and we saw FAMAS's MP9s. And now, look, they've got 3 AKs, they've got the AWP, money's looking good as well. Necessary victory as well for DMS, as 9 Pandas would find 12, and finances would be very poor for DMS.
We've got the opportunity now for DMS to start to see if they can show us any bit of a comeback, because yeah, it's been a far cry from the DMS that we saw towards the beginning of this game. They just haven't looked particularly solid since Met. Taking down through the smoke. Important one. Back and forth. Constant kills, but 9 Pandas are favoured in it.
Yeah, now it's Melody and Kalash. These have been key players, but no utility here. Not going to make it an easy round, and with DRILLAS finding Kalash, it's all on Melody. We've said, Charlie, we've seen that he's had big moments, had big games, but surely a round that's impossible. As I said, there's no utility. Disadvantaged heavily. It's a 1 versus 3. Just going to look to save the AWP into the next, but DMS tasked with finding 4 on the bounce now.
Holodoy is just going to be saving. I was wondering if he's going to actually be attempting that. If he's going to be flanking, but no, is going to be saving this AWP. DRILLAS, though, has a decent idea by the looks of things.
Yeah, and look, I think if DRILLAS can take him down, that's where things can be really problematic. AWPs can be invested, but it just means that they could be lacking in utility. There could be issues elsewhere.
No knife.
Yeah, well, DRILLAS is not messing around. I think he knows there's been times where you've gone for the knife kill and, you know...
You've got to get your headshot stats up.
That, very true, very true. Funny there were a knife headshot.
Throat shot, maybe. Who knows? This is it, though. 12-8. We've seen 9 Pandas in this position on map number 1. They had a decent amount of opportunities to close the game out. They did struggle to do so slightly. But weapons are in play. You've got the glass cannon from Melody.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. If he was able to save that, you know, that's all the bells and whistles. It's full utility, it's armor, it's a P250 or any kind of favored sidearm. No limitations, and potentially weaponry dropped across to the likes of AW and Spade 8, but limitations, there's plenty of them here. Utility 1, I have to highlight, there's only got 5 pieces in total. Glowing, he's already been boosted up, and Glowing, oh, dropping down, finding 2, and it's a man advantage scenario now. Molotov thrown deep. Oh, and timing could be devastating. DRILLAS takes him down. Kalash will find one in middle. AW aggressing, but caught by Iris Balance. And it's all on Kalash now. Picks up the AK, spots out the first. Kind of needs to get the second through the smoke, but 10 HP. Bomb already down. And it looks like this is going to be this quick 2-0. Because Kalash, surely not an easy clutch.
Yeah, 9 Pandas. Doesn't look like they want to make the same mistake they made on map 1. Let it get as close as it does. DRILLAS finally considered and does eliminate. 1 more bullet is all that's required. And 9 Pandas in a 2-0 fashion will take down DMS, securing themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. But definitely had opportunities for DMS there.
Yeah, most certainly, and obviously we've had Wild patiently waiting. I want to hear what he has to say. Why don't you join us on the desk here and we can have a quick chat. I don't know if you guys saw that, but right at the end there, we see DRILLAS, he wins the clutch, he kind of wins the round for his team. No celebration, it's just another day at the office. A win like this for DRILLAS means nothing, and I guess it just goes to show how kind of well-versed this team are. It's just, well, we won, we probably should have done it anyway, but Wild, thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of looking at, you mentioned like there was space for DMS to potentially win, right? And that was generally where sort of my notes were at. That's what I was trying to look for. And DMS, the fact that they got a pretty good start, you know, they started off 3-0, and 9 Pandas actually started off the game playing in a pretty gambly style. I didn't really like that because, you know, you're going up against a team where your individuals are on paper so much better that you should actually just be playing the basic setups, just shutting them down, right? And then that window of opportunity, that closed down. 9 Pandas, they start to like play more default, more basics, a more basic style of CS, and that's where their individuals can finally shine. And I really liked how there was such a change up in pace from some of the players, especially over towards the second side, right? We saw Glowing and Result, who were largely absent on map number 1, turn up, and then we saw Balance protecting 9 Pandas a couple times as well, where it kind of looked like 9 Pandas could have actually fallen apart in the second half. Balance was there to protect. That's why he's the MVP. A 1.37 rating, definitely very far from what you see on HLTV, which is honestly, you know, it is a bit of a surprise. You know, one of you guys made the point that it is very surprising to see him like on the server with the eye test always be as successful as he is, but then not really have that reflect on HLTV. Of course, that can be skewed by a few glaringly bad games, but thankfully we don't see that version of Fidus balance, and it was a pretty good showing from the individuals, especially like when we see 9 Pandas go over to that second side. They find some really they find some really good mid control. They consistently find the conversions. They're protecting in the clutches. It did really feel like DMS on that second half, they were like a fish out of water. If there was anything to do on, if there was any sort of steam that they had on Dust 2, that couldn't be found on map number 2. And I think part of their success on map number 1 did come off the fact that 9 Pandas weren't exactly playing the game you'd expect them to, especially towards the latter stage of that second half, which is what allowed the comeback to happen. But the diagnosis that they had to make on map 2, that came in very quickly. They were able to shut DMS down, and this game goes exactly the way we expected. Zola, any sort of closing thoughts you have on this? Because we do have DRILLAS versus GAMERLEGION be the next game up, and I think that one's also going to be a pretty exciting one, but I just want to sort of put a ribbon on this one.
Yeah, look, I think 9 Pandas definitely the team I think a lot of people would have thought were going to win, and obviously they do. I think DMS probably could have taken things on Ancient. It seemed like they had a bit of a slip up. Dust 2, similar kind of sentiment. Obviously 9 Pandas now, their next opponent being Ecstatic. I think Ecstatic, they've taken down, you know, a heavy hitter, a massive org, so they're going to be feeling pretty confident going into that game. I think these quarterfinals right now, they are going to be exciting, and a lot of the time it's because we're going to be looking at some of these results, some of these victories. You look at the Permitter 2-0 against Sinners, you look at Passion UA 2-0ing Aurora. We've had a fair few upsets. Charlie pointed out maybe the Paravision game's the one where you go, okay, well that, you know, that's kind of how things should have gone, and obviously you can use this series as a good example too. You know, 2-0, it's what you're expecting from 9 Pandas. But yeah, I'm excited for that GAMERLEGION DRILLAS game. I think obviously there is those kind of ideas of where we think things are going to go, but to be honest, I'd rather just leave it because we're going to have time to talk about it then. But so far, I've been very, very impressed with all sides that have made it through, and I think every team that have got themselves to the quarterfinals, they've deserved that spot. It's not been kind of, oh, well, they just got lucky, or you know, I think I've been very impressed with all sides, and that just goes to show and amplify the level of competition that we've got here in Series 13. But look, I'm excited. I think the next game should be a really, really good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a treat to watch. If CCT has shown us anything in this particular tournament especially, it's the fact that you can't really have any real expectations, right? It's the fact that we're coming into this, we're feeling a little blind. Even that Permitta and Sinners game, right? Permitta ended up winning with a stand-in, and they did it in a dominant fashion. So I do think that game is going to be incredibly fun to watch. That being said, though, there is going to be a bit longer of a break because we got this one done in 2 bites. About an hour's time is how long it's going to take for us to be back on the desk. But until then, keep that tab open, and we'll see you soon.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. The quarterfinals are shaping up to look outstanding. However, there's still a team that needs to be decided. We need to look at the match between GAMERLEGION versus DRILLAS up next. Teams that both have fan bases for one reason or the other. Obviously, one of them having a bit more of a hype fan base. And that's why I'm very interested in watching this. I really want to see how this goes, Zola.
Yeah, I think obviously you have to say that DRILLAS are a team fairly newly formed. I feel like when it comes to structure and it comes to, I guess you could say, the back end, the org helping out, I feel like they might have a little bit less than what GAMERLEGION might have to offer. So I think when it comes to the support network, I think GAMERLEGION are going to be favored. But look, I'm excited for this game. I think both teams, they've got definite reasons of why they can take it, and I think that's what should lead to such an exciting finale here for today.
CMV,
Yeah.
I want to hear your opening thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar thing. Sort of, we don't actually have a huge amount to of a scene from DRILLAS, and what I did mention sort of when we saw them in the Swiss stage was the fact that they haven't really been tested as a team yet. I mean, they went through the Asian RMR. There weren't any real sort of unbelievable teams that tested them fully. We saw them in the Swiss stage. They didn't have easy games, but we know alternate attacks have a lot of issues. We know that Favbet have a lot of issues themselves. The only team that I say is a pretty decent win for them would be Passion UA. They lost 2-0 Spirit Academy, but now they're in the playoffs. This is where they are going to be tested. This is where we are going to get to see the limits of this team and really get to see how they do perform. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how deep they can make it here. GAMERLEGION is a huge step in stone for them to really prove to a lot of people that they aren't here to mess around. But GAMERLEGION aren't going to be a slouch.
Absolutely not, and I'd love to quickly look at the GAMERLEGION lineup as well, because I do think there's a couple of storylines that are sort of sticking out. So far, GAMERLEGION, they haven't... I mean, they have been playing games recently, right? But, like, the one thing that is sticking out is going to be the fact that Andu was replaced for Tawson. And it's a very interesting thing that happens, because Andu hasn't been replaced for things like performance reasons, right? It's the fact that, well, Ash said in an interview that he's being replaced because they had to find someone that would more closely match the ideology and philosophy of the team going forward. And obviously, you know, it is going to be a very packed CS calendar coming forward, so it does make sense. You know, they do need to have a cohesive unit before they head into the rest of the year, but this is coming sort of ahead of the European RMR as well, which does kind of shake up GAMERLEGION a little bit. But then obviously, like, Ash is a very clever guy. he's sort of been responsible for sort of raising almost so many talents and making so many strong lineups that it's very difficult to question his decision making, but that is still going to be tested. You know, Tolson does have very, very big shoes to fill because Ando, you know, he's a star player. He's the one that's often finding these frags. So I do think there's quite a bit of quite a bit that we're going to be looking for here, Zola.
Yeah, I think obviously it's not to say Ando was kind of a badly performing player. I think the roles and then I think the scenarios in which Towson's going to be in, I think Towson's going to come in and kind of provide a bit more of a star rifling role. Not to say that Ando wouldn't be able to perform that, but I feel like you look at Ando's stats, you look at recent games, and a lot of the time Ando wasn't really hitting as heavy as potentially needed. And I think that's why they have got this change. But you look at it, you know, GAMERLEGION, they've made 2 fairly recent roster changes, one of which being their leader. So we've got, you know, ZTR, who's been in for a couple months now, Towson, who's been in for 10 days, and he's got 10 maps under his belt. I think the longer that this team stays together, the longer that they're able to synergize with one another, I think that's where GAMERLEGION can just look to dominate and they can have these strong performances. But let's be honest, I think right now when it comes to synergies, when it comes to the side of GAMERLEGION, I think this is where in these early best of threes, in these series where they're still trying to settle Towson into his real role, this is where problems can lie. And I think that's the one positive that I think DRILLAS are going to be looking at. And I think that's something that DRILLAS certainly can work well with.
I mean, I really don't think DRILLAS can come into this game unprepared. I'm hoping that they would have had a decent bit of preparation time for this GAMERLEGION roster. Because I think if they're not and they're trying to just sort of kind of hug their way through it, I suppose, I do think they'll get really heavily exploited, even though we have only recently seen Towson in. I think the change up isn't exactly changing a lot in the team. I don't think there's too many roles that need to be sort of mixed together and sort of come out the other end with a stronger team. I think everything is pretty cut and dry in terms of you swapping Towson for Ando, and already we are seeing a bit of an instant upgrade because Towson's looking really strong in this team. He's absolutely thriving here, and there's so many different pieces of the puzzle that are definitely sort of stepping up, but you've got your 3 stars, Flammers, Towson and Slend, all of which are going to need to perform well today. But I think if we do see any of them lacking a bit, that is where DRILLAS potentially can try to overwhelm them. But I mean, on the other side of things, we've seen most people have some really good performances. Woro's looked great since being on this DRILLAS side. I think a lot of people were excited to see him on this team after leaving Monty. And he's obviously doing a lot of the heavy lifting in multiple roles of the team as well, and he's definitely someone I want us to keep an eye on when we do talk about DRILLAS and when we do watch them in game a bit more. Because I do think that's going to be a bit of an interesting duel, watching sort of how Woro's going to be wielding the AWP versus someone like Slend and seeing that matchup there.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely multiple matchups to look at, right? But it's obviously very difficult to have a consistent yardstick for these players, because if you look at some of the stats that DRILLAS have been able to rack up, right? Yes, they've done a really good job against some of the teams that they have played against, but then you also sort of have to realize that, you know, it wasn't exactly like the most top echelons of CS that they were racking some of their stats up against, because they were sort of doing it in like things like RMR qualifiers and stuff like that. So that's definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for. I'm not really sure how the full translation is going to happen on the server. Obviously, multiple ways to look at this game, but heading into things, we are probably going to be expecting GAMERLEGION be the much more favored side. However, I do think that DRILLAS, you know, they have often surprised, which is why I do still rate them quite heavily here, Zola.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think something that can be really important for both teams' success, it will be those vetoes. And I think that's something that we can obviously have a little bit of a look at. We're going to talk about. But let's be honest. I think right now, GAMERLEGION, they've been steering clear of Dust 2. I'm expecting them to ban it. If they look to play it, then fair enough. Well, GAMERLEGION not opting to ban Dust 2 right now, looking to slide, which is interesting. Obviously, Vertigo is a map that, you know, DRILLAS, they've played a couple times, they've won it every single time, so I think they're clearly feeling confident on it. Whether we see the Dust 2 now looking to capitalize for DRILLAS is the question, but it's one of their weaker maps, so I actually quite like the opt to float Dust here for GAMERLEGION. It is that risk, but I think at the same time, it's a map that both teams might just look at to play a bit puggy. I don't really know where either team go. It seems like both teams are fairly strong on all the remaining maps, so I think this is where the vetoes can be quite an interesting one.
I am very curious to see still what Drillers map pool is going to look like, because we actually still have seen next to no maps in comparison to a lot of other teams in general. I think they've only played 25 maps in general as this whole entire lineup. So we haven't seen a lot, and that's been over a decent amount of time now. But they are opted to pick Mirage. I do think these Vitas are pretty solid for Drillers right now. They are maps that you can sort of initiate a bit more of a Puggy style, especially in Anubis and Mirage. No Dust 2 is going to be the decider though, as we still do have the option of Nuke and Ancient, and Ancient is where it's gonna lie. This has been a map that we have actually seen a lot of very solid looking stuff from Drillers recently. We've seen them play a decent bit in the CCT, and the only loss was a extremely close affair against TSM. So I mean, the Vetoes, honestly, I would say they're pretty damn good for Drillers.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the particular map pool, right? It's really hard for me to particularly say that there's any team that it like significantly favors towards. Just like looking at the percentages, looking at the past performances, this is one of those games that is very difficult to win just based off of veto. So that's something I'm quite happy about. You know, you're not really ever going to see, even if it goes the distance, we'll never see a position where either team just essentially has to bow out because they don't have a deep enough map pool. So that's always a nice little thing to see, Zola.
Yeah, look, I think I'm excited for this game. Sadly, it isn't Waro that's in the head-to-head. It is actually Kavim. Kavim's been really key on the rifle, but I would have actually liked to see the kind of the head-to-head between Waro and Slen, because I think it's going to be an interesting AWP duel, just on the basis that I feel like the way that Waro's been playing recently has been really kind of exciting, and the way in which he's AWPing and utilizing the big green in these rounds to get these openers can be so key. And I'll be honest, this is just a personal opinion. I feel like a lot of the time, Slend, he'll have decent stats, but for me, I feel like Slend can offer so much more. There's a lot of times where he'll be finding picks where it's okay, yeah, it's a couple kills, but it's not changing the round. It might be kills off the save or kills kind of late into rounds and already the bomb site's taken kind of thing. And I'd like to see maybe Slen take a similar approach to what we see from Waro, where he wants to fight on the front foot, where he wants to get aggressive, because that's where Slen really can thrive. So hopefully when it comes to the AWPing duel, it will be a lot more even than I'm kind of initially anticipating, because right now, the way that Waro's been playing has been pretty exciting.
I mean, just talking about Waro being excited, I mean, Kavem as well has been insane. I'll be honest, I thought his stats were super inflated from the RMR a while ago, and then we saw him in CCT, and no, he's just keeping it up. It's just whatever sort of level of opponents you're putting up against him, yeah, he is absolutely thriving. He only had a couple of bad maps. And even then, in the rest of the series that he's having these poor maps, he goes absolutely nuclear. So I'll be surprised if this isn't going to be another one of those situations where we are looking at him as one of those players that really can dictate how Drillers do play. But I also do think on the other side of things, if GAMERLEGION can find a way to shut down a player like him, then I do think you're losing a lot of firepower on Drillers.
Yeah, and you know, this is something I wanted to talk about. It's the fact that this player isn't one of those players that was touted as like the superstar from the get-go, right? He's been playing for a while. If you sort of look at his team history, right? Like, he's been involved in professional CS one way or the other all the way from 2021. And although his stats have always been reasonably good, in that time, he's never really performed to sort of the caliber that he is now. Now, obviously, we haven't exactly seen him play against the top echelons of CS just yet, and that is going to come forward. But just being able to see him dominate, like within the CCT and things like that, you were right about the fact that, hey, your stats are going to get a little bit inflated when you're playing within the RMR qualifiers, especially when it is like the Middle Eastern RMR qualifier. However, it is a pretty solid output from him, even when he is playing against the better players that he is now. So it'll be really fun to watch how we sort of see his story transpire, not just within not just for the purposes of this particular game, but just for DRILLAS as a team in general. You know, they've been sort of looking at the major run for a while now, and it would be a bit of a fairy tale story for all of these players coming together in the fashion that they have. Is definitely fun to watch. However, I think GAMERLEGION, they are a pretty good sort of gatekeeper of like the top echelons of CS right now, in the sense that if you get past them, then you know, hey, like all the work we've been putting in, that is potentially going to pay off, because then you finally topple one of the big dogs within CS. That being said, though, of course, we do have a map on our hands. We're about to go live with Anubis. It's going to be fun to watch. DRILLAS, GAMERLEGION. Any predictions going forward, boys, before I hand it over to you guys? Zola, CMD?
Look, I think it's safe to say that GAMERLEGION are probably the favourites, probably going to take it. I think DRILLAS, if they can show a very, very dominant map 1, then I think that maybe it can be a 2-0 for them. But otherwise, I think GAMERLEGION, they're going to find it.
Yeah, I favour GAMERLEGION regardless. Scoreline definitely could be a 3-mapper, but I do think GAMERLEGION will take this one.
Yeah, well, game started. Anubis, map number 1, DRILLAS on the T, and GAMERLEGION on the CT. I'll catch you with the analysis in just a moment, boys.
Well, look, Charlie, you know, we're looking back at GAMERLEGION. They've been a kind of a dominant force in the CCT for the last 3 series. Series 10, they grand finalists, came second. Series 11, same story. 30, or Series 12, they run it back. They are cursed in the grand finals. They're yet to win one, yet they are runners-up 3 times in a row. So hopefully this could
Always
be...
the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah, exactly. Is this going to be the series where they change things around? Are we going to finally see a GAMERLEGION victory? Well, Towson, a nice victory here on the A-bomb site. And realistically, Charlie, if GAMERLEGION are successful in the whole of the CCT Series 13, Towson could be a real difference maker. But Volt, finding one before falling. Flammer's tucked away here in the cubby. Amsalem doesn't even check him. And Volt, although he goes down for 1, he baits Flammer's in perfectly. Neither of the aggressors are prepared at all for Flammer's. Pistol round going the way of GAMERLEGION. They start things off excellently here on map number 1.
I started to get a little bit worried there when we saw Volt go down, because we could have easily seen Flammer's fall as well, and then that really heavy advantage instantly goes into the 2v2, but Flammer's not being cleared. Finds a nice double himself, and GAMERLEGION with that pistol victory. Of course, it is their map pick. But, I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, talking about GAMERLEGION struggling to be able to convert these grand finals. We've already come into this. What a find that is from Haji. But we've already mentioned with 9 Pandas, it feels like this series is fully allowing them to sort of prove a point with their team. They've been in a sort of downward trajectory. Now is your time to prove everyone wrong. We've got to see maybe a similar thing with GAMERLEGION. A lot of damage has been dealt. ZTR out of ammo. Already a very costly round. Bomb plant would be insane if Warren can get that. Missed Molly, though, might lose the chance of that.
Already, Charlie, so much damage has been dealt. A lot of Deagles invested in. And look, Drillers, they keep things costly. The problem is, if Warro drops that Molly and it actually lands, obviously Warro can comfortably get the bomb down. He's got the time on his side. No defuse kit for either Volt or Slend. Obviously, there is one dropped. Oh, Warro, it's all going to be out of timing. He could find Volt here so comfortably. Warro just needs to check it. Going to be holding now, but the peak. A lot of damage dealt, but sadly, kill not secured. Rifles can be retrieved. Was that a UMP for UMP? Oh, no. That was just a little delayed. But, yeah, look, GAMERLEGION. A very costly victory for them there on the second.
Definitely not clean whatsoever. Decent bit of damage dealt. Haji already looking pretty hot in this game. 4-2. But weapons in play now. With all the damage that was dealt in the last, is a perfect opportunity for DRILLAS to try to reset GAMERLEGION and instantly get their name on the scoreboard with a good few rounds. In fact, risky play from ZTR.
I have to
bit of damage, but backs away instantly.
I think we've got to mention that both these teams, it's clear that they're going to be quite happy with all 3 of these maps. It's not as though we've got any irregularities where a team's got an 80+% win rate and their opponents of a 30. You know, this should be an even battleground regarding statistics. Obviously, I feel like the teams that both of these sides have faced off against are of kind of somewhat similar ability. A lot of the time, a fair few of these games are these CCT teams. So, you know, it's not to say that GAMERLEGION and DRILLAS are fighting, in different weight classes. I just feel like the experience that GAMERLEGION have, not only as a roster, but also kind of as individuals, is going to kind of put a shadow on this series. It's going to make it tough for DRILLAS. But,
I mean, I mean, I definitely do think we've seen a lot more from GAMERLEGION. That's the issue, because we saw sort of a decent bit of a break from the RMRs from DRILLAS in comparison to when they actually started to play in some events, and luckily we're able to play a few CCT events. But I mean, we've seen GAMERLEGION just play against some of the top CCT teams. We just haven't seen DRILLAS do that yet. We've seen them play against sides like Cloud9, Bait, whoever.
Slen stat in the smoke. Oh, it's unfortunate. Kavim prepared. Haji will find Charlie. No casualties at all here for DRILLAS. First showing of weaponry and play, and look what they have to offer. Dominance is seen. And because the previous round was so costly for GAMERLEGION, look at the weaponry that we're wielding. We've got one rifle, we've got the FAMAS, a scout on Flammus, 5.7 ZTR, and surely pistols on the other two. Yeah, this is so tough, but DRILLAS, they can look to take the lead off this.
Mentioned how big a round it could be due to that earlier damage, and yeah, completely capitalized, but do so cleanly. Flammus, he's surely going to heed these steps. Them so quick. Does get tagged down though with the scout. Oh, he's excellent forward. Volt allowed to get out for now.
Molly here towards Connector. Awkward fight here, but Amzalem gets tagged as well. A lot of damage has been dealt here to DRILLAS. Same can be said, though, obviously, for GAMERLEGION. A single player above 70 points of health. Haji can find ETR. Takes down Towson as well. Look how much damage is dealt to everyone right now. But Amzalem can eliminate. Gets 3 in total. The health there for Kavim, Haji, and Amzalem. It's, what, 46 points of health combined on 3 players. Just sadly, kills can't come through. And that's a kind of a perfect showing of the differing in ability that can be seen when the Scout's in play and when the AWP's in play. Because 3 players tagged by the Scout, sadly, none of them converted.
Yeah, really rough for that. Housen's trade not perfect onto ZTR, allowing Hazi to double down, but it is just going to be the full eco now from the CT side. DRILLAS can look to take the lead here on their opponent's map pick. Of course, they are on the favoured T side, but rounds on the board nonetheless, and the most important thing, regardless of Silent.
And look, Charlie, for DRILLAS, I know the sample size here on Anubis isn't massive, but statistically, they're even on both sides. Their win rate, 50% on the CT side and the T side. So I think right now for DRILLAS, they've got a good start here. They know that their CT side is just as strong. So I think if you can win the half, I think the DRILLAS will be very happy with that.
Reasonably clean victory there, only losing 1 player, but Money is in an insanely good position for DRILLAS.
Yeah, I think the really good thing there is we see the kills found by the MAC-10 and still able to save that AK.
AWP is out though. You mentioned the difference between the AWP and the Scout. We're going to get to see the big green in play on Slend.
No AWP for Waro though, that's a decision. Could have obviously looked to bring one out with just a sheer amount of finances. Looking for this fast pop though towards the A-bomb site, and maybe not the best scenario, best decision, because look how many players are ready and waiting, and Slend jumps himself into the back of the bomb site. Towson finding Amzalem as well. HE grenade chipping away, and Towson dealt with. Mezcal's double. Can't make it 3 though, as Slend denies again with a big green, but Kavim, nice find. Down to this 2-on-2. Already though, Volt and Flammus very speedy in their rotation. And Volt, ooh, clearly has not spotted the player towards Pillar.
They're just not going to expect Flammus here, and Waro looked like he wanted to clear it. Spotted Volt, but just sort of did a couple of double takes there and did get found. But initially, a really great start to that round from GAMERLEGION. 2 very quick kills, but the nade and with ZTR being caught out in the open, and then just a 1-for-1 trade after that onto Slend made things really competitive. But this was a great peak from Volt. I love how he played that. Didn't initially show himself. Allowed Kavem to clear the angle, and then finally swung on out as soon as he stopped doing it. But leveled up game here, as weapons are in play for everyone. But most importantly, we got an AWP on both sides now.
Yeah. The only real limitation would be ZTR on that MP9, but it has to be said, Charlie, the way in which Slend plays that round, he jumps into the back of the bomb site and finds so much impact. And that's exactly what I was hoping for.
But his first round, he's got the open hand.
Yeah.
There's a lot of AWPers that we talk about. Sometimes it does just... They feel very confidence-based. It takes a while for them to really find their footing into a game. But, yeah, great to see that instantly we see it coming through from Slend there.
Look, we saw it from Idis Balance in the last. He was 1-7 on the first map. He ended the first map top performer and continued that onto Ancient. So, if we can see a strong start for Slend here, certainly what GAMERLEGION need.
I think we're going to talk a lot about this sort of gunfight towards E-Box. Kavem versus Flamus is going to be an interesting watch.
Deep nade there from Flamus. I thought initially it would be used to destroy the smoke and try and have a bit of a peek, but sends it deeper. That's got another HE grenade in play. Meztal holding for ZTR's peak. Steps hard. Meztal will go. Oh, what is that? He's prepared for Towson as well. Oh, Meztal. That is disgusting.
Yeah, talk about opening up a part of the map now. Boro running through mid to get this bomb down towards A, and CT's kind of need to try to take this fight now onto Kavem while it's just 2v1, but they opt to back away. Flamus looks like he's going to be doing it alone. They need to find this kill. If they do so, they still have a chance to win this round, but it looks like they conceded it.
Yeah, the problem is, look, they're hoping that it is going to be that B play, but Meztal rips apart any chance in that round. GAMERLEGION, they have no control in middle. They just have to gamble towards the B bomb site and hope DRILLAS have made a misstep and there's just not enough chance to get the bomb towards A. But yeah, GAMERLEGION having to concede, it will give DRILLAS the lead, a 4-3. But Meztal, what a double there. And I think as well, Meztal, vast majority of the time, right, Charlie, not expected to be this top performer, not expected to be this fragger by no means. But rounds like that, it doesn't matter if Meztal is towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Those 2 kills that he's got, that's a whole round. That's you know, the start of the spiral. And he finds Vault as well, which should deny the investment here from GAMERLEGION in the next. So the 3 kills, not only is it guaranteed a round, but potentially a second as well, as it's just the AWP and the AK being brought across.
Yeah, absolutely insane second kill. Just the awareness, the pre-fire of that position is...
That's nuts. It's ridiculous. It's the type of round
I would have liked to see that from Towson.
Yeah,
to be fair.
I wanted to see the player cam for Towson because that is it's a painful moment.
Yeah, not a lot you can do there. Great HE grenade early though, chipping away out of Volt and Flamus. Of course, Flamus being one of the players with a rifle. Flashbang sends him in. They do spot one out, but Waro still manages to get one.
Great trade from Volt. Can take down Waro. Problem is, it's weaponry that can't be retrieved, and obviously that's the real kind of hopes here. Volt is alone here towards the B-bomb site. Volt would have spotted at least a second in canals. Utilities coming down here towards CT. We need to see some form of rotation. ZTR, in fact, is going to be pushing through middle. Haji is holding. This is where they can wait, though. Just wait for Volt's contact. If Volt can find one pick here, it'd be excellent. Utility coming down. Now rotation's already pretty far. ZTR, though, I think he's a little worried it's going to be this A play, but no, it's flank going to be not needed, and Meztal and Amzalem open up the bomb site.
Yeah, bomb can go down. Slend's been holding this cross for ages, but no one's actually swung across.
Saving the double AWP. Well,
can't retrieve that AWP in time. Does pick it up, but just long enough to have it in his hands for just a few seconds.
It could have been an amazing flank, though, from ZTR. It would have been so fast.
I mean, he did flank A main, but got tagged down by Haji. And
Yeah.
knew that no chance I can go for A main. So maybe thought it was too predictable going for E-box initially.
Yeah, very true. Slen keeping the AWP. Well,
Maybe going to be safe. Needs to find this kill, but won't be able to. No AWP being brought over into the next. Can still invest in one with armor, but obviously at the cost of any util.
look, DRILLAS, it's a convincing showing. They're looking very positive. I think Slend, he's got to bring out the AWP. You've got to bring out the big green. He will go for it. I think that's definitely the approach that's got to be made. I think right now, look, DRILLAS, the finances are so strong. We've got 2 players around that 10k mark, being Kavem and Waro, and I think right now, look, you need Slend on the big green. But it's going to have to be that kind of first round showing from Slend. He's got to look positive. He's got to look kind of creative with the AWP. He can't just be sitting static.
These early nades from DRILLAS have been great. Just to whittle away at 1 or 2 of these players each time. Bit of a back and forth gunfight towards E-Box, but no bullets connecting. Last Slim going down towards mid, playing from camera and looking at spaces and now giving it up to DRILLAS. CTR and Towson were seemingly locked into the A-bomb site. It looked like we might have seen a push through the smoke, but opted against it.
Yeah,
Haji's mid control has been really...
I've been very impressed.
Yeah, it's been great in terms of getting it each round. I mean, you look at the round even, when Mestel gets the double towards A main, the bomb was able to rotate so easily because Haji had all that mid control. Didn't actually do anything with that round, but it's just the control he's been able to take. He's been having a very good game so far.
Yeah, I think the really good thing for DRILLAS is it seems in all moments, in all rounds, they're being quite creative. They're trying to keep GAMERLEGION guessing, and that's exactly what you want to do. You don't want to leave GAMERLEGION in a spot where they can try and figure out what your game plan is. And I think when you have got an experienced team and you've got these kind of these heavy hitters like GAMERLEGION, you want to make sure mentally it's a bit of a battle for them as well as kind of physically in the server. But yeah, right now, look, DRILLAS take 6 already. They've got, you know, at worst a leveled up half, and the fact there's still 3 more rounds to play for, a pretty positive showing here from DRILLAS. And as we mentioned, Charlie, look, DRILLAS, they have no allegiance, they have no siding favor. So I think their CT side is going to be pretty positive as well.
I mean, to a certain degree. I do think what we have seen from DRILLAS on this map, we haven't seen a ton of games, and obviously a couple of them I do think are against teams that DRILLAS should sort of be rolling over.
Well, look, you know, we have seen a lot of games from GAMERLEGION, and Charlie, it's their CT side that they very much favour. You know, 70 of the 17 maps they played, you know, over a 55% win rate on that CT side. It's their T side in which they seem to struggle, in fact.
Probably the only team
ever
CS history right now to have that sort of record, especially with that many games. So I've got to try to see what they can do in these last few, because obviously you can have a weaker CT side of this map and still, with pistol victory, being on the T side, a lot of the time you would say there's not really many issues, but yeah, you've got to at least put yourself in a position where that's going to be possible.
Yeah, definitely. Flamus, though, he's going to hear these steps. He's going to be aware. Utility drop. The Molotov, it's going to keep them in. Flamus can find them both, but it will be messed out. Chipped away at. Molly's coming through. Oh, okay. Towson's been chipped away at. ETR dropping down. It's all going to be about timing for ETR. Step turns. ETR will be able to get one and can escape. EK retrieved. Haji still sitting here outside B main.
Everyone's now got a weapon now on GAMERLEGION.
Yeah, it's looking good. I would have actually liked to see DRILLAS look to try and progress out towards A, because not only would they have realised, okay, well, the mid player's dropped down into Canals, he's gone into E-Box, which means the quick rotation to A is no longer. Obviously, they've not opted for that. Bomb still dropped deep there, kind of towards Rugs, but GAMERLEGION can look to take this round quite comfortably. And looking at the minimap, Charlie, they've got an incredible read. Yeah, I love the boost as well. Well, DRILLAS, if you head your way towards A, Volt's going to take you down.
The thing is, just knowing these DRILLAS players, I wouldn't be surprised if they just pre-aim it. They're the sort of team that would.
Do you think? Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I'll be mind-blown if they do, but they are the sort of team that will pre-aim this sort of angle. And with Amsalem, how he played in the last, I wouldn't be surprised if he does. Smoke down.
Oh, it's the smoke as well to deny this angle, I believe. Yeah, they've had to drop off. Getting the bomb down here would be huge. Oh, a TK from Amsterdam. Hadji's just getting in the way. Waro will be able to find two, but Slen takes him down. Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Amsterdam, but Hadji was just, you know, he moved in front of the bullets.
I do like the lack of hesitation, though.
Yeah, no, I'm with Amsterdam.
Hadji,
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Look, I've got to get a kill on the CT. You're in my way. Look, I'm shooting through your head and hopefully hitting my opponents, but sadly not to be. GAMERLEGION, it's a vital victory, and obviously the gamble stack pays off massively. Finance is still so strong for the Drillers, though, isn't it?
I mean, that's the thing. There's no chance GAMERLEGION can reset them now. The T-side economy, how they've managed it has been impeccable. Actually, amongst the flames and smoke. Made the smoke for ZTR to peek, but wasn't able to find the kill. Hadji backed away at the perfect time there.
Already. Towson under a bit of pressure. Currently, Charlie, you're looking at the mini-map. It's GAMERLEGION with a triple B. ZTR already used a lot of his utility. If Drillers go for an A hit here, I don't really know what Towson and ZTR can do. They've just got the one flashbang. Towson, he's not playing reserved at all. ZTR, in fact.
Have just cleared this out. Will they do it once again? Of course, they've got to be aware slightly that they did molly it off while there's a smoke there.
That starts jiggling it. Utility coming through. Flashbang looks good. Oh, Towson can't get three, but excellent there from Towson. Slend, he dropped into the back of the bomb site, but Waro aware. And now it is this 2-on-2. Waro going to be peeking. The missed shot from Waro is devastating. It's on Volt. Trying to find Hadji. Hadji will be able to get the pick, but Flam is so quick. There's no way Hadji's going to be prepared for this. Surely not. Staring at the main smoke. Now he's got to realise the camera could have been a problem, and Hadji, the fact he's actually gone back to Pillar could help him out, but such minimal time. Hadji, you got 8 seconds. He's playing for the kill. Oh no. Hadji, what have you done?
Still a chance. No, he's gone
He's
towards
gone
main.
towards main.
And Flammer's even letting him know, I'm over here.
I don't understand the decision making there though from Hadji. It's the idea of he's so sure that he's towards main, yet he's not swinging it. And if you're so sure he's towards main, why aren't you going to plant? You know, there's so many questions that need to be asked about that clutch attempt.
Just one of those situations. Once you are playing in them, and the pressure gets to you a bit, so paranoid. There's so many angles. You saw him darting between camera heaven, bricks, A main. Just not entirely sure. Maybe outplays himself a little bit, but yeah, GAMERLEGION will find 5 now, and 5-7 is a pretty solid scoreline for a CT side, but 6 is still on the cards.
I think as well. You look at Hadji, you look at Meztout. They're both performing really well. Unfortunately for Hadji, not able to win that clutch, but the fact that GAMERLEGION, they started this game off, Charlie, with that pistol, it looks pretty persuasive. You know, the way in which they won it, it was kind of quick shots from Towson. It was a great double on A. Obviously, then we see, I believe it was, what, Flammus getting a double. Right now, what, 2 of Flammus's 3 kills come from that pistol. Ever since, it's not been that positive here from GAMERLEGION, has it? And the problem as well, Charlie, is obviously they've got these back-to-back rounds, but beforehand it was 6 out of 7 that went the way of Drillers. It was a really strong streak of success.
Yeah, exactly, but that streak of success can be quickly undone. There's GAMERLEGION still have the chance to find 6, like I said, but 5 already isn't too bad, and very quick on this flank. Oh, time is not great for either player. Kaven was holding for a while, but looked back, and Hadji, assuming it's clear as well. It's a 5-on-3. Oh, the wall bang from Slend, and it's all on Waro. He's a great player, and his stats back it up, but I think a 1v5 is just one too many with 13 seconds on the clock. The in-game lead is the one to finish things off. And a 6-6, Fred. You'll take that every day if you're GAMERLEGION.
I'll be honest.
Considering how it was, wasn't it?
I'll be honest. If Waro finds that pick onto ZTR, I actually just believe it happens. However silly it might sound, I see it happening. The stars
10
align.
seconds though.
Oh, but it's Woro, isn't
Give
it?
him 10 more, I believe.
Yeah, true, maybe. It's still, look, I think both teams, Drillers, you know, they got half their rounds. They have no side favouring. GAMERLEGION, they do prefer the CT side. They win the pistol and obviously the kind of the eco after. Yet, they've only got 6 in total. So, for the remaining 10 rounds, majority won by Drillers. Right now, I'll be honest, Charlie, I'm feeling pretty confident for the Drillers.
Yeah, second half's going to be a really interesting watch here. Like how Kevin play there, just sort of jump jiggling, getting some information. Knows that at least one player's towards mid, but silently creeping up. Smoke down towards camera as well. So much room for GAMERLEGION to breathe here in mid.
I'd love the creep through Temple, but they are... It looks like they're going to go into their own camera smoke. Amzalem holding, blinded, but Amzalem can still find. Where's the trade? How has Amzalem been able to try and even get the reload attempt off there? It's crazy, but so much damage has been dealt to ZTR and Slend. We see Flammers attempting to find the picks. A fast aiming play, but Slend... How did they not realise this? Towson and Slend finding picks. It's down to this 4-on-2. Somehow... GAMERLEGION have caught themselves the advantage, and Flammers continues. Oh, what a pistol. Able to find 3 there from heaven. But that round probably should have gone the way of Drillers, but GAMERLEGION, fair play to them. They've done well to kind of regain success there in the pistol.
Yeah, really ugly to watch there from GAMERLEGION. I mean, I love the idea, but like you were saying, the initial kills and trades were just non-existent. I suppose they were a little bit lucky that Amsterdam only found 1. If he found anything more, which he certainly was given the chance to, don't get me wrong, plenty of pressure being applied to him, but yeah, trades just weren't coming through at all. Spacing really awkward. He was able just to dart back and forth and somehow keep himself alive for so long, but I suppose the saving grace was Kavem kind of got out of dodge very quickly. But did come into this game saying, Kavem, if he's a player that can be shut down and silenced, then GAMERLEGION have a good chance in this one. Talking about being silenced, he's got 3 kills.
Yeah, he's not really done much. I think not only is it Kavem's not playing to the standards that we know of, but I think as well, it has to be said, Charlie, we've had good moments from Mestal, we've had good moments from Woro and Haji as well. So I think combined, it's not just the fact that Kavem's playing poorly, but it's also the fact that...
He's a big miss, though, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. But I think at the same time, if Kavem was playing really well, then maybe Mestal would have a couple less kills. Maybe Haji would have a couple less kills. So, you know, I think it's not all just, you know, Kavem playing badly. I think the rest of the guys are kind of picking up and getting these openers. But look, I think right now, Drillers, they've lost both pistols. Obviously, it's half the rounds that GAMERLEGION have acquired, but still, that's something that plays a factor. Nice opening kill here from Kavem. Ooh, walked straight into the HE grenade.
I mean, it was a 6-3 scoreline for Drillers. We've seen 5 in a row now from GAMERLEGION. They definitely have brought themselves back into this because, yeah, for a moment I was believing that Drillers honestly could just run away with their opponent's map pick. Luckily, a bit more competitive. Amsterdam, really important to find 1 before going down. Flashbang comes out, then will peek, but nothing being given up. And Volt is a bit of a UMP lover.
Yeah, I feel like not many players give the UMP anywhere near as much love as Volt. Probably has the majority of the UMP kills in the last, 3 months. Flammers.
There's a good chance of it, but it's all on Flammers now.
Yeah. I like the idea as well from Kavem. And look, Charlie, he's just doubled his kills. He's won his team the round, and Drillers, they find themselves their 7th.
Yeah, both opening full buys for Drillers after losing the pistol. Instant successes.
I don't know if you remember this, Charlie. It would have been a while ago. I think it would. I want to say it would be Series 6 or 7 for GAMERLEGION. But I remember there was a clutch from Flammers. He won it, and I forgot what he did on the player cam, but it was something cheeky. I think he likes to get the crowd going, which I think is always nice.
We'll get to see if that happens again today. Not. It feels like a lot of players just want to ignore the play cam.
Oh, I'll be honest.
Well, you
Flammers plays into it.
Hype.
Yeah. I think you always see a bit of rage. That's just the usual.
Or whether they forget the cam's there.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you play the majority of your games without the camera on you,
I love the contact play here, though. All on Mezcal alone, spotted out. Rotations are coming through, but it's all a ruse, Fred. Look at the mini-map, look towards A.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Great call here.
I've also got info there's at least 2 towards B. You can see the CTs now trying to dart their way back.
Yeah, Towson deep towards heaven. This fight's going to be everything. Steps hurt. Towson will be able to find, and there's still so much utility here. You can just drop this deep smoke. Yep, that's round done. Well played, GAMERLEGION. A great call, and ZTR, the fact he goes 1 for 1, we see the Volt trade as well, it's excellent. It's a perfect way to kind of force the rotations. And it has to be said, right, Charlie, when it comes to this Drillers side, when it comes to them facing off against a team like GAMERLEGION, I think this is something that we say quite a lot of the time. This Drillers side, have they really been tested by a top team yet? And I think it's safe to say, no. It's not as though they played against kind of the top tier players and the top tier teams. And I think this is where it's quite simple to see what 2 kills come through, and it's what a kill and a trade, and instantly the whole team rotates. It just goes to show how kind of worried Drillers are and how kind of forceful that they can be in these rotations, just on the basis that GAMERLEGION throw 2 players towards B and everyone's on that side of the map. It's not a confident rotation there from Drillers. It seems like it's always coming from a place of kind of worry.
I mean, I might be wrong about this. I'm pretty sure this is the case. I think the best team that they have faced in terms of world ranking-wise is TSM.
Yeah,
I'm
probably.
sure
45th.
Right about that. And that was a 2-0 TSM, and we know how TSM can still be a little bit shaky. So it's going to be exciting to see Drillers make their way into more playoffs.
Look, they're playing Monty tomorrow.
Things like this. Yeah, that's going to be a very great game to watch as well, really. That's going to be their new top team that they're up against. But I think, yeah, it's going to be good for a side like Drillers looking to make it into the major and having to face off some against these top opponents. But obviously, right now, GAMERLEGION is the top dog, and we'll get to see what how Drillers do fare against them. But already, competitive game so far.
Look, I think right now, Drillers. Are they expected to take this series? No. Are they expected to kind of progress when you're facing off against, as we've said, Charlie, you know, back to back to back grand finalists? No. You know, that's never going to be the answer. But I think the fact that Drillers can keep things competitive is a real positive sign, especially with this being GAMERLEGION's map selection. Obviously, I said right at the start, all 3 maps are maps that all these teams are confident on. Both these teams, sorry, are confident on. So, obviously it's nothing major, but I think when you're the team that picks Anubis, you're probably going to be more preferred on it, aren't you?
But I mean, of course, we're not saying Drillers aren't going to be able to win this game, because they certainly can. There's a lot that they can punish GAMERLEGION on
100%.
Right now. But, yeah, definitely are going to need to see their best form here. Hadji with this orb would be a huge weapon to take out of the hands.
Playing quite aggressive. Does he realise he's got the ult? Certainly does.
This is how insane the 5-7 probably is.
Yeah, very true. It's a little broken combination there, Orp and 5-7.
I don't really know how Hadji lived for that long there. It felt like we should have saw him go down, but we'll do so eventually. Orp does get retrieved from Towson, who's quite quietly snuck his way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, what happened there?
I think just sort of consistent kill or 2.
Yeah, 2 goes around. Yeah, 100%. I think as well, I have to say, Charlie, the most memorable thing I feel like Towson's been a part of this game was that Mezcal double.
There is a round in my head that I'm like, oh yeah, Towson played well there, but I just can't put my
It's the
finger
pistol.
on what it was.
He got a double in the pistol, CT pistol, first round of the game. Obviously, Towson's had a lot of impact. You don't go 16 and 10 without having impact, but...
Yeah, still going to need a lot more of it if there is a chance for GAMERLEGION to get this one over the line. But from this 6-3 scoreline in favour of Drillers, GAMERLEGION really have started to hit their stride in this one. Not a lot of util remaining for the CTs whatsoever. Contact play might favour Drillers here, and what a double from Kavem.
Yeah, excellent. He's got information of Flammers. Amzalem. Oh, was he spotted? Well, he's been naded again. Surely he can't escape, yeah. will eventually take him down. There's a 3-on-3 here, Charlie. There's a real world in which GAMERLEGION can still win this round, and even after Kavem's heroics. Oh, I like it from Volt. He's looking to push through the smoke. Mezcal, unfortunate. Woro, though. Nice find with the MP9. Oh, a TK from Flamus is unfortunate. Both players have similar health. Flamus now in the clutch. Hadji gonna be swinging, and Flamus out in the open. He takes the risk, and I'll be honest, Charlie, I actually quite like it. I think sometimes in these clutches, you've got to take a risk, and it's the open bomb plant. And I think if he can get the bomb down and scurry his way, you know, whether it's Ebox, whether it's Temple, that's where I actually have a real belief that Flamus can win that one. But sadly, just not to be.
Yeah, the TK's actually everything there.
I guess it's fair. We saw it from Amzalem onto Hadji.
I mean, the difference is that was still a very favoured round for GAMERLEGION. And I don't even know how that bullet connected, but...
It's just a moving shot, isn't it?
I mean, you got to think both players would have been chipped away quite low. But you've got one of them... Hadji wasn't healthy either. You can literally have one sort of play on the bomb site for the information. Even if they go down, you favour the other T there in that clutch. But, yeah, Hadji... Perfect sort of push there, perfectly timed to be able to take down a bomb planter before they can even get set up in the post plant. But it's a round that GAMERLEGION are going to be disappointed they lost, but it's a round that DRILLAS desperately needed.
I think as well, Charlie, we pointed out Kavem needing to step up. He's done just that. I think CT side here for Kavem's been vital, and I think this is what has allowed DRILLAS to kind of keep things competitive here. I'll be honest, I don't know why we keep seeing players play towards Pillar. I feel like on both teams' T sides, they used a large amount of utility, whether it's the mollies, whether it's the HEs, to clear out this position. And I think maybe a bit more of a passive approach here on the A hold would be the better one.
Oh, no molly 2-4 Samsalam out here.
Timing's excellent for Amzalem. And now Flamus. Oh, Flamus, okay. Amzalem, how has he been able to not only get a second kill, but keep himself alive? He's got a teammate here as well. Flashbang coming in. Kavem, great rotation. Pre-firing, awaiting Towson swing. Spots out the shoulder. And what an A sight hold there. The fact that both Amzalem and Kavem can both get 2 with no trades, no deaths. Absolutely excellent.
That's why you play someone towards Pillar.
Yeah, I guess so. Fair enough.
I mean, there was a molly on ZTR, and I was looking at that for a while. He wasn't far away from A, but he used it elsewhere. That's going to be somewhere where I think he's going to be kicking himself, wishing, why did I not just keep my molly there? Molly towards Pillar. Amsterdam goes down. At worst case scenario, you go 1-for-1 onto Kavem. And there, sure, it's disadvantaged, but it'll only be a one-man disadvantage. There's still a chance you can win that 2v3. DRILLAS now can level up this game. Last couple of rounds. GAMERLEGION being shut down towards A.
Kavem towards middle now. This would be just a perfect round where Kavem just gets a couple kills. The old confidence kills. And that's where we can see maybe Kavem somehow end the game top of his team. But right now, Charlie, it's going to be that 10-10. It's going to be a leveled up game, and that's where things could get a little scary for GAMERLEGION. Bit of a hero bomb plant play, I don't mind it. They're going to try and shove everyone out towards the A-bomb site. Ooh, Kavem has been dinked. The problem is, these players are going to be fighting from E-box trying to take down Slend, which just means that Towson, the bomb plant's going to be impossible. Slend has been able to cross. Amzalem kind of got to go down here. They've got to find him. Spots out so many. But Mezcal's still here, ready and waiting, and they found the bomb planter now. Nice quad there from Amzalem.
Yeah, nice round. And these are the rounds that in the first half allowed DRILLAS to have such a good financial sort of stability. Just winning the anti-ecos really comfortably. Having a full buy where you're winning it cleanly. You see money is starting to grow from them already, but these last few rounds, there's still a lot more twists and turns in this game. GAMERLEGION definitely were in a very promising spot, but just that one 2v1 that they lost.
Yeah, very true. But Charlie, right now, look, if Drillers win this one, they're in a very good position. Nice HE grenade, just slightly chipping away at Flammers. Nothing substantial, but still a bit of damage. Beam taking a bit of a risk. Firing back through the smoke, and the final bullet will take down ZTR. Holding for the boost. Nice nade there onto Flammers, has spotted him, and now Kavim should just look to back away. A lot of more damage dealt here now to Flammers. Kavim's in a prime position to take him down, though, and it's just whether Slend is going to be close enough for the trade. They are looking quite heavily to fight here towards middle now. Kavim should just back away. We'll be able to creep on back. Look, a minute on the clock. GAMERLEGION still got a lot of utility to work with, but when it comes to the sheer numbers, that's where they are lacking.
Yeah, they're going to need to try to brute their force their way somewhere. I like the mid play. Mid to A feels like a good idea. Look how Kavem's playing this. Very caught out in the open. Could be a bit of a one-for-one position, and I was going to say Towson could be a big piece to this puzzle, but look at Meztau starting to flank. He's going to be aware because of this util. In fact, he just gets a freebie.
Yeah, it's nice, and we should see Woro find. Oh, in fact, Woro can't clean up yet, but still a 1 versus 3 now for Volt. Realising that not only there's a player towards A main, but there's one in heaven, and Woro not shying away. Woro will get 2, and now Drillers take the lead, and as we said, Charlie, the finances for GAMERLEGION's pretty poor. So surely they're just going to have to allow Drillers to find themselves 12. It's disappointing. GAMERLEGION, this was really theirs for the taking. When they went 10-8 up, I was pretty confident for them, but no longer.
Yeah, now signs are really starting to get worrying. Tactical pause being used. Surprisingly, we didn't see a single one from Drillers, but we saw quite a hefty streak from GAMERLEGION in a row.
They don't need it, do they, though?
7 out of 8 rounds, and they're like, nah, we're good.
Yeah, we're fine.
We'll come back into it eventually, and yeah, here we are. Good chance for them to find 12, and now it's just a half point from GAMERLEGION. Sure, these rounds can be won, but Drillers, they've been very good at handling these kind of buys so far.
I think right now, Charlie, it's going to sound a bit outlandish. I think GAMERLEGION have to win this round. I think Drillers with 2 chances on the CT side. I think that's a world in which they should take it. The way that Kavem's been playing recently, Amzalem as well has been stepping up. I think GAMERLEGION need that gift. They need that crazy round, and a fast A-pop could be the way to do it. That is what they're going for. Utility raining down now. Amzalem with just a smoke and a flashbang to work with. Is he going to send himself through? Well, he has dropped the flash, but is repositioning now. On plant has come down. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 post plant.
Opportunity here, but Kavem will find the opening kill. Great catch there onto ZTR. The collat comes through. Woro can't connect the second bullet, but Amzalem certainly can.
Yeah, 5 survivors.
5 on 5, Fred. Post plant position. Not a single kill.
Yeah, obviously Meztau and Amzalem both lucky to be alive. Less than, single digit health there, but doesn't matter. And this is what I was talking about, Charlie. Drillers, they're happy to play on both sides. They're looking fairly convincing, yet GAMERLEGION, it's clear that they struggle here on the T side, and look, they're showing that here. They've won both pistols, Charlie. Yet, only 10 rounds in total. Drillers yet with 12. 2 opportunities to close out map 1. A confident looking Drillers so far here on Anubis.
I can't believe we're in a position now where 5 kills away from Drillers taking this map, but Dowsett doing what he can to deny that, finds the opening kill, and not going to press the issue at all, but Drillers are, in fact, I love this, so quickly pushing, will take down Flammers. The util thrown over should indicate exactly where Towson was as well. Woro finding involved, things are falling apart for GAMERLEGION.
I like it from Woro as well. He realizes, okay, well, we've left mid open. ZTR's just dropped the Molotov as well. Charlie Towson's on 17 kills, but ZTR and Slend, They've had tough games, it has to be said. And this is the one to do it. Towson's with the bomb. ZTR, he's creeping through Temple. Towson will make his way through Canals. The problem is actually, Charlie, all three of these T's are split. You know, they can have deep positions, they can have good control, but they are all currently split. They are all offering 1v1s. And right now, GAMERLEGION, are they going to be prepared for this double CT setup?
They honestly should be aware that there's at least one towards CT. Just due to how much control they have, they don't need to peek into it to know there's a good chance players are there. The Molotov's going to force these guys back, but GTR's position is going to be the difference.
Yeah, Amzalem, he needs to find Towson. If he can get this pick, it'd be excellent. All three of the remaining Drillers players to make their way through CT. Oh, Amzalem, timing is perfect. We'll find Towson, and now it's on ZTR and Slen. Mestel finds ZTR, it's all on Slen. Rifle in hand, he can get one. Takes down Mestel, spotted on the edge of the smoke, and Waro finds him in Drillers. They're able to take map 1. They deny GAMERLEGION on Anubis, and they head to Mirage with the first notch in the belt. They've got 2 more maps to be played in this series, but they might only need 1 more. But what a game here from Drillers.
Yeah, from a streak that looked so good for GAMERLEGION. Somehow, Drillers, they do it at a late point in the game, but 6 in a row there at the end to take map number 1, stealing away their opponent's map pick. And from something that I was convinced GAMERLEGION, regardless of the score, whether it be a 3-map or a 2-map, I was confident GAMERLEGION had taken this. I'm a little less confident now.
Yeah, look, I think we're both shocked. I think everyone is with the fact that Drillers have denied GAMERLEGION on their own map pick. But now, look, we've got Wild. He's been patiently waiting, and I'm excited to hear what he has to say about Anubis. So, Wild, take it away.
It's very scary to think that GAMERLEGION had a good start on both halves, but they still ended up only furnishing 10 rounds. That's a point that Zola made, and I wholeheartedly agree with it. It was honestly an abysmal showing on the vast majority of the actual gun rounds, and you know, it wasn't exactly a clean game from Drillers either. But you throw those pistol rounds the other way around, and you probably see a much more convincing scoreline from Drillers themselves. GAMERLEGION, they looked a little bit lost beyond sort of the rounds that they were able to get from the bonuses, things like that, some individuals popping off. And for the most part, in the first half, it did feel like GAMERLEGION were struggling because they weren't actually playing like the better team. They were playing a bit more scared. They weren't going for all these informational plays. Mid was constantly threatened because Haji was pushing in. He was finding those entries. He was individually being so problematic for GAMERLEGION, and it did also feel like Slen, for the most part, did feel a bit suffocated. He wasn't exactly able to dance around the map like he generally does. He is a player that does like to take a lot of initiative, and Anubis is a place where you generally would expect it to be his playground, but that wasn't the case at all. GAMERLEGION, despite showing us a pretty strong scoreline, especially towards the start of the second half, they inspired a lot of confidence. It kind of looked like, hey, it's their T side, it's their round to win it. But the earlier stat that Zola brought up, that Drillers are actually quite comfortable on the CT side whenever they play on it. It's like almost a 50-50 distribution. It did end up coming to light. Now, obviously, a lot of their success came off of individuals. We see that 1-versus-1 clutch where Haji wagers his life and goes to try and deny the bomb plan. We saw Kvem multiple times hold it down himself, and Salem behind the pillar. We get to see his double kill and the conversion as well. There's just so many of these individuals that were protecting Drillers in the second half when you thought that the round was a foregone conclusion, especially when you look at just those instances where, hey, mid's completely given up. Hey, there's 2 players challenging one of our players in A main, but our player still ends up winning out. So Drilla probably thanking their lucky stars that they're able to get some of those individual duels going to light. And considering the fact that, you know, this scoreline, that they end up winning 13-10, even with both pistol rounds being lost, that probably inspires quite a bit of confidence, especially because this was GAMERLEGION's map pick. Now, heading into the second map, that's the Chef Special. That's going to be Mirage. That's something that I am very worried about. If you're a GAMERLEGION fan right now, they do feel like they've been picked apart by Drillers, and this is an incredibly impressive performance from them. Time and time again, suffocated by Drillers, GamerLegion, it did feel like they were a little bit out of their depth in a lot of these rounds, which is very surprising because we headed into this game thinking that they were going to be the top dogs, that they were going to be essentially just taking advantage of the fact that they're the most structured team. But DRILLAS, it doesn't seem like their slightly puggier style has been challenged just yet. They were winning rounds that should have been lost because of the way the positions were. AURORA sort of came back into it. Fem saved them multiple times, and if they can keep popping off individually like this, especially when they have the comfort of knowing that it's their own map pick coming up, I definitely think that we could potentially be geared up for a 2-0. Now, GamerLegion have to defend, but before that, we'll be taking a short break to take you into Mirage. Stay tuned.
you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. GamerLegion didn't end up winning their own map pick. In fact, they got pretty destroyed, and, you know, the scoreline might look pretty cushioned. You're like, damn, 13-10's not too bad, but then you throw in the fact that they won both pistol rounds, and then it's still not a victory from GamerLegion. Yeah, DRILLAS had definitely dialed their number. Now, Zola, I just want to sort of get your thoughts on how you think Mirage is going to go, because like I said when I was talking about the game, right, that is a bit of the chef's specialty when it comes to DRILLAS.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you look at this DRILLAS side, I think a lot of the time you might say, okay, well, they're fairly newly formulated, they might not have the kind of the set strategies, their set protocols, but look, Mirage is a very puggy map, and I feel like you can play it like that. And when it comes to individuals, they were far better on the side of DRILLAS. We pointed out Kavem had a bit of a tough game, went 14 and 13. But you look at the HLTV rating, a 1.15. So the lowest performing player on the DRILLAS, 1.15 rating. The best performing player for GamerLegion with Towson obviously had a 1.21. No one else above a 1 rating. So look, Towson had a good game. I think we had moments from everyone else. I was actually really impressed with how Slen played initially. It was that one round where he jumped into the back of the bomb site with the AWP, and I was like, okay, Slen, is this how you're playing for the rest of the game? Because if so, I'm excited. Yet, heated on massively. Ended the game 10 and 16. It was a poor one from Slend. It was a poor one from the rest of the GamerLegion side, I have to say. I don't want to be too brutal about it, but DRILLAS, they looked the better side, and I think they're going to bring it to Mirage as well. I'm thinking 2-0 DRILLAS.
I mean, it's going to be really difficult to replicate sort of the defeat that GamerLegion suffered, because as much as I'd like to say, hey, like, DRILLAS had an incredible game, this and that, it also did really feel like GamerLegion were shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. You generally see Flamus be sort of firing off. You see Slend in much better form, generally speaking, but we didn't see any of that come to light. In fact, like, this performance doesn't hold a candle to what GamerLegion generally brings on the server. So I'm very excited to see if they can turn things around. Very good chance that we see a completely different GamerLegion on Mirage. We're about to head into the game. DRILLAS starting off on the T side now, as GamerLegion get the advantage of starting on the CT on their opponent's map pick. Will GamerLegion be able to deny it? We'll find out.
Yeah, obviously that's the big question. Look, will GamerLegion be able to deny? And Charlie, what are you thinking? You know, I think a lot of people were thinking GamerLegion take it. They've got to find Mirage now, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's as cut and dry as that, isn't it? I mean, we're in. This is the final game before we have all our quarterfinalists sort of set up and primed and ready to go. But yeah, GamerLegion, there's no second chances after this. Your back's already against the wall. You really had the opportunity to take map 1, but yeah, things slipped away. 4-4 here in the pistol round, though. Big kill from Flamus. Kavem's just being an absolute nuisance here. Doesn't even need to overcommit to a fight, but he's confident enough at least.
Oh, you say he doesn't need to overcommit. I think GamerLegion should probably not look to overcommit to Kavem. ZTR will find one, though. Takes down Kavem. 16 HP, though, for ZTR. I like Meztal's plant position. No chance for denying it. With the digits punched in, now it's a very tough clutch here from ZTR. Obviously 1v3 gone down to a 1v2, but Mestal can peek at any moment, and there we go. So, round goes the way of Drillers. I really like how they played that pistol. It's the contact taken away from the player in top mid, the reload comes through from Sled, and then bang, boosted up. Kavem really catching him off guard. Obviously, Towson's finding kills, but yeah, I'm really impressed with Drillers in that pistol. I think the way in which they played it is perfect, and Kavem as an individual, we said, a bit of a slow start, but carried things through towards the latter portion of Anubis, and obviously bringing that to life here on Mirage.
Yeah, just a full eco in the second round for GAMERLEGION. I mean, the most worrying thing about this game, I have to say, for GAMERLEGION is Drillers have looked insane on this map when they played it. You look at, even if you want to take out the RMR and go for the more recent stuff in CCT, the only loss that they've had is the Spirit Academy, and I mean, Spirit Academy, Fred, they are a dangerous team against any opponent, aren't they? So there's not even a loss you look at and sort of really try to sort of put a mirror on them and say, you've got to do better than that, because I don't think that's the case. I think looking at Drillers, what we have seen, they've got some pretty damn good wins on it, and they are basically just going to be trying to continue that on through. Yeah,
and look, you talk about Spirit Academy, you look at Kiyosuke, just as a player, we were kind of talking about him before this game started. The individuals on that Spirit Academy team is ridiculous. So I think that's where it's a game where you can say, okay, Drillers, a lot of the time they're a side that are kind of strong individuals, and that's what carries them through. I think that's the exact same notion for Spirit Academy. But Drillers, they do win against the Eco, but not too confidently, is it, Charlie?
No, not particularly, but it's something that they've normally done pretty well at. Doesn't matter too much here. Kavem, I'm loving that we're seeing him with 6 kills already, though.
Yeah, scary stuff if you're a GAMERLEGION.
He had a poor start, didn't he, on map number 1? And
oh, yeah.
It definitely had impact towards the end, though. I mean, had a 3k towards A, 2k. Had a lot of big multi-kill rounds towards the end of map number 1. So I wouldn't mind sort of getting to see a little bit more of what he can just produce here while he's sort of out the gate swinging.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think the thing is, the problem is for GAMERLEGION, and this is a problem they're going to face, is, okay, we had Kavim, wasn't really hitting all too heavy at the start of Anubis, but we had Haji who was stepping up. We had Mesdal who was making moments. Obviously a great double for here from Waro. There isn't a single player here for Drillers where you go, well, okay, they're probably not going to be able to do that much. And I'll be honest, I don't love comparing ZTR, but I feel like ZTR is a player that, okay, might have the off game here or there, might be at the top of the leaderboard once or twice, but very rarely are you seeing ZTR anywhere above that 3rd place.
He's a lot more of a traditional in-game leader in comparison to obviously a number of others now, who it does feel like we've gone from having a couple of it felt like for years and years you've got traditional in-game leaders. Very rarely got fragging in-game leaders. Now it's a quite different story. It feels like sort of a decent on team now have these. I mean, look at 3D Max we've got here.
Yeah,
look
definitely.
At Drillers, look at Bay. There's a lot of sides now. But yeah, you've got your in-game leader who's just one of the stars. That's not something you used to really have too much. But yeah, it's great to see working out for a lot of teams and clearly working out for this Drillers roster as well. But really important round that one there for the win. Round number 3, first full by GAMERLEGION get silenced instantly, and Waro is the player to talk about. 2 really huge kills towards Underpass. Had a great read on ZTR.
The amount of smokes that are down here onto the bomb site. But I like what we're seeing here from Drillers. Charlie, it is the most kind of the classic. It's the Mirage default of site executes. You just head towards A. You send the mollies, you drop the nades on the site, send the flashes over Palace, and look, they come out of it with a round. Albeit, okay, it's an eco, or it's in a half buy, but I like the Drillers that they're playing simple CS here on Mirage, and they are playing a little bit more puggy. You can imagine where it's just kind of a cool. You look at that last 4x versus 4x. It's, you know what? Let's go triple under. Let's see if it works. Okay, they've lost a couple picks, but in the same regard, we had what? Waro step up and get 2. In this round, it's let's just go for an execute. See if we can win it. If we win these rounds cleanly, then excellent. And right now, Drillers have got this 4-0 start. And if they can best the next gun round here for GamerLegion, we're looking at maybe a 6-0 start here already.
Yeah, I mean, a 6-0 start would be honestly insane for Drillers here on this D side. One thing that I have always liked to watch from Drillers on this map specifically is honestly this T side. It's a map that a lot of teams can often actually struggle on this side of the map a lot more than the CT side. And it does feel like that's just because you can maybe get shut down a little more than you used to be able to with the nade and the smokes.
Yeah, definitely.
But Drillers, they're a team that completely different story. They look honestly insane on this side of the map. They're one of the most exciting teams to watch. And yeah, with Anubis going against GamerLegion now, this is where I do think a 2-0 is actually a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. I'm liking the fact that Slen's on the big green. I think Slend can be a big difference maker. We saw what Slen was able to provide in some moments on Anubis, but as I said, Charlie, I think Slend has got to continue. He's got to show that level of brilliance throughout. Otherwise, we're going to see GamerLegion have a bit of a tough task here. Waro maneuvered his way into Palace. ETR just jump spotting. What is he? I don't know if he's either spotted Kavim or he's got a great read. Probably the former, but Utility coming down, aware that he is going to be here, and Kavim has to push in his own Molotov, but it's fine because he takes half the damage for it, and he will find ETR. Waro posted. Here's the steps of Volt and can take him down, so it is this 5 versus 3 now, and Waro's going to look to accelerate. He's going to look to push his way onto the A-bomb site, and now the question is, Charlie, look, GamerLegion, you might look to save, you might look to try and keep these weapons, but look at Waro. Situated.
Already 1 kill on 4 HP, excellent. Anything more is going to be really great, and there's going to be a decent idea. Just Waro's position alone is going to relate to the rest of his team. There's a good chance they're here towards CT. Although seemingly they're not looking to hunt too much.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't actually mind the lack of a hunt. Well, we will see a little bit of it. Ooh, Flamus. It looked like he was a bit AFK, I'll be honest.
He honestly could have lagged out or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe just lining up for a peek towards market, not realising Towson's all that remains and will fall. The hunt does come through, but they delay it.
Charlie, I don't know if you saw that. On the little player cam there from Amzalem, I'm seeing smiles on faces. I'm seeing a bit too much happiness on this Driller side. And we talk about it time and time again, don't we, Charlie? When a team starts feeling it, they're having some fun, you know, laughs and games are being seen on the player cams, that's where things can get really scary, because it turns into a game where you forget that it's an official. You forget that it's a round of 16, because the Drillers side are just having fun. They're treating it like it's a pug. They're treating it like it's, you know, just a warm-up game or anything like that, because it doesn't seem like GamerLegion are stepping up to the task. They're not really putting much resistance here for Drillers at all. It's a 5-0 start already, Charlie. You know, Drillers, T-side Mirage, they get 5 rounds. I don't think they're going to be disappointed with that at all.
I think they would be, given the context of how they're playing now. But yeah, at the start of the game, they probably wouldn't complain too much. But there's still plenty of rounds up for grabs and plenty more that Drillers can take. Molotov towards underpass.
Oh, the CT seems trapped.
Flashbang as well does get Dodson messed out, not ready to peek into 2. Waro is very nearby. Flamus has a decent inkling of it. Steps are going to be heard, but is Waro going to find one? He certainly does. Surely not ready for Towson.
Yeah, this is where I'd actually like to see Drillers look to try and make their way up short or try and go through connector. It seems like these 3 players in top mid have been pretty stagnant. Once we know that there's that double underplay, I think either you look to rush your way down towards bottom mid and try and swing under. Oh, Bolts. The missed movement's unfortunate. A lot of damage to Volt. Amzalem towards ladder. Oh, quick reactions there from Volt. 2-on-4 hit. Kavim boosted up. Towson needs to be dealt with, and he is. Okay. The bomb has to be saved, though. Not in the best of positions, and we've got 30 seconds to work with. All 3 CTs are this side of connector. Kavim to creep. 8 bullets in the magazine. They're going to be peeking all 3 at once. I love the idea. More kills need to be acquired, though. And Amzalem There's no way he can win this round now. ZTR, he's just hiding away. 14 seconds. Time doth tick. And Amzalem falling. I don't really know why we see Hadji pushing up connector there with the bomb. It's unfortunate, but I think it was the first round in which Drillers have kind of misplayed it, because it seems like no one has a great idea of what they want to achieve, but also no one's tradable. That's the problem here for Drillers.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter how the round's won by GameLegion. The most important thing is they're finally on the board.
Yeah, most definitely.
Finally just give themselves something to fight with. And yeah, Amsalem had a chance if he's able to find the player there in the cubby instantly, but...
Slend has already been so heavily chipped away at. You have to assume that's a Waro AWP shot. Oh, bit of an awkward fight. Towson could take down Hadji with the HE. Dropped down to 5 HP. Okay, Towson. He's already dealt so much damage, but so has Waro to Slend, so it's kind of an even battleground. So much utility has already been used here from GamerLegion. They've got one flashbang remaining. We've had 45 seconds of play, Charlie.
Yeah, Slend posted up here, has the opportunity. Oh, Gavem takes him out of the round. Towson will eliminate Meztal, but Amsalem gets a quick trade onto him. Still, you've got a low HP Hadji, but we knew what Waro could do on low HP, so...
Charlie, Hadji's
play too much.
Hadji's got all this information. Hadji's got all of it. He's heard them rotating from CT to market, and that's why we're seeing the bomb slowly creep its way back. The thing is, all Hadji needs to do is just, okay, well, I've got middle. There's no one in connector. That's all you need to worry about. If they try and rotate from short, I've got him, but ZTR is currently holding. Oh, ZTR. He's not holding connector. They can creep them way up. They can make their way in. Flammers. Oh, Flammers! He's got one bullet in the magazine. ZTR has swung. Flammers confined with the USB. The final players to emerge out of ramp now. Flammers. Trapped towards stairs. The bomb plot. Gonna be big. 2 versus 3 now. It was a man advantage scenario here for Drillers. Reposition here from Waro. Not really the position you want to be playing the AWP towards Tetris, but let's see if he can... Oh, Amsalem. Timing's unfortunate. He's got information now of the final 2, but he will go down to ZTR. And Drillers denied once again from securing 6. I don't actually know how ZTR has been able to find 2 in that round. Same with Flammers there. Flammers towards stairs. It's moments like that where Flammers has ran out of bullets, yet the fact that just no instant trade, it's disappointing.
But Kavem didn't have his gun out. I don't really know what he was doing, because... Yeah, it felt like they were going fully contact play. Yeah. I didn't see any U-turn. I don't know if he quick switched or something, but yeah, he just couldn't get the trade. He just didn't have his gun out.
I think he pulled out smoke to try and smoke off towards jungle, but yeah, look, if you're making that contact play, I don't really know why that is the option you've gone for, but... GamerLegion, they can now look to go on a bit of a streak. Already though, Charlie, I think Drillers are... 5 rounds on the T side of Mirage is not bad at all, and I think we can expect them to find maybe 6 or 7, but it's the fact they had that 5-0 start. If they are only able to attain 5 in total on their T side, I think disappointing is going to be the word we're using to describe it, just on the basis of a lot of the time, Charlie, they favour the T side quite massively. 60% win rate they've got on their T side.
They got one final buy before being reset though, so they got to make good use of it. Otherwise, GamerLegion will instantly bring themselves back into the game. They win this one, they find 4, and yeah, that 5-0 start is very quickly dissipating.
Yeah, exactly. Hadji looks like he's going to be trying to find something towards B. The problem is, we've got Slen posted up on the big green. Molotov towards top balk, and it's going to cause some rotations now. There's 30 seconds on the clock. Hadji, he's going to creep his way towards under, but they're just allowing Towson to creep into the back lines. They need to deal with Volt on the bomb site. They need to find him soon, and players are with Util in hand. Volt can get a double so comfortably. Nice from Meztal, finally strikes Famous. Deals with Waro. Nice from Meztal again. 2 versus 3 hit. Towson's still on this flank, and Meztal, the chance of bomb plot is gone.
Yeah, time's been a big issue here for Drillers.
It's their own
they're
decision.
Constantly just playing things so slowly that, I mean, things get very chaotic when they're actually trying to merge onto the bomb side, but it's mainly been just these last 3 rounds, and they've lost every single one of them.
I think as well, Charlie, we've got to bring this up. Look, you look at GAMERLEGION. Obviously, this was a while ago, and this, I believe, it was before both their roster changes, but still with the same core, they've took it the distance against Vitality. They went OT, sadly lost, but you look at that game against Vitality, it's an OT loss on Mirage. It's a victory, in fact, on Anubis. The fact that Drillers could 2-0 GAMERLEGION here. They could take them down on Anubis and Mirage is crazy.
Push out Palace now. Great opening kill there from Amsalem. Good idea from ZTR to instantly get out of dodge. Slend will find Kavem. Needs to find more. Misses another shot. Util in hand on ZTR. Just trying to flash his teammate in, but gets punished for it, and a 2v4 now.
This is the hop. I remember, Charlie, you said, look, finally, Drillers are going to be reset, but I guess not. Not if they win it. Not if the Tech-9s are supreme here. And Drillers, they can finally find their 6th, but in the least likely of manners, it's the Tech-9s, it's the P250s, it's the Deagles that can work well. And now you look for GAMERLEGION. It seemed though their streak had finally looked to kind of show its true value playing against the Eco. Should have been a convincing victory of which they can raise their finances, but now they're going to be heading into the next round fully investing in everything because Towson's going to have to drop over an AWP. We're going to need to see Slend drop a rifle to Volt, and ZTR can maybe get himself out of FAMAS if he wants utility, but finances are going to be drained here from GAMERLEGION, and this is where Drillers can look to quite heavily get a streak of rounds going. They win this one, not only do they get 7, but probably 8 as well. This is looking very scary for GAMERLEGION now, and all it is, Charlie, it's a half-by victory, and that's what causes stuff like this.
It's just the Drillers' way, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
That they can just win a round from out of nowhere. Lose 3 in a row. GAMERLEGION finally start clawing their way back in just for the pistols to do it. Slend, timing shot, doesn't yield anything.
Oh, Volt.
This is a lot of noise being made.
Yeah, Volt's gone loud into Palace, and Amsalem can just back away.
There's a lot of control being given up to the CTs, though, but Amsalem's not really ready to give things up so freely.
I'll be honest, Charlie, it's a double Palace push. The only answer I can provide of why Volt is stomping there is his shift key's broken. Because I don't know why you'd be going so loud. What's the benefit? You're looking to creep into Palace as a 2. Just doesn't work well, I guess. Hadji, already deep here towards ladder. Look how many eyes are towards Hadji here. Volt eventually will confirm the kill here onto Amsalem. I love the little 1v1 there between Volt and Amsalem on the whole of the A-bomb site.
Yeah, I mean,
hello.
Hadji gets a bit of a gift there from Towson. 4-on-4, all making its way back towards A. Hadji's still in a ladder room with Kavem in the apartment as well, so bit of an awkward fight, but Volt's going to be taking this one. He is in the open, and will go down. It's
a good off angle. Surely Aurora and Meztal are going to switch weapons here. Oh, Kavem, he's taking all this control towards apartments. There's minimal time. Meztal's going to look to just send utility and be this complete fake, this beacon of light, the attention taker. ZTR will be able to take down Meztal. There's 11 seconds, Charlie. Oh, please don't. Please be able to get the bomb down. No miss movement here. There we go. I'll be honest.
Again,
planting
time is worrying.
I don't mind it though. Like, I think if you can make it work, then brilliant. Obviously, it has been a problem for Drillers in the past, but pushing through here. Hadji just needs to peek. He's fully blinded, but Hadji goes overlooked. Flammer's falling, and now it's on DTR and Slend, and they can look to save these weapons, but it's going to be an eco alongside them. And this is looking very scary for GAMERLEGION. Charlie, we mentioned back-to-back-to-back series here for GAMERLEGION. They've got themselves to the grand finals in all of them, yet to win, yet to be victorious in those last 3, yet now they might not even get past the round of 16. They're 6 rounds away from being eliminated in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and it really will just emphasize how costly that Anubis failure was.
Oh, 100%.
Mirage, we know how good Drillers can be. We know how competitive they would have made things, but yeah, Anubis, I mean, we saw GAMERLEGION got a big streak of their own, but it's just Drillers able to win 6 uncontested at the end that pushed them over the line. But I mean, yeah, like you said, it's already 7 on the board. Half's already been won from them. But I mean, yeah, the slow playstyle, it is something that you don't often see nearly as much anymore, because it can be super punishing.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's sort of like how the old flip side used to play. Don't get me wrong, the old flip side did used to make some of the most boring CS ever to watch, as they did nothing for the whole round and then just one final execute. But yeah, I mean, there definitely is something to it. You've just got to make sure you've got your timings right. Communication has to be perfect. And if this is something Drillers can successfully do, I mean, I'm all for it.
Oh, 100%. I think when it comes to playstyles like this, it's always nice to kind of see if it can have that effect, right?
Yeah, certainly. 2 rounds left in this half, though. And where are you saying? What do you think? How many rounds are GAMERLEGION needing?
Charlie, they need the final 2. Let's not mess about here. Drillers, what? Drillers have 8 rounds on the T side of Mirage. That's far too many. Yeah, Drillers definitely need these, well, GAMERLEGION, sorry, need these final 2, but it doesn't look like it's going to go that way, as the opening kills has been found onto Flammus. Very limited utility here. And Slen's been a bit of a non-factor so far. I hate to be so brutal about it, but he's 4 and 7, and he's had the AWP in nearly every moment, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had the AWP out a decent amount of times, but yeah, Drillers aren't making anything easy for him, though. And that's why, look at how he's playing in this one. He's getting in the face, he's getting aggressive, but still, nothing being found. Off towards A, Volt's going to be under pressure. Well timed to Molly, got a delay. CTR's going to be allowed to rotate on in.
Oh, nice from Volt, though. And he can look to reposition. It's just whether he's ready for the player and apps. Towson, oh, not the best of sprays from Towson, but he can still survive. Slen finding Kavem as well is vital here. And GAMERLEGION, necessary success from them in this one. Let's be honest, Charlie, I think if we saw that round go the way of Drillers, things are looking very scary because it was that full investment.
Yeah, recovered even with the disadvantage. Still successful there for GAMERLEGION, and they're rounds that, yeah, they do need to bring over the line. Do need to muster, make them work. Oh, Waro does find the kill, but Slen gets a tag before falling, and the nade of Volt finishes him off. A well-timed nade from Volt keeps things level.
Oh, nice from Towson as well. Important kill. Great find, and Haji can aggress up connector. This kill into jungles everything. Great trade from Mestal, but Volt playing towards triple. It's all on Amsalem. Oh, missed shot with the AWP, and it begs the question, Charlie. Why is he not wielding the rifle? Oh, okay, yeah, spotted. I like the movement attempt. Well, AWP for AWP trade. Finally picks up a rifle, but it's sadly the Galil. He's got a lot of time to work with. Oh, he's getting aggressive. I like the idea here. Volt. I'm aware that he's dropped. Pulls out the Molotov. Volt swinging, but can't get his weapon out in time.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough one for Amsalem. Had an almost guaranteed kill onto Volt, but just a missed AWP shot. Well, we do see GAMERLEGION get the final 2 rounds for a 7-5. Pistol round brings them straight back into this one, but like most teams on this map, GAMERLEGION, their strong side is definitely their CT.
Yeah, and Charlie, as I said, look, I think realistically, GAMERLEGION, yes, they've got that chance back in, but I think we both know that this could go very wrong. Drillers, they win the pistol, they convert, and for some reason, let's say GAMERLEGION force because they get the bomb plant. Obviously, this is all hypothetical, but Drillers could get themselves, you know, that 10-5 scoreline. But yeah, pistol round needed here for GAMERLEGION, otherwise things look to spiral out of control.
Hit towards B, Util coming over. Mestal still hasn't spotted though, so the T's are very close before he's actually able to back away. We'll still find one though.
Yeah,
Cuts himself away, play towards bench, spotted, but Mestal is the target.
Yeah, 3 versus 3 now. There is a kit to work with, Amzalem rotating in. It's all going to be about timing. Pre-firing Towson tucked towards the close right angle, and Amzalem prepared. Spots the player on bench, surely, but actually it's the swing from ZTR that finds. Aware that Kavem is still here. We are going to be seeing Woro rotating in from shore, but shots not connecting. Flammers can find Kavem. Oh, Woro will kill. A 1 versus 1 now. Both Woro and Flammers not been perfect this game, but Flammers will be the one to win the pistol, and GAMERLEGION, they will keep themselves in it.
Keeps things very, very interesting in this game.
Oh, definitely.
Only 1 round separates these two now. 3 rounds in a row from GAMERLEGION. Might not be a 4th though. Drillers going for the force buy.
I'll be honest, Charlie, I actually really don't like this force buy from Drillers. I'll be honest, every time I say that, they end up
you're
winning
often
it.
wrong.
I'm
good
right, yeah.
chance.
Drillers win this one, actually. Oh, but then I'll be wrong for saying it. No, I think force buy here when you're ahead is a bit unnecessary, but it is in fact Kavem's Deagle to find. Smoke coming through, and Towson going to be forced back. Oh, Kavem, please. You cannot connect through the smoke. He is spamming. He's such a painful way to go down. Amzalem, he's got a Galil here. Flammers. Is Flammers going to check the smoke? Oh, Amzalem, how have you not realised? Well, he will eventually and can find Flammers. Amzalem repositioning now. AK retrieved. Smoke towards top con. Molly sent from Slend.
Oh, this has been heard.
Yeah, this is a poor decision. And Charlie, this pistol's in play, but Galil can be retrieved. Oh, Amzalem. Amzalem taking some risks here. And he's aware that Slend can be behind this smoke. It's all going to be about who's got better reaction time, really. Slend, 100% about it. There's a player on the balcony. Towson heard. Well, Towson spotted now, so we'll find. Low HP for Kavem here. Already we've got this fast approach from Mestal and Woro. Mestal can take him down. Oh, could deny the plant, but Towson quick to react. Slend, low HP. Kavem just needs to hide. Bomb plant is going to be so key now. Towson still holding. Scout shot seen. Kavem creeping. Woro needs to reposition and get himself a rifle if he wants that true impact. Slend under balcony. Woro confined, and now it's Towson in Palace. Flashbang thrown. It's a Mac 10, sadly not a rifle. Towson. Gotta time this well. Oh, it's the stick of the one from Woro. He's full sticking it. Towson, he's a non-believer. He's going to be creeping out now. Is there enough time? But it doesn't matter. Towson finds the pick. And GAMERLEGION, they win the round, but it's very close. An exciting force there. Sadly, not to be from Drillers. But Charlie, they get a hefty advantage.
Yeah.
Where's the rotation to jungle? Where's the help there for Amzalem?
I don't really get the Amzalem. He does so well to find the first. So aware that Slend could be pushing behind that smoke. But as soon as the smoke starts to fade, he just ignores the position he's been holding, waiting for the smoke to fade for. And it's not about reactions at that point. It's just Slend's holding him. He's not holding Slend.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And it just felt like if Amzalem gets that, he's got the superior weaponry. It felt like Slend goes down. It's unfortunate in that final 2v2 when the bomb goes down. If Woro actually swings, the play's exposed to Palace holding CT. He could have found that one, allowing his teammate to swing from a CT spawn. But either way, good recovery from GAMERLEGION in that very advantaged situation. Or disadvantaged, I should say.
Yeah, right now, we've got an elevation from Haji, and we've got a double B-bomb site defense alongside it. This HE grenade, I'm liking the arc of it. A lot of damage to Volt here. Volt will be able to get one. Haji shows his hand. Flammers can take him down, though. Aware that Woro's got to be somewhere towards the back of the bomb site, and he will peek. Great find from Woro. Down to this 2-on-3. He's searching for something. Needs to connect, though. Steps heard. Shots hit. And an apartment's flanked from Amzalem, but Volt on that UMP. I joke that he's probably the vast majority of UMP kills here on HLTV. And another triple. How many times are we going to see Volt find more picks with UMP than he would with an AK?
Yeah, madness. But, Fred, I can't believe we're here. GAMERLEGION are in the lead.
Yeah. Nuts.
Crazy stuff here.
7-3 scoreline that we had. 5 in a row now from GAMERLEGION with no response.
Just goes to prove that GAMERLEGION, not only are they a side with great individuals, but also, Charlie, they've got that mental resilience. In a game of which they probably should have been taken down, a moment in which there should have been a struggle. And now Ancient, although it might have seemed so far in the distance for GAMERLEGION, it's just creeping over the horizon. Just whether they can sail themselves to victory.
I mean, when Drillers were 5-0, they're probably going to be kicking themselves now. The fact they only managed to get 2 more rounds the rest of the half, where they looked so dominant. Lost a couple of rounds that they probably should have won. That half by loss.
Oh, Waro. He's taking down the bomb carrier and information on Towson. And Towson has to back away. Nade of the smoke here is excellent from Flammus. Can find Amzalem. Back to this 3-on-3. Flammus repositioning, knowing that Meztal's probably here towards short, and it's a great idea. Got ZTR as well. Very, very prepared for Meztal.
Yeah, he's going to be hearing this. Meztal isn't being quiet, but he re-peeks into the position. Meztal goes back towards B, then makes his way towards short, baited in CTR, and he somehow gets a double.
I love it from Meztal. Towson, confident in his spray. Oh, he's so close to being found. Towson, he's getting pushed upon. Meztal, this could be a big mistake, and they could line up, but Kavem, in fact, will find. And Drillers, they deny any continuance here for GAMERLEGION. But it has to be said, Charlie, it's Waro. He's the one that kickstarts the success. He gets a double towards ramp, no trade seen. Towson having to trade from Palace, falling back, mollied off, and that's where we can see a rotation. But not only is it the brilliance from Waro, it's Meztal. As you said, Charlie, a perfect fake. Baits in ZTR, and obviously aware, because Flammus isn't being quiet in connector, not at all.
Tactical pause from GAMERLEGION, the final one. Another situation where Drillers yet to use a single one of them.
I don't need to, Charlie. This is the thing. They're the Drillers. They're feeling it.
I mean, they could be feeling it, but when you start losing a lot of rounds to GAMERLEGION, I wouldn't have minded at least one. But I mean, at the end of the day, they won map number 1. They still got a chance to win map number 2. So if it works for them, it works for them.
Meztal's cooking, Charlie, and that's something that doesn't always happen. So Drillers, they've got to keep doing what's working. And right now, you know, they're on the CT side of Mirage. They're 8-8.
This is a really
round,
good call from GAMERLEGION. There's only one player towards A. There's Amsterdam. Just got to try to keep himself alive. This is a really good opportunity for Drillers to be able to punish the UMP of Volt. Doesn't find.
I love it.
The Molly that does instead, they're not clearing. Waro could have played a bit of trigger. It's playing opts not to.
They're all swinging here towards CT. We've got one in ramp. Oh, Meztal doubles down. A Volt eventually takes him down. Retrieves a Mac 10. He's realised there's an AK ready and waiting for him. Flammus is going to be the difference maker here. Hadji creeping. Hadji can find Volt, and we will see Hadji find, and now it's all on Flammus. There's a lot of time remaining in this clutch. They both got a smoke as well, and once a smoke's thrown towards Palace and one on the bomb, this is where the round becomes so difficult. But Flammus, he gets his first. Kavem, he was big in the clutch before, and he takes him down. There's a kick that can be retrieved, though. Kavem, no time, though. Not quick enough to realise. Oh, Charlie, it's disappointing, it has to be said. It's a round that really should be going the way, obviously, of Drillers. We see Meztal getting that double, but it's the fact that throughout all of it, Charlie, Flammus is just tucked to Tetris and no one aware of it. And why would you be?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really unfortunate round for Drillers to lose, because there was a lot of weaknesses in that buy there. There was a lot of chances that Drillers could have done it, but the issue is Amsterdam was the only player towards A, the only player defending, and one Molotov that eventually took him down was the difference.
The problem is, Charlie, the bomb's planted for triple. Why are we actually seeing, I believe it was Hadji, why are we seeing that swing wide? He's got a smoke, he's got a kit, he's got a flash. Why don't you just smoke the bomb, tap it, and kind of force Flammus into the open? I'll be honest, I'm looking back at that round, and my assumption is that the bomb's planted default, but it's not. It's planted triple. If anything, Drillers, you know, I was saying it was a very well played round from Flammers, but to be honest, it's a big mistake from Drillers. Already so much damage dealt here from Slend. Oh, Waro boosted up. Slend has got 2 tags already. Okay, he's finally converting one of those. Takes down Kavem.
This is where I actually wouldn't mind seeing a player like Meztal looking to progress here in apartments. You leave Waro boosted up, and then we can see Haji rotating. Do you know what I don't like? We've got ZTR going back into apps. He has got Towson by his side, but the split approach could be a bit of a problem because they've got no information. They've got 40 seconds. And by the time they get to the bomb site, Charlie, there's a molly and a smoke on Meztal. This could be very difficult now. Molly comes down now. Haji can find Volt. We've got the scout of Slen to push up short, and that's never happening. So they're going to make their way back. Great from GAMERLEGION. A great quick decision from them. Oh, Slend again. Makes it look so easy with the scout.
It's all on Amsterdam. There's 2 players. He finds the first. He can take down the bomb carrier. He's spawned at the wrong position, though. Gets pushed to P2K. Can't find in ZTR. Will do if Amsterdam finds that bomb carrier there. The round's done.
Yeah, it's over. No chance. The GAMERLEGION, they've got themselves double digits now. And finally, surely just going to be this half bite from DRILLAS. And at what point, Charlie, are we going to see an AWP on Waro? We know Mirage can be, you know, a map on the CT side where you can dominate with the big green. Where's it gone? Where's Waro's AWP?
I'm wondering at what point are we going to just see a pause? This is 6 out of the last 7 rounds going the way of GAMERLEGION now.
They forgot the command, Charlie. It's clear they've forgotten it. They're too proud to ask. Nice from Kavem. Great dig shot here. And we're gonna...
Sorry, 7 out of the last 8 rounds have gone the way of GAMERLEGION. They have been just absolutely annihilating.
What is that?
Recently.
Flamus? How has that even happened? He's got 2 bullets, 2 kills while running.
Meztal all alone. If he finds ETR, there's a bit of a chance. ETR might be looking to press the issue slightly too much, and I think he just realised.
Yeah. Flamus 4K there. But right now, GAMERLEGION are in pole position to take things here on Mirage. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, Ancient looks like it could be coming up.
I'm still a believer, to be honest. I think DRILLAS now, we should see... Oh, no AWP for Waro. I'm not loving the over-investment. Charlie Meztal's got 1.4k in the bank. He's got no utility. And he's got the window spawn. I think it's going to be a push towards top middle. It's a risky round. And Meztal can go 1 for 1, but it's not really the approach you need. And when Volt gets the double like that, denies any control taken in middle. This is not the round to be making mistakes. And I say mistakes, it's more heroic moments from Volt. A 12th can be attained here for GAMERLEGION, and with 4 opportunities on their T side, it should be a comforting one. And obviously, Charlie, we know Ancient's a strong point for both sides. Oh, Haji. The HE grenade could do so much damage. Look at the impact just of the HE. Volt dropping down. He's found 3 so far in the round. There's nowhere safe for Volt to stand.
Yeah, I'm not saying the pauses would have made a difference. I'm not saying they would allow DRILLAS just to win the game off of that, but it would allow you to discuss things, get something different in your gameplay, because whatever you're doing now is not working. You were 7-3 up. You found 1 round since then, and still it's just trying to rinse and repeat.
But Charlie, it's clear the absence of Coach Onipixel. This team, maybe the captain's no longer at the wheel.
I mean, there's still a chance that DRILLAS can bring things to overtime, but they don't have many chances left to do so.
As he said, though, it's what, 5-0 start, 12-8 now for GAMERLEGION. Yeah, very true.
1 round since then.
Yeah, disappointing.
I think we were shaping up and sort of setting the story, so I'm setting this tone that this is going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, definitely. But look, I think the fact it goes to 3 maps, it's something that we really love to see. I think you don't really want to be seeing all too many 2-0s, especially in the playoffs. And I think the fact that GAMERLEGION probably should take it here now will lead for that excitement. These steps surely have been heard. I don't know why Flamus is starting to shift. That's why this HE grenade sent. What are we thinking, Charlie? GAMERLEGION take it 13-8 or a bit of a comeback from Drillers?
The way they've been playing, I really wouldn't put it past them. In these recent rounds, I mean, Volt's had some massive impact. I mean, you can see the top stars, sort of Flammers, Volt, and Towson all on 17 kills. Pretty much everyone but Towson has a ton of deaths as well. Just shows how dominant the early rounds were from Drillers. But since then, these guys have just looked insane. Every gunfight they take is being won. And Towson again, Kavem though, keeps the hope alive for Drillers for a little bit longer.
Yeah, CTR as well. We can get the pick. We're going to get traded. Meztal, nice find. 3 versus 2 with 48 seconds to work with Hadji holding for under, but it's Volt towards top middle that he's got to deal with. Slend, ooh, creeping through apartments. Don't spot either of them, though. Slend. Trying to piece together this puzzle. Sadly, the missed shot, though, now gives away his position. Volt spotted towards top mid, down to 20 HP. Have to flash himself out. But Meztal holding mouse 1. Slend, surely just to keep the AWP alive, but Drillers, a positive step in the right direction, but they've still got to find 3 more to take it to overtime.
Yeah, Slend is going to be allowed to keep this AWP in play. No one looking for the hunt. Drillers realise, let's keep our own money in a decent spot, because it's been something that you touched a little bit. They are over-investing quite a bit in these partial investments. I understand you can win them, but there's a point where you've got to say, Waro, we want to see you in the AWP. Just take a bit of a hit.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially as some of their recent half-buys have been so one-sided to GAMERLEGION.
Yeah, and if they were half buys that were coming really close and we were saying, oh, Drillers, if they, made one play different, we would have won it. And to be honest, we have seen actually one round like that. But yeah, I would really like to see Waro on the AWP. He's 12 and 16. He's, he's not really been that top performer. Obviously, we've seen Meztal picking up the pieces and playing really well. Speaking of Meztal, though, he could go down here and Volt. Oh, it's a lot of damage from Volt. It's a missed HE grenade from Waro, and it's Molotovs to land at his feet. And Volt, in fact, can do it with the bullets. 5 versus 3 now. Oh, and it could be a 5-on-2 in a matter of moments. Flamus has just told his team, there's one stairs, do not peek, I've got him. Give me a second.
I mean, Hadji's flank is everything. He's the only player who potentially can stop this round. He's so fast behind.
Yeah, Kavem kind of has to try and find a pick and show his hand. Oh, Hadji, he will get one, but takes a lot of damage in the process, and Kavem has been spotted as well. Slend posted towards CT. We have seen a disengage from CTR, but Slend finds, and they're aware of Hadji. Molotov towards default. Slend can peek, but the nade will do it. Surely it is done. Right into the face of Hadji. GAMERLEGION. They take 13, they take Mirage, and they push us to Ancient, but what a second map there.
Yeah, insane. Drillers primed to take this one 2-0. They had plenty of chance in this game. Set your mind back, Fred. They had that sort of GAMERLEGION fully invested. They have weaker weapons, Mac 10s, Tech 9s, weapons like that with alongside the AKs hit towards A, and somehow that's the round that begins it all. That's the round that Drillers could have closed things out in, but somehow Ancient's on the cards.
Yeah, I'm excited for Ancient, but look, I think there's a lot that Wild's going to have to be kind of talking about that Mirage game, and look, take it away, Wild. What do you have to say about that?
Very good stuff from Drillers at the start. Don't get me wrong. They had they kicked things off very nicely, and because of the fact that before this point on Anubis they even lost both pistol rounds and still ended up winning the game. I thought just the combo of them also being able to perform well on the pistols, knowing it's their own map pick, knowing that they've essentially gotten a 5-0 buffer, they should be able to close it out. It really did feel like Drillers had the red carpet rolled out for them, but then we saw them getting a little bit more sloppy. They started to make some of these positional mistakes on the terrorist side where just when it comes down to like the micro execution, like, hey, are you going in with your teammates, or if you're pushing up connector, like what's the timing on the second player that comes in? Just mid-rounding in general from Drillers looked a little bit underwhelming when it came to the terrorist side, which is why GAMERLEGION were even allowed to make this sort of a competitive half to begin with. However, you sort of skip past those first few rounds where DRILLAS are just performing as well as they are. You look at the mini comeback from GAMERLEGION first, and then it did feel like DRILLAS were able to iron out pretty much everything, right? It came to a 7-3 standpoint, but then it all fell apart. You see GAMERLEGION instantly just take it all the way to 8 points for themselves once they start hitting, once Kvem is being activated, once you see all these details being dialed in. It really did feel like GAMERLEGION started to show that they were in fact the better team. You add the second half Spitzer round on top of that, that was a bit of a godsend because that did mean that they wouldn't have to sort of play off the back foot. DRILLAS already had a bit of an advantage. GAMERLEGION, once they deny that, I do kind of feel like DRILLAS almost replicated the mistakes that GAMERLEGION were making on the first half. We saw DRILLAS starting to turtle up on the CT side. It consistently felt like when they were trying to go for all these little all these rounds that they were actually winning, they were coming off the back of GAMERLEGION just being able to find DRILLAS just being able to find success as turrets rather than actually having a cohesive CT side. So we're not really when we were looking at the CT side of GAMERLEGION, we saw a very big lack of informational plays for the most part. I think DRILLAS, they ended up sort of suffering the same issue. We saw them essentially having barely any information by the time that GAMERLEGION would start to convert onto a bomb site. Every single time the connector player from DRILLAS, he'd be threatened. We never really saw the CTs get super aggressive and super comfortable. I think the one round that they did end up winning on that second half was a gun round rather, was just off the back of the fact that they're turtling up. So honestly, I would have really liked to see DRILLAS maintain the same composure that they had on the terrorist side when they went on over to the CT side as well. It was simply completely absent. It felt like the confidence that they had coming into the game, it basically just evaporated, right? It would have been lovely to actually see them taking that initiative, start to try and suffocate GAMERLEGION, but when the individuals from GAMERLEGIon start to pop off, it honestly just completely changes everything. Now, I will say that there were still a couple flashes in the pan where, you know, we had Woro sort of step up to give DRILLAS a chance, but it simply wasn't enough. You see a couple of flashes in the pan, you see a couple of plays go right in the second half, but realistically speaking, GAMERLEGIon, they had their number, and when GAMERLEGIon actually got to the side where they're the ones making the plays, DRILLAS did feel a little bit like they were on an island. They were constantly trying to defend rather than actually take initiative, and both teams have actually struggled to take that initiative, and you know, it did just end up feeling like, hey, who's going to be playing the better T side? And it does feel like GAMERLEGIon did a much better job of that. Now though, with map picks having been traded, I honestly have no idea where this one's going to go. And with map 3 in the cards, this is going to be a really fun watch. Stay tuned though, we'll be right back after a short break.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
After both teams having exchanged map picks, we're here at a standstill where we have no idea where this is going to go. The stalemate of Ancient is about to be decided, and Zola, I'd love to hear your thoughts on who you think is going to win this, because I'm honestly not sure where we should be leaning.
Yeah, like I think both teams, it's clear that Ancient's a map that they're quite comfortable to play on. Obviously, statistically, you're looking at it, it's going to be favoured to Drillers, but then you look at the Mirage game, it was, what, 7-3, as Charlie pointed out. The game ended 13-9. So everything, realistically, maybe the pressure got to Drillers, maybe they realised, oh, okay, we can win this, and then they started misplaying a bit. I think the lack of Waro on the AWP was a bit of a problem, so I think hopefully we can see Drillers manage their finances a bit better. I'll be honest, I still actually think Drillers take it. I know it might still be a bit of an outlandish statement, but I think realistically GAMERLEGION, they weren't that convincing on Mirage, and now they head to a map that they're probably a little bit weaker on. You look at sample size, you know, it's not that many maps. You look at win rate, it's, you know, not perfect either. So I think right now I'm going to still be backing Drillers.
I don't know. I don't know if I can necessarily think the same way. I mean, you say it wasn't convincing. I do think it was pretty convincing. Take away the first sort of bunch of rounds the Drillers got. They were 5-0 up at one point. Literally removed just those first 5 rounds. It was all GAMERLEGION. There was very little that actually Drillers were able to post since the initial portion. There was 7-3 up. Found 2 rounds after that. It was really lackluster close to the game. We mentioned how good their T side was, but they also have a very good CT side. Apparently not, though. They didn't show any of it against GAMERLEGION. Ancient is going to be very interesting. We have just been told GAMERLEGION won the 9th round. So potentially this is going to mean they're starting on that CT side, but a lot of teams are favouring the T side now on Ancient. So it'll at least give GAMERLEGION the opportunity to set the tempo for this map and see if they can come away with the victory in it.
And you know, I think if there was any confidence that Drillers were able to build up off of that first map, I don't think it's going to be carrying into the 3rd map at all. Because, you know, you end up losing your own map pick. It ends up happening in a much more dominant fashion than you expected. Your specialty is where you're beaten on. Yeah, it's a very, very difficult position to be in. But we are going to be heading into the decider. We're about to go live with GAMERLEGION on the CT side and Drillers on the T. We're about to find out, boys, and I'll catch you at the end.
Yeah, look, I think Drillers, I'm still feeling confident for 2 reasons. One, I think Meztals had a really, really good series. I think Waro a little bit absent on Mirage, and I'm sure that's something we won't be seeing here on Ancient. I think Towson, he's done everything he can possible, which has got to mean that at some point, you're expecting him to potentially slow down, or you know, the fact that Towson has individually done so much for GAMERLEGION, if someone else doesn't step up, surely Drillers can take it. I think there's just too many factors that favour Drillers, and looking at, okay, yeah, maybe they haven't fought up against the best of opponents, they've still got an 88% win rate on this map, Charlie. You've got to take that into account, right?
I mean, to a certain degree, 100%, but I think what we've seen from this this game in itself is honestly expect the unexpected.
Oh, no one's expecting Hadji to get 3, though. And Waro finding Volt. It's all on Slend. And Kavem will close it out. Drillers, they take the pistol hit. And Hadji, okay. We get it, you killed him. You don't have to shoot him again.
Yeah, good 3k there from Hadji. Couple of consolation finds for Slend. Going to be honestly pretty solid if he wants the AWP, but I don't think that's going to be happening on round number 3, Fred. I think they're looking for this, forced by tons of MP9s in play. ZTR on the 5-7. Of course, with the MP9s, not a lot of util behind it, but Slend, his 2 flashes are going to have a lot of weight.
Yeah, I think right now, Flash is coming in towards middle, and it's a -1 hold here. Flammers could look to push through this smoke. Oh, opt against it. I think it could have been such a cheeky way to find that opening pick.
See, I love the idea of plays like that, but on Ancient, it's not like a sort of a Mirage ramp for a Palace, where you kind of can do it, because there's a lot of time when players aren't holding it. It's just held so long that it feels like the chance of it working is like 10%, but the push towards A works out as Woro finds the first. That's Flammus going down, and look at the minimap. Look at the amount of space that can be taken from the Ts.
I think the brilliant thing here is if GAMERLEGION can survive, realistically, Charlie, I'm already writing this round off. I think Drillers are going to take it. There's no way that the retake even is attempted, but I think the idea of all 4 of these players for GAMERLEGION surviving is so vital, because if they do go down, then they've got nothing to work with in the next, and it is a bit of a freebie third for Drillers.
Yeah, I mean, I think as soon as Flammus goes down towards A, GAMERLEGION knew in the back of their heads, yeah, alright, this is saved out. This one's all said and done. And there is going to be somewhat of a hunt from Drillers, though, so Amsalem's going to spearhead this one. I mean, Towson's going down. The question is, how many can he find? Just the one, as ETR gets a kill himself. Smoke drop. Slend finds Woro. That could be a gun that can be retrieved from ZTR in amongst the smoke, but he will fall instead. 2 players surviving on either side.
Yeah, if anything, it's a positive for GAMERLEGION. With it being just a similar buy in the next, I think the fact that Drillers lose a fair few lives there, it just means that the money in, you know, future rounds isn't going to be perfect.
I mean, look, you're expecting Slend and Volt to at least be able to find something. Not necessarily tons of kills, not necessarily even make the round competitive, but definitely at least something to be found. And with that, you think keep the economy of Drillers humble. Then there's a real chance. Great find from Towson there. He is right now trapped by the Molotov. Has to back away into the flames to avoid a lot of that HE grenade damage. But opening kill now for GAMERLEGION.
Yeah, I think it's just about what GAMERLEGION can do from this scenario, whether they will find success, because they've got the mad advantage. I like the idea of this push, but the fact that Woro and Amsterdam are both holding, I say that. Woro could be taken down. Oh, where's the reaction here from Haji? Far too late, but Amsterdam. Oh, Amsterdam. He gets 2. You're expecting him to find more, but he's been taken down with Woro low. We could see a very heavy hunt, a fast fight here. Woro can, in fact, escape. We will see Kavem look to make his way through. But Charlie, how is this a round that's not only possible for GAMERLEGION, but somewhat probable?
Yeah, I mean, so much aggression there from GAMERLEGION. As soon as Towson finds the first, they're like, let's push towards ramp. For them, it's obvious to say that he is going to be the key man. Does find the first, gets stinked on down. Flammus, in the meantime, gives up his position thanks to a kill.
Oh, and Flammus, a bullet from death, but can still survive. And GAMERLEGION, what a response. You can see the vocal kind of, you can see how vocal Kavem's being there after that round loss, because realistically, Charlie, you look at it, Haji, very late to react, goes down. Amzalem, okay, finds 2, possibly could have found more, but the fact that Woro gets nothing in that scenario is not great at all, and GAMERLEGION, with the weapons that they do bring across into the next, lovely stuff there.
Yeah, don't even need to keep things competitive for the next round. Make it more than competitive in that one. Flammus kicks things off as well with an early kill. ZTR through the flames, through the smoke. Finds a kill. Amsterdam forced upwards. Will find one, but ZTR, the in-game leader, leading by example with a 3k.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I think a lot of the time, Charlie, when you look at the cave player, they can have a lot of impact. They can kind of have a lot of success, but it's just based on whether they opt to go for those aggressive peaks, when they opt to fight kind of with that ego. And I love it from ZTR. Gets 3 in that one. Flammus getting a double as well. GAMERLEGION, they're looking pretty confident now. Has to be said. Although we've only seen 4 rounds of play, I think GAMERLEGION certainly are kicking things off very nicely here, aren't they?
I mean, good recovery after losing the first round, losing the fourth by afterwards. Been a very positive looking since then, but yeah, should be able to comfortably take the lead here. And they're their main goal is going to be sort of what Drillers were able to do on map number 1 on Anubis. Just keep as many players surviving as possible. Keep your economy high, because, I mean, Drillers on that first half of Anubis, they were never broken. Their money was so good. Slen will fall, and this certainly isn't as clean as it should be, and it can get even more intense.
Nice find from Flamus, with it just being on Haji. Yeah, right now, GAMERLEGION, they're looking really good. Towson can keep the AWP. Obviously, we're going to see a convincing buy in the next, but look at the money. You've got Towson, ZTR, Flamus all sitting very comfortably in the finances. And right now, Charlie, I'll be honest, I back Drillers, but I'm not feeling confident at all, I have to say.
The thing is, I feel like I keep on flip-flopping between who I'm favouring. But, yeah, although I definitely do think there's a chance for both teams to win, I'm not going to pose any early prediction. I said at the start, I think GAMERLEGION win this game. I said I do think there's a chance for a 3-mapper, but yeah, I mean, anything can happen in this series. I think that's what we've learned. ZTR spamming through this moment. He doesn't realise someone's already walked past, but Mestal a little late to react as well, and the aggression here from the CETs is going to pay off. The could find both. Takes down the first. Absalom whittled away to just 12 points of health, and you can see Woro frantically trying to find an opener towards A. He spots out 2 players, finds 1.
Yeah, lovely from Woro. It's now the idea of, look, okay, he's found the pick, but he's got to do a little bit more. And with Amazalem so low, ZTR can spam through this wall at any moment. Spots him out, will take him down. ZTR's second, not only of the round, but 7th overall. And as I said, Charlie, look, ZTR, he's not the fragging in-game leader. He's not the player to lead the lines when it comes to the kills. But there's always moments, isn't there? There's always games where ZTR can take control and kind of put the fear of God in any opponent. And that's what he's doing so far. 7-3.
Should have just found the bomb now. I mean, the bomb is behind him, and I think he's behind the box. So technically, there's a chance he hasn't, but I think regardless, I'm pretty sure he's got it. Kavem does fall. Another 3k from ZTR at least, and Woro, despite all the space he's taken towards A, you can see it really counts for nothing.
Yeah, I think Woro, we said, Charlie, look, he spots out 2 players towards A and he finds 1 of them, but he's got to be a little bit more proactive. He's got to take all that attention away, and sadly not able to do so. So GAMERLEGION, they will get themselves their 4th now. And every CT round that's attained, Charlie, is just another moment where we're saying, okay, well, Drillers, look, probably should have taken it on Mirage, bit of a fumble. Obviously, they've got the chance for Ancient, but it's not started out too well. And this should be the favoured half of both sides. Charlie, Drillers, they love the T side here on Ancient. They've got a 65.5% win rate on it. Doesn't seem that way, though, does it?
Still early doors. We can see what's happened throughout all these maps so far. One team taking a bit of an early lead, and the other side always making somewhat of a response. Flammer seems aware the spam does connect a couple of bullets, but doesn't spam enough. He had such a good idea. Just felt like he didn't fully put his heart into it.
Yeah, I like the idea as well there with boosting up the rifle. ZTR, I'll be honest, I love the play. Not loving the shots, though.
I mean, you can see how free it is, though. Sure, this round is completely slipped away from GAMERLEGION, but...
Oh, massive fumble.
Yeah, ZTR should have found both there. Oh, pushing into 2. He wouldn't manage it well and does find them both, but Slen going down to just the deagle in middle just isn't good enough.
Look, Charlie, what are you thinking? Well, I was going to say I'm thinking it's an impossibility. Vault 1 versus 3 needs the A's. Could spot out Woro. Shoulder spotted. Oh, Woro with that kill. So vital. Without it, look, it's a one-on-one. It's Haji with just a tech. No head armor, so that A1S can instantly headshot.
Vault has been great to watch so far.
Oh, yeah, I've actually been really impressed with Vault. Especially with the fact that you're not usually assuming Volt to be the star. I feel like the way that GAMERLEGION play, they've still opted for quite a traditional roster. It's kind of ZTR who's going to be looking to take space and looking to entry. You've got Volt as that kind of secondary. He's a little bit more supportive. He's a little bit less kind of that high impact player. And then you've got the 3 stars of Towson, Flammus, and Slend. But I think with the fact that Slend hasn't had the best of times in the series, someone's got to step up, and it has been Volt, hasn't it? Joint top performer with Towson, in fact, when it comes to kills.
Yeah, big round there from DRILLAS to go and take, though. Steal it away with a lot of the weaker weapons, just out gunfighting a lot of their opponents. The kill that basically confirmed the round was Kavem onto Slend.
Yeah.
Missed AURP shot. And then the Eagle punishes.
It's still close, though, isn't it? You know, we've seen a streak of success from GAMERLEGION, but there's only a 1-round difference, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely not gonna pose this just yet, as it's still, we've only had 7 rounds to play. We haven't seen DRILLAS actually win a full buy yet. It's been obviously the pistol, the second buy, and then they
half-buy victory.
Obviously were successful with the half buy. So it'll be interesting if they can start to win these full buy versus full buy battles.
I actually really like the setup here from GAMERLEGION. Triple B. Can work really well. AURP shot here from Slend, just preemptive. Ooh, Waro. Something I'm actually really happy about, though, Charlie, is Waro is now on the AURP. It's not as though they're opting consistently for over-investment. Position here now. Kavim, great find onto Flammus. Nice flash onto Towson. He will dodge it. Oh, Hadji. He will find Mestal, in fact, is the one that gets him, but the TK there, somewhat laughable. Mestal can find, brings it down to this 2-on-2. Amsalem falling, ZTR an important kill, and now it's all on to Mestal. We'll get one, but Volt's trade is excellent. Yeah, the TK, bit crazy there.
Yeah, I've seen a good few team kills in this series. Honestly, I feel like I've seen more team kills in this series. Honestly, I'd probably have in the last month.
Yeah, actually. I want to say we've seen 4? Or at least 3.
I think we've seen 3, but...
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, that's the next round. Sorry,
Oh, predicting there's another one in this game.
Yeah. Oh, you say prediction. It probably will happen. I'm saying it's a Waro AURP shot onto a jumping Amsalem.
Okay. If this comes through in that exact manner, I will be very,
Give me a 5er.
Oh, you're not getting anything, but I'm impressed.
I'll get a tap on the... I'll get a pat on the back. No, not even that. ZTR, though.
I'm loving watching ZTR here towards Cave.
Yeah, it's
and
great
Ramp
to see.
even. Just no fear whatsoever.
It's the style of play you have to play towards Cave. I think you have to have kind of a... I don't want to use the word arrogance, but it's that type of play style where it doesn't matter what the other team are doing. You've got to stick to your own game plan. You've got to get aggressive. You've got to kind of play to how things are meant to be here. And Slend, a nice double, sadly, on the other side of the map, and attention was elsewhere. Towson can take down Mestal. Hadji, Charlie, it's a 1 versus 5. And GAMERLEGION surely get themselves their 6th. So very positive signs here and disappointment for DRILLAS. And as you said, Charlie, we look back to Mirage. It's a map that DRILLAS should be taking, and it's a map that potentially would have completely changed this up. But GAMERLEGION, we've seen how promising their results have been in previous CCT events. The fact they can continue here is crazy, because I think many would have thought DRILLAS to take in Mirage.
I mean, after the victory on Anubis, after the initial lead, yeah, I think most people would be favouring them, but GAMERLEGION, we mentioned they are a team that should be making every CCT event deep playoff runs. This would be a huge loss for them.
Well, not only would it be a huge loss for GAMERLEGION, but it'd be a huge victory for DRILLAS, because as we said, Charlie, this seems like it's the strongest team that they face, or at least one of them, and a true test of what DRILLAS can perform when against these top tier teams. You know, they're not playing against the unknowns in the EU, in the Asian RMR, you know, these are a true test. These are teams that have made it to previous majors.
I mean, a team that not very long ago were top 30. They're just outside it now.
Yeah, true. Same core as well.
Yeah. Only really difference since then is just obviously the recent change of Andu, but still coming down. Great Deagle find from Mestal. We've got the boost up in K, but no one's coming from there. Wow. Nelson over the smoke and Flammus through the wall.
Oh, nearly another TK. I don't know if you saw that. Kavim killed Towson through his teammate. Whoa. Aware of Warrior, that's the bomb now, Charlie. What is this major mistake made? Why is the bomb carrier pushing up there so unnecessarily? Oh, great from Kavim, though.
I thought we found that for a second.
Yes, so did I. The confidence in that fire. Still got to retrieve this bomb. Flashbang coming through. Big shot from Mestal.
Wow.
What a round from Drillers, but still, Charlie, it's moments where Drillers are winning rounds that they really shouldn't, but when are they going to start winning rounds they should? That's 2 half-buy victories, a pistol win, and a besting the force bite.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy right now for Drillers. And this is the thing. This isn't anything that you'll look back on and say, oh yeah, we played really well here. It doesn't matter how you play. They're getting rounds on the board at least. They're not too far behind GAMERLEGION. If they can do anything in the rest of this half, if they can bring this game back, these scrappy rounds, these not convincing ones, are still rounds that will allow you to convert a game. And sometimes, although it can be madness, it's something that can't be replicated. You can win a game off it. And if they advance to the quarters, you won't complain whatsoever.
Well, look, Charlie, we talk about stuff like clutches. We still talk about, you know, those crazy rounds where someone gets, you know, an ace. It's not something that is, you know, replicable, and it's also not something that you can account for or plan for. But in the same regard, if it's won you a round, it's won you a round. No one's complaining. Slendo, he's got an opening pick, but will lose his life to Waro. Now they look to creep on out. Amzalem, the pre-fire. Oh, Amzalem, he spotted the shoulder. Will go down, the flash. Kind of blinding both. Flammus and ZTR now shoulder to shoulder. Amzalem low HP, but it is going to be this reposition of the bomb. They're going to make their way back towards A. Space can be taken. Nice from Flammus, though. Flammus is so aware. Steps are going to be heard. Rotations are coming through. They've got 2 smokes at least. Opting to smoke off Temple. Well, let's see how this goes, because Flammus is ready and waiting. Bomb plant going to be very difficult. They've smoked CT and they've smoked Temple. How are you going to get the bomb down here, though? Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, Waro is holding. Push them through.
Well,
bomb doesn't get denied. Yeah,
that's how you do it.
The CTs do try to deny the bomb there.
Well, it's the right decision. You've got to go for it. You know, if Waro misses that shot, that round's over, by the way. But look, Charlie, finally, Drillers, it's their 5th round secured. It's their first full buy versus full buy. A laughable moment, but look, Drillers, they're 1 round away from their opponents.
Still alive.
Towson is towards B main.
Yeah, not.
Where's the teleporter? Where's the?
Around, but yeah, lucky we don't have teleporters in this game.
Is there one of those jump packs from? What's the CS?
Danger Zone.
Yeah, Danger Zone. That's it.
I wouldn't mind that, actually. Like an April Fool's joke. For a day, they just bring in jump packs.
By the way,
they purchase for like $200 or something.
It's called Danger Zone. I was about to call it Royal Rumble. The CS Royal Rumble. Yeah, Battle Royale. It was.
I wouldn't mind that. CS Royal Rumble. Get the top pros in a ring.
What, knife rounds? Just knife round, knife only.
Not in person.
Oh, okay. Well, look, I think Snacks is probably winning that. No one's taking that giant down. Flame F versus Snacks. That's a fight you want to see. We've got chess boxing. Can we have CS boxing? You do 1 round in a name map and then 1 where you fight each other.
That's an interesting proposal. Valve, if you're watching, get something together.
It's not Valve's. This is CCT's next event.
Yeah,
sorry for the spoiler.
Obviously.
Oh yeah, true. Very true. Who do you think's winning that fight? Well, while we're in a tech pause, we can have a little bit of a laugh. Flame F versus Snacks.
I mean, Snacks, I suppose, like 6 out of 5.
He's a giant. He's a giant. Yeah.
I remember in the old videos, like 2014, 15, like the football versus the Brazilians.
He's 6'6". He's 6'6".
6'6". Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I think just the reach alone.
Yeah, true, but you got to imagine Blame F's he's got the power. What about Snacks versus like maybe someone like Pasha or
Well, Pasha done actual fighting, hasn't he? So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe bring Pasha back for that.
No, Pasha's the ref. Pasha's the officiator. We can't have professionals here.
Oh well, we'll get something organised.
We'll get it cooking.
Next event, we'll see if we can do a show match. But for now, we've still got to see who the quarter-finalist is in this one.
And look at the finances. Look at the weaponry that Gamerlegion have to offer. Yes, Slen's on the AUR, but we've got MP9s. We've got the Gimmick XM for Towson, but ZTR can get the trade. Flammer's falling. 5-7 here for ZTR. Still tucked away in the cubby, and Meztal will have spotted, but Meztal, that's not a spray that you can use to find a kill. Look how deep Kavem is here.
Yeah, ZTR's just got this info of Waro running away.
And actually, ZTR. The mind behind the team, and you can see the IQ here. He's so ready. Oh, it doesn't matter how smart you are. We'll go down, though. Great shots from Kavem. Now we could see this acceleration here from Waro. And Kavem has a flash, so he could send it over towards Cave. The blind, a player like Slen posted on the AUR, but okay, Waro's taking the risk and doesn't pan out at all. And why take that risk? Kavem...
The bomb can technically be retrieved here. Maybe not anymore with Towson, but it is just the XM, but not a lot of HP.
Yeah, XM at range. I'll be honest, it's such a it's